Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios in Riyadh. These are our top stories. The US and Iran prepare for peace talks in Islamabad as Trump criticizes Iran over its handling of the Strait of Hormuz. Meanwhile, Trump holds a phone call with the UK's Prime Minister over the blockade as the two leaders discuss military options. And making his much-anticipated return to the ring, Tyson Fury prepares to take on Russia's Aslanbek Makhmudov in London as he promises to come back better than ever. President Trump says he is confident of a peace deal with Iran ahead of talks between the two countries in Pakistan this weekend. Speaking to NBC, the US president said he was feeling optimistic, but warned if Iran didn't make a deal, it would be very painful. Meanwhile, Vice President J.D. Vance, who's on his way to Islamabad to lead negotiations, spoke to reporters on the tarmac. Take a listen.
Look, we're looking forward to the negotiation. I think it's going to be positive. We'll, of course, see. As the President of the United States said, if the Iranians are willing to negotiate in good faith, we're certainly willing to extend the open hand. If they're going to try to play us, then they're going to find that the negotiating team is not that receptive. So we're going to try to have a positive negotiation. The President has gave us some pretty clear guidelines, and we're going to see. So I hope you guys have a safe flight. We'll certainly take some questions later on. But for now, let's get on the plane and hit the road. Thank you all.
Let's go live to Los Angeles now to speak to Professor Derek Grossman from the Department of International Relations at the University of California. Derek, it's always great to have you on the show. US and Iranian delegations are set to begin these negotiations in Pakistan tomorrow. J.D. Vance, who will be leading the US delegation, says Trump gave clear guidelines. So positive mood music really coming from the White House, but there's so much work to be done.
Yeah, no, thanks for having me. I think there's a ton of work to be done. I mean, the reality is that this interim agreement that's lasting for 14 days still has embedded within it some severe disagreements, one of which is that the Iranians claim that Israel's military operations against Hezbollah in southern Lebanon need to stop, right? And the U.S. said that that was never part of the agreement. And of course, Israel is saying that it doesn't have any plans to stop, although Trump and Netanyahu, I think just hours ago, had a pretty tense phone call. And so the president may be pushing Netanyahu in that direction. And then, of course, the second big substantive disagreement is on the status of the Strait of Hormuz. So the U.S. said that the Strait of Hormuz needs to be fully reopened, and Iran said, yes, we'll reopen it, except it will still have a toll of sorts, right? We will charge for transits through, and also transiting ships must coordinate with Iranian authorities. So that hardly sounds free and open to me. And those are some of the really big issues that the two sides are going to have to negotiate on when they get to Islamabad soon.
So you just basically spoke to me about Washington and Tehran, and as we've outlined there, they both have their own demands. As far as Iran is concerned, that includes a comprehensive settlement with Lebanon, and Trump is accusing Iran of doing this very poor job of letting ships and tankers through the Strait of Hormuz. I guess the next big question is, which side feels they have the leverage going into these talks? Is it Iran or is it the US?
I'm depressed to say that I think it is, in fact, Iran, because Iran has the Strait of Hormuz effectively closed. And the only way to open that, there's really two paths. One is a diplomatic resolution, and Iran clearly has other demands that it wants the U.S. to meet, and I'm not sure the U.S. is going to meet them. And plus, of course, you got to get Israel on board with that. The other option is to use military force. And as we've seen in recent weeks, Trump has, as commander-in-chief, has redeployed a Marine unit from Okinawa to the Middle East. We have also sent 2 aircraft carriers. We have sent elements of the 82nd Airborne. This is the paratrooper unit, if you will, right? So we are clearly bolstering our military presence in the region for the potential of a military escalation to include a land invasion, right? Whether that's at Gori Island, the energy depot that is the primary conduit for Iranian energy exports, and or the Iranian shoreline that is part of the Strait of Hormuz, right? So we have to see how this plays out. It's clear that Trump is preparing for the worst possibility, but I think desperately grasping at straws to find a diplomatic off-ramp, and that's why he's sending Vice President Vance and the delegation to Islamabad.
And Derek, how does President Donald Trump's plan to ask Iran to release detained Americans play a role in a broader US-Iran negotiation that we're going to see happening? Because according to reports, this is something else that the US is going to ask for.
Frankly, I think that is relatively low-hanging fruit. I mean, when you negotiate on these really big issues about, what is going to be the future way of in which these two countries are going to conduct business, right? Releasing prisoners is usually something that's a very easy thing to do. In the past, we've seen the U.S. and Russia, or the U.S. and Soviet Union, or the U.S. and China, right, do prisoner swaps or prisoner releases, right, in order to show good faith in negotiations. And, in international relations parlance, it's really a confidence-building measure, right, to show that both sides are doing things, albeit incrementally, to improve the relationship to maybe get to a bigger substantive deal on strategy and policy in the future.
And all eyes are, of course, on Islamabad and on Pakistan. But what are the biggest challenges to Pakistan in its diplomatic effort? Because we've been talking about the fact the US and Iran have such different demands and are poles apart right now.
Yeah, I mean, I think Pakistan's role in this has been quite remarkable, right? And I take you back to the summer of last year when Trump was literally taking a wrecking ball to the U.S.-India relationship. Well, quietly, or maybe not so quietly, toward the end of the summer, Pakistan was ascendant, right? Pakistan had invested a lot in trying to lobby the Trump administration. The Pakistani Field Marshal Asim Munir, who India claims orchestrated the terrorist attacks at Pahalgam in Kashmir in April of last year, he and Trump had a behind-closed-doors lunch that went over 2 hours. They didn't address any questions from the press. They issued no joint statement. And it was clear that the U.S. and Pakistan had reset their relationship, and that process continues. I mean, it's important to point out that Osama bin Laden was hiding out in Abbottabad, Pakistan, and we found him in 2011, right? And the U.S. withdrew its military from Afghanistan in August of 2021, in part because of frustration over Pakistani support to the Taliban. So the relationship really had reached a low point, but now is ascendant. And I think that's part of the reason why you see Pakistan taking on this mediation role, and has been quite effective because it has the trust and confidence of the United States, really to India's chagrin.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating. As always, Derek Grossman, thank you so much for your time with me. Let's continue this conversation now with Jan Akçakzai, former Pakistan minister and geopolitical analyst. Jan, as always, great to have you on the show. All eyes are in Pakistan as the US and Iranian delegations prepared to meet in Islamabad for these peace talks that will be getting underway. Why has Pakistan emerged as a mediator between the US and Iran?
Really, Pakistan has a history of diplomatic posturing. It has empathy and it has intent to see all issues resolved through diplomacy and talks. Then Pakistan has this geographical centrality. Pakistan's leadership, General Asim Munir and Prime Minister Shahbaz Sharif, has close synergy, chemistry and trust with Washington, as well as pragmatic relations and trust with Tehran. On the other hand, its defense, political and diplomatic partnership with the heavyweight of the Arab world, Saudi Arabia, also roop in any security architecture that is going to be discussed in these talks. And also the most important thing, Pakistan has this centrality of its geography, which offers a hope to the whole world that through negotiations and talks, let's bring in peace, security for the region and beyond, and it has implication for the world economy, for the corporate world, and for the dignity of the millions of people from Asia to Africa. So all, as you said, eyes are set, and Islamabad is in best place to bring this hope to the whole world.
J.D. Vance, who's leading the U.S. delegation, says he believes the talks will be positive and says the U.S. won't be receptive if Iranians try to play us. With the fragile ceasefire agreement at stake, what are the gaps between the two positions right now?
Well, absolutely. There is a huge mistrust between Iran and Washington. The United States really fear for manipulation because Iranians have been shrewd negotiators in the past. On the other hand, Iran really fear that with pressure, the United States might not be able to offer some concessions and address their security concerns. So at the moment, it's jostling and jockeying for positions which are very divergent, from issues to Hormuz, Strait of Hormuz, to the U.S. bases in the Middle East, and also what the Iranians feel, excess of resistance across Middle East. So I think there are so many issues at stake for both warring parties at the moment.
And some of the two key issues that have been outlined today when we look at these talks in Pakistan are the Strait of Hormuz, which you mentioned, and Israel's continued bombardment of Lebanon. In your opinion, Jan, who do you think has the upper hand going into these talks? Do you think it's the US or do you think it's Iran who has more leverage?
Well, I think at the moment, the Iranians feel that they have an advantage and they have this exaggerated sense of their leverage, particularly their Hormuz strategy, which is really pressurizing the whole world, the energy supply, and also it's creating new realities. Its vision to create some sort of Panama template is really fearsome for all the GCC countries. On the other hand, the United States really want to see the status quo, i.e. the respect for international navigation through Hormuz. So these are the gaps. But however, this Lebanese issue has bring in some leverage by the Israelis to the table, and that's why the Iranians fear that it was not a tactical oversight. It's a political shift by the Trump in cohort with Netanyahu. So I think we would see some sort of leverage if this bilateral talks between Israel and Lebanese government takes place in Washington. So I think this is why the coming talks are going to be a bit complicated as we have just see the points that have already been discussed pre-ceasefire. So the hope is there, but the challenges are there as we speak.
And we've just been talking about the negotiations that are due to happen in Pakistan. If these talks don't actually result in a peaceful resolution in the next 2 weeks, what is Plan B?
Well, I think the worst is no alternative. The whole world is holding its breath. We see the whole energy supply disrupted, the spillover of the war into South Asia and snowballing into regional war, and also it has international consequences. Pakistan has clear strategic defense agreement with the Saudis, so Pakistan will not be holding back, and it has to come to join Saudi Arabia. Pakistan has really appreciated so far the restraint shown by Saudi Arabia, particularly the wisdom of His Royal Highness Mohammed bin Salman, who have not retaliated despite post-recession, there have been some aggression demonstrated. We have seen in missile and some drone attacks by the Iranians. Yet, I think the stakes are too much for not only the peace in the region, but the peace at large, for the world economy, and also for the supply line, energy security, not only for Pakistan, but for the world at large, people out there in Asia and Africa. So I think the alternative is worse. There need to be a political will by these warring factions to turn this tactical pause into strategic cessation of hostilities between Iran and America and the rest of the parties.
So we talk about will when it comes to these peace talks, and you've also spoken to me about the distrust between the US and Iran heading into the talks in Islamabad. Do you think that the problem with Israel striking Lebanon might scupper these talks, and is Israel possibly going to have to be reined in by the US?
Well, I think President Trump really wants to see some sort of agreement pulled out in Islamabad. Any major impact hampering the thrust and the trajectory of these talks will be politically costly for him going forward. We will see the midterm elections coming in the U.S. So some sort of deal is in his political interest. So I think he will be able to put pressure on Netanyahu to rein in his campaign and in Lebanon, and we might see some sort of pause there as well, so that the Iranians do not go back on the talks and also discussing things in a strategic manner. So I think it's irritant, but I don't think it will prove as a scuttle of these talks.
Jan Akçakzai, as you said, we're all holding our breath. Thank you so much for joining me. Now, the UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said the Iran war must become a turning point for Britain, as he promised to strengthen the economy and military in a volatile and dangerous world. He's been in the Middle East this week seeking help in reopening the Strait of Hormuz, which has caused a major disruption to energy supplies. During his visit to Bahrain, Starmer thanked the personnel who had been involved in the conflict. Take a listen.
But I'm very clear that, one, it's very important we stand with our long-standing allies and be here showing our support for them, reflecting on the work we're doing together, and for them a sense that we're a friend that's come at this time to have these really important discussions with them and to make sure this ceasefire is a permanent ceasefire and that the Strait of Hormuz is open. And that takes more than just words, it takes a lot of action.
Let's get the thoughts and opinions of former British MP and former chair of the Defence Select Committee, Tobias Ellwood. Tobias, really good to have you on the show. Before we get to that interview of Keir Starmer we just played out, he's also given an interview to ITV saying he's fed up with President Donald Trump or Vladimir Putin causing people's energy bills to skyrocket. Has the British PM finally shown he's got a backbone?
Well, good afternoon. Yes, big questions. And I'm pleased to see that we are finally both standing up to Donald Trump and indeed President Putin. It's been a long time in coming. This war, I think Trump's war has been a reckoning. The US president might claim that he's won, but ultimately this looks like a strategic win for Iran. The regime is certainly militarily weaker, but geopolitically it's emerged even stronger. And America has learned it's unable to control the Strait of Hormuz, that global economic choke point. And Iran has survived this incredible beating by a superpower. We have a theocratic dictator still in charge, still in possession of enriched uranium, with thousands of Shahad drones and subsequent control of the Strait of Hormuz. And that is what concerns, I think, the UK Prime Minister. But it isn't just the British leadership here. Right across Europe and indeed the world, people are, I think, coming to terms with the fact that Donald Trump does not have a foreign policy, a coherent foreign policy. Everything is done by emotion. You were speaking just there of the ceasefire. I suspect the ceasefire will hold, not because it's got any merit. It's weak in so many places, but simply that Trump will now back away, unlikely to return to war, because he now appreciates that he should never have started this in the first place. And then he doesn't want to go back in with that hard power. But wider picture, I mean, the geopolitical fallout is enormous. The US relationship currently with Europe is in a grim place. There's a question mark over the future of NATO. And I think even Gulf nations are now recalibrating their views on how close they want to be with the United States. That is now so unpredictable.
And it's so interesting because as you've been speaking to me, I've just been relaying and thinking of those Truth Social posts from President Donald Trump and those speeches that we get from Pete Hegseth at the Pentagon claiming complete victory with a V, but the world can see a different story emerging as you just outlined. But let's get back onto Keir Starmer because he held this phone call with President Donald Trump during his trip to the Middle East. They did discuss the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. But Trump is pressuring European NATO allies to send naval forces or contribute to security efforts in opening that key choke point. Can Starmer rally the troops to get this key waterway opened? Because in many people's minds, Donald Trump is seeing this as two wars, the war with Iran and now the Strait of Hormuz, and he needs help with that.
Yeah, but it isn't, is it? I mean, we wouldn't be in this situation had the war not started. And this is exactly the very war that Donald Trump wanted into, is now wanting to walk away, saying, I need help in controlling Iran in its control of the Straits. And America, as we've learned, has little requirement, little obligation to lean on oil and gas that comes from the Middle East. And therefore, this is why Donald Trump is likely to walk away, leaving the mess for everybody else to pick up. But we're still left with this situation where Iran is going to flex its muscles. It wants reparations. It needs money to rebuild its economy, and it's going to charge boats as they go through. So the question now is, how can we come to some deal and make something of the mess that Donald Trump has created? So we've actually gifted Iran greater influence than they had 6 weeks ago. And it's a sadness in a way, because this regime has been such a toxic influence across the Gulf for decades. And yet all this investment of hard power pummeling the country in the way we've seen, costing $2 billion a day, I understand, from the United States. And still a theocratic regime is in charge, still wanting to pursue a nuclear weapon, still owning long-range missiles, still able to control the Strait of Hormuz. That cannot be any form of success, no matter what Donald Trump says.
But it's really interesting, Tobias, because many people would say, yes, Iran is emerging the stronger power when it comes to the ace card of the Strait of Hormuz, holding the global economy hostage. But also at the same time, the regime and the IRGC have been severely weakened, and we have seen splits emerging when it comes to that. And we must also remember the whole reason people went out to protest in Iran was because of the economy, which has once again taken even more of a hit. So there is optimism out there that eventually we could see an uprising in Iran. The people come up, take to the streets and make a change. Do you think that is likely now at all?
I may be wrong, but I can't see that happening at all, simply because the regime can now blame an outside force, a third party, if you like, on the situation, on the economy, on the fact that infrastructure has been damaged. And often in these cases is that those with power tend to emerge all the stronger because the entire country is weakened, but they still are in control. And don't forget, this regime has been very clever in preparing for this for decades to decentralize decision-making down right across the 31 provinces. So I think the idea that there's going to be the rallying of any form of opposition, the time to have done that, I say, is when just after the regime killed what we understand is almost tens of thousands of people. That's when the world should have stepped in. That was justification then to intervene in what Iran was doing. But the world blinked. Donald Trump blinked. Donald Trump raised the bar by saying, we're going to be there for you. And now, as I suggest, I think he's going to walk away. He's realized this is far too hard. He can't get the Venezuela outcome that perhaps he was after. He's now got the midterm elections to then focus on, and he's just going to walk away. But he's spinning this narrative back in America that this is some form of victory, as you yourself were outlining.
Yeah, absolutely fascinating, Tobias, because I think they are putting the spin in place in the US ahead of these midterms, because Donald Trump knows that this war has been hugely unpopular back in America. But amid this fragile ceasefire deal that we're talking about, of course, these talks are going to be taking place in Pakistan. And who do you think has the ultimate leverage when it comes to these talks? And what happens if nothing comes of these talks before the ceasefire is up in 2 weeks?
I think America, Donald Trump will simply walk away. He's now created enough of a backdrop for him to then say, we've achieved our mission, we've damaged Iran generationally and set them back militarily. And that he will push in America. But the rest of us will know that ultimately Iran, the regime, remains. And the winner here is actually China, because what we will see is Gulf nations taking a choice. Who should I long-term start to get closer to economically? A country that is stable, if asked fewer questions about human rights and so forth, or even democracy, but at least is predictable, or the United States, that if I allow to have bases in my country, could be attacked by an adversary. So the winner here is China. The winner here is actually Russia. We're seeing that flexing its muscles, not only in Ukraine, but even in the English Channel as well, testing the British waters here. And then, of course, Iran, that while militarily is set back, ultimately they've survived another day. So the world is splintering further, and is splintering along the lines of Western Europe as well. We've moved ourselves into a much more dangerous place. So that doomsday clock, I'm afraid, is a lot closer to midnight now.
Tobias Alwood, thank you so much for joining me. Always great to have you on the show.
Thank you.
Chinese leader Xi Jinping has said he has full confidence that Taiwanese and Chinese people will be united. He met with the leader of Taiwan's opposition party during what Xi's described as a mission to reduce cross-strait tension. The visit's also been criticised by some who say Beijing is using it to deepen political divisions on the island. Patrick Falk reports.
It's the first face-to-face between China's leader and a sitting Taiwanese opposition leader in nearly a decade. And in their talks, President Xi Jinping had a message of peace.
The meeting between the leaders of the two parties today is precisely to safeguard the peace and stability of our common home. By promoting the peaceful development of cross-strait relations, we can ensure that our children and future generations are able to share in a brighter future.
Xi also warned that Taiwan independence is the main threat undermining stability across the Taiwan Strait. China regards Taiwan as part of its sovereign territory and doesn't rule out taking it by force. Cheng took the helm of the opposition Kuomintang party, which favors closer ties with Beijing, last October. Speaking in a press briefing following the meeting, she called on Taiwan's political parties to unite and reduce tension with Beijing.
As I've said before, I'm willing to do anything that contributes to cross-strait peace. I'm also willing to meet anyone who contributes to cross-strait peace. President Xi also just mentioned that.
Cross-strait relations have deteriorated in recent years, and Beijing has stepped up its military aggressiveness towards the island. China sees Taiwan's President Lai Ching-te as a separatist and refuses to engage with him. People in Taiwan are divided about Cheng's trip.
Someone like that, who in terms of political career has such little possibility, what kind of influence could she really have? None. Perhaps at this time she is just a puppet within their party, or a smokescreen, or similar.
The visit also comes ahead of US President Donald Trump's trip to Beijing, scheduled to take place next month. Washington is pressuring Taipei to back a proposal for defense purchases to deter a potential Chinese attack. Chung is opposed to higher defense spending and wants more dialogue with Beijing instead. Critics say it risks weakening Taiwan's leverage at a sensitive moment. Patrick Falk, Al Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. Melania Trump has denied any connection to Jeffrey Epstein in a surprise announcement. The First Lady called for congressional hearings for Epstein survivors and denied online rumors that the late financier introduced her to her husband, US President Donald Trump. India's government has introduced new rules to regulate news and political posts on social media. The changes target influencers and podcasters on platforms like Facebook, YouTube and X. Experts believe this will give the government more control over news-related posts shared by ordinary users, including independent journalists. A new digital border system, which requires fingerprints and photos, as well as a passport scan, has been introduced in the EU today. It will be active at every crossing point in all 29 participating countries, with hopes it will make travel smoother. However, queues are expected at European airports, with warnings of delays during holiday periods. And the 4 astronauts on board the Orion spacecraft have now completed their moon mission and are expected back on Earth in the early hours of Saturday morning. The re-entry and splashdown are considered the most dangerous parts of the Artemis 2 mission, with the Orion capsule expected to heat up to nearly 2,760 degrees Celsius. Believe it or not, it's almost as hot as the sun. Heavyweight boxer Tyson Fury will make his much-anticipated comeback this weekend in London as he faces off against Russia's Aslanbek Makhmudov. The 37-year-old retired from the ring in 2024 after a defeat to Alexander Usyk. It's the so-called Gypsy King has promised to come back better than ever. Take a listen.
Make no mistake, when I walk away every time from boxing, I have zero intentions of returning. However, after a few months, I'm like bored of the normal life, dropping the kids off at school, taking the dog for a walk, that sort of stuff. And I miss the game, you know. I miss the boxing, I miss the press conferences, I miss everything that comes with the big fights. I miss all that. So you've got to live every day like it's your last and enjoy. And I thought to myself, you know, I've still got love for this game. I know I can still do it. So that's why I'm coming back.
Let's get the latest with the Telegraph's boxing correspondent, Gareth A. Davies. Gareth, always great to have you on the show. So the Gypsy King is coming out of retirement again, I think the 5th time. Is this going to be as easy for Tyson Fury as many people think ahead of this fight?
Well, it's great to be on with you as always, Leigh Ann. Great to see you. It's a party atmosphere right now. Stepped outside the way and it's like a nightclub in there right now. I'm holding my laptop myself. I don't even have a cameraman. It is so noisy. There's so many people here. The Tyson Fury show is back in town. I think the heavyweight division has missed him in the last 16 months since he lost those back-to-back fights with Alexander Usyk in Riyadh, Saudi Arabia. And there's a bit of a kind of celebration going on that he is back because he looks healthy, rejuvenated. He's been in camp in Thailand. He's up against this giant man. You can see him there, Aslanbek Makhmudov, who's prepared. They're wrestling there, but a couple of months back, Makhmudov was wrestling a bear in the forests outside Moscow, and it went viral. It's a big test for him. Makhmudov comes forward. He's 6'6", throws his hands, probably in the top 20 in the world. And if Fury is aging at 38, he'll turn in August. This man will test him tomorrow night at Tottenham Hotspur Stadium.
I'm so jealous that you're there. I feel this most huge amount of envy at the moment. I hope that you're having a great time, of course. And I've really missed Tyson Fury. Everyone loves to watch him box. He's got a great personality. He's always singing. But how might Makhmudov's punching power influence the early rounds against Fury? Because we know Makhmudov's a big guy. You said that, 6'6". Fury's a big guy. He's also 6'9".
Fury is known for being a boxer more than a puncher. I went out to visit him in mid-March. He's been training for 11 weeks in Thailand. He's rejuvenated. He's happy out there. There's a thing called Greng Jai in Thailand where people give you your space and respect. He's been living on a boat in the harbour in Jomtien. He's had his son, Prince, who's 14, and his nephew, John Boy, who's 16, training with him. Joseph Parker's been out there. Robert McInnes and Sugar Hill Stewart have brought him to the fore here and back into the fray, if you like. Fury wants to beat Makhmudov, and he's got the carrot of Anthony Joshua dangling there, the carrot of maybe a third fight with Alexander Usyk down the line. We will find out if he's still got the legs in him. That's the key to this. Doesn't matter how fit he is. When the bell rings, Makhmudov has come here and said he feels it's his destiny. He's always wanted to fight Fury, and he wants to upset the form book. I think Fury needs to get out there, get his jab going early. He's got a fantastic telescopic rangefinder with that left-hand jab of his, and then let his 1-2s go. There he is. He's always carrying a little bit of meat around the middle, a little bit of belly fat. Oh, I hope he doesn't throw a knee tomorrow night, because that's not allowed. But there's almost been like a celebrational week. You can hear the fact. This is Fury arriving right now, by the way. I don't know if you can hear the cheers and clamour for him at the weigh-ins. There's huge amounts of support for him. The Gypsy King is back.
And I just love the sound of all of that. I wish I could see him having his way in, Tyson Fury, because the excitement... Yeah, can you turn around the camera and we can see if we can see a glimpse of the Gypsy King?
Being mobbed down there as he arrived.
Wow. Oh, my gosh, look at London.
Over there. Yeah.
So he's somewhere among all those people?
He's just coming through that crowd over there. He's getting out over there. Here we go.
Absolutely amazing.
Cameraman and reporter today. I'm enjoying it.
You're great at the job, I must say. We'll hire you again. You know, you've got the job. You've got the job. Yes, I'd love to be with you next time because I would absolutely... I've never been so envious of anyone right now. But let's talk a little bit about this fight because obviously Tyson Fury coming back, he's such a legend. Let's just put that forward. And this fight is, of course, happening in London. But if Fury does win this fight, and we're talking about Anthony Joshua in the future, could that be a massive possibility? Because people keep on bringing this up all the time, don't they? Joshua Fury. People have been wanting to see it for years, and we haven't seen it.
They've been on the same diaspora, the same arc for a decade since Anthony Joshua won the Olympic gold and became world champion himself. This is Tyson Fury's 6th stadium fight in a row, I think, at Tottenham Hotspur. The two guys, we all know they want to fight each other, and it's an era-defining, era-ending fight. A massive British blockbuster sporting event it will be if they did meet in the ring. But I think Anthony Joshua obviously had the catastrophic car crash in which 2 of his friends died just before the new year, which was terrible. And he's still probably mentally getting over that. Anthony was ringside when Derek Chisora and Deontay Wilder fought just across the river here at the O2 Arena last Saturday night. So Deontay Wilder won that and is back in the mix. Anthony Joshua might fight him next. Fight we've also waited to see. But we've waited over a decade. It's been teased many times, Joshua and Fury. I do think it will happen this year, but we need to see Joshua maybe at ringside tomorrow night. It'd be great if he did come. But we need to see Fury looking something like his best again. Look, he's an extraordinary story. Netflix are having their first events in the UK at a boxing match. It guarantees tens of millions of viewers, 325 million subscribers, remember, for the streaming app. Tyson Fury's a Hollywood story. On Sunday, it's the 2nd series of At Home with the Furies on Netflix. Paris and the 7 kids will all be here tomorrow night. I mean, he's an extraordinary human interest story, you know, with the fact, you know, years ago he ballooned up 10 stone in weight to 28 stone, 29 stone when he wasn't feeling well, the mental health story. He's a larger-than-life character. He's not only 6'9" with an 85-inch wingspan. He's a kind of an amazing character. He's always got... I've been lucky to be around in 20 years. There's always a storyline. I've just done a story for The Telegraph tomorrow about the 10 children and his nephews and his children, males in the family, grandsons of noisy John Fury, who are all boxing already. They're from 10 generations of bare-knuckle fighters. They're of traveller stock. They're from the traveller race. Boxing is like cleaning their teeth in the morning for them. It's a really natural thing to do. So you've got all these storylines around him all the time. So it doesn't surprise me that he's on his 4th or 5th comeback. Because I think, as he told me in Thailand, I'm addicted to this. And while I can still do it, I will do it. And I think he'll do it tomorrow night.
I really hope he does it tomorrow night. I must also say that I love that reality show. I think his wife, Paris, is a pretty incredible woman. She puts up with Tyson Fury. She puts up with all the kids. And she's still got a fabulous personality.
I call her the nails, Leigh Ann.
Yeah.
She is the nails. She is the nails. She really is.
One lady that I just fully respect. But before I let you go, Gareth, can we just talk about Conor Benn? I don't want to forget about him because he's, of course, also fighting tomorrow night. You have called him a key player in boxing civil war. This is actually his debut fight after leaving his longtime promoter, Eddie Hearn, who we all know involved with Anthony Joshua. What are we expecting to see from him?
Well, he's up against a guy who should beat in Regis Prograis, who's fighting 10 pounds above his normal weight, a former world champion who's come over from America, from Louisiana. We've seen him fight here in the past against Josh Taylor in enormous battles. There he is. Conor Benn looking a little bit like Cisco at the moment with that.
I was going to say Chris Brown, but Cisco.
Chris Brown, Dennis Rodman. And obviously he had the great victory last year over Chris Eubank. And, you know, he's back from all his controversies. And then in February, he suddenly, without any kind of warning, leaves Eddie Hearn, who's stuck with him through thinner through the clomiphene drugs cases, and signs with Zuffa Boxing as an adversary to Eddie Hearn and Frank Warren on DAZN, and the fact that Dana White's UFC has come into boxing now in direct kind of rivalry to the British promoters and has got a deal with Sky Sports here. It's very interesting. Conor Benn's in the middle of it. You can't blame him for wanting to take the $15 million that were offered to him to have this fight as the co-main event on this huge Tottenham Hotspur card. But the way he went about it, you'd have thought that he would have dealt with it in a kind of more generous way to Eddie Hearn, and not just left his lawyer to send a note to Eddie Hearn to say he was leaving.
I'm going to have to say thank you. It's been such a great conversation. I really hope Tyson Fury wins, and I hope you have such a great afternoon in London at that weigh-in. Gareth,
well, you've got one of the best jobs in the world. This is the best job in the world.
I'm very jealous of that job. And you've also got a new job as a cameraman, so don't forget that too.
Cheers, Leigh Ann. Always great to see you.
Yeah, great to see you. Enjoy the fight too, Gareth A. Davies. As always, amazing to have you on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks very much.
And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Goodbye, and thank you for watching.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
and welcome to The Real Deal, coming to you from the Arabiya English headquarters here in Riyadh. This is your weekly bulletin, bringing you all the latest business news headlines and analysis from Saudi Arabia. Coming up today, with geopolitical tensions weighing heavily on Gulf economies, the World Bank cuts its 2026 growth forecast for the Middle East, but Saudi Arabia is singled out as the region's strongest performer. We'll be assessing the impact of the ceasefire on oil prices and asking when will we see a return to pre-war price levels. We'll take an in-depth look at Saudi Arabia's real estate market and ask what impact are changes in foreign property ownership laws having on prices. Plus, we're going to take you to Saudi Arabia's northern borders region, where camels are central not just to the local economy, but also to sustainability efforts. A warm welcome to the programme. Now, in the context of geopolitical tensions, the World Bank has revised its Middle East growth forecast for 2026. This as disruption in the Strait of Hormuz has impacted oil revenues and regional trade. But in its economic update for the region, the World Bank says that the outlook for Saudi Arabia is the strongest amongst all the Gulf economies. Although down from earlier forecasts, growth in the kingdom is now forecast at 3.1% for the year 2026. Well, analysts say this relative resilience is a reflection of the ongoing economic diversification efforts, as well as Saudi Arabia's strong economic fundamentals. Well, with investors keeping a close eye on the Iran ceasefire and the talks that are being hosted by Pakistan, global markets ended the week mostly higher. Well, let's get more now on how regional markets have been performing. And we can speak to Jamil Ahmed, who is the chief analyst at GTC and a global markets commentator. Jamil, welcome back to the programme. Thanks for joining us. We saw an initial bounce after the ceasefire was first announced, and the situation remains obviously quite fluid. But just talk us through the general trends that you've been seeing in the markets.
Yes, you're correct, Tom. The situation definitely remains fluid, and investors are continuing to watch all headlines because this is a sentiment-driven international financial market, whether you're looking at regional markets or whether you're looking at global markets, or that be Wall Street, Europe, and so forth. We're reacting to headlines rather than economic data and themes, and I still think that's going to be the case for some time. Of course, we're all hopeful worldwide, and fingers crossed that this diplomatic mission that's set to take place in Pakistan this weekend leads to all tensions and any geopolitical issues easing, but nonetheless, we are seeing some risk appetite come back into the markets. So financial markets are looking more positive as a result of some investor confidence heading into these weekend talks. And of course, the ceasefire that was announced this week. We're also seeing a little bit of more and increased volatility in oil prices, but we were going to expect that after the sudden fall after the ceasefire was agreed. But what I think is more promising for the international investor landscape is that some of the trends we saw during this geopolitical crisis, such as significant strength in the US dollar as a result of investors rushing to cash is king mentality, where they just want to hold cash and the US dollar is a safe haven in their portfolio. We did see the sharpest drop since January, just the previous traded session. So I think investors are optimistic that things will get back to normal. But of course, we have to watch the headlines, and any investor needs to be very much up to date on potential risks. Investor education is absolutely critical at this time. Nobody knows what's going to happen in the world, but we're trying to react and watch every headline as they come through.
Okay, and you know, as we've been saying, a volatile situation, volatile oil prices, that's despite a sharp fall in the context of the ceasefire deal that was signed. I just want to ask you where you see things heading to.
So we saw the sharpest fall in a good couple of years, not since the Russian-Ukraine crisis did we see a fall like we did on the previous training session. But nonetheless, there's still some concerns and a number of questions that will remain unanswered for a long time to come. And that's what's helping oil prices move back towards $100. Of course, by the time these weekend talks conclude, and hopefully in a positive way, that oil price at $100 won't remain for that long, because it's going to create quite an inflation outlook for the world economy. However, I do think the questions that remain unanswered is pretty much what's going to happen to supply and demand. How long is it going to take for that oil that is stuck in the Strait of Hormuz? How long is that going to take to be transported to where it's supposed to be? And also, unfortunately, the regional issues that have taken place, where there has been infrastructure damage and so forth, what impact that's going to have on the region being able to produce that commodity. And also, based on the global economic repercussions, how much demand there will be for the commodity in the future. And unfortunately, there's just a lot of questions that don't have answers. And we're not going to have answers for some time. And that's why investors are still looking for a higher oil price for longer. And let's see what happens next.
And when you look at the currencies, you look at commodities, particularly gold, a lot of talk about gold the last few months, really. I mean, have you detected any changes in investor behavior?
I think what surprised a lot of investors, but in fact, when you look at geopolitical crisis, it can happen a lot, is gold actually fell during the initial aftermath of what unfortunately took place in the region. And of course, you look at gold as a safe haven, you think that if there's financial market uncertainty, economic uncertainty, and so forth, that gold will always benefit. And sometimes that's the case, but we never say never in international finance. And we did see gold prices actually fall significantly over the past month, all the way from above 5,000 to as low as 4,500 and below at some points. But we're starting to see a little bit of investor optimism come back into the gold market. I think that's a result of the weakening US dollar. So it was a clear portfolio restructure that we saw across institutions worldwide, where they were actually taking some profit off gold, moving holdings back into the US dollar as a cash is king mentality kind of trade. But now we're starting to see the US dollar weaken, and it would likely continue to be the case as long as these ceasefire talks do conclude optimistically this weekend. And that means that gold prices might actually benefit from this, although it will be seen as ironic because it will be seen as less uncertainty in the market. But the reason for this is that should we have a quick conclusion to what has been a very unfortunate crisis, it does mean that hopefully the world economy will start ticking again. And we're going to move back towards the themes that we've been speaking about for months, such as what's going to happen in the world economy, 2026, what is going to happen with central bank interest rates worldwide, where we're expecting more interest rate cuts, 2026. That's a benefit for gold. And in fact, because of this regional crisis that took place, we saw central banks indicating they will not be able to cut interest rates. And that also did lead to gold prices declining over the past month.
Jamil, the World Bank has issued a report about the region's economies, and it appears that Saudi Arabia is singled out for being the most resilient of all of the regional economies. I just wondered if you could just tell us a bit more about what that report says.
There's a couple of reasons for this. Overall, in terms of the headline economic figures, we're looking at GDP growth of Saudi Arabia now 3.1%, roughly 2026, somewhere down from the 4.2, 4.3% estimate that some institutions were suggesting just a couple of months ago. Of course, that is somewhat of a drop, but we have to compare that in a broader scope with what world economies and individual economies elsewhere worldwide will be looking at 2026. And all economies have been impacted by what has happened in the region. And that means that a lot of estimates are going to start being decreased in their initial estimates. But essentially what they've said is Saudi Arabia in the region will remain the top performing economy. It's seen as more resilient than its regional peers, and I would also say more resilient than some of its global peers as well. And one of the reasons why, if you look at the region, why the Saudi Arabian economy might not be as impacted as potentially where I'm situated now, is because if you look at what contributes to GDP, for example, Saudi Arabia is a growing tourism hub, but it's not known as a tourist hub. It's not known as an events hub. This is something that's tried to emerge over the past couple of years, but it's still on its way. Whereas if you're looking at the United Arab Emirates and so forth, so many events have been postponed. Obviously, tourism has been delayed based on what's happened. And that's why you're looking at some economies being a little bit more sensitive in terms of what's going to happen to economic projections than others. And that's also what's supporting the Saudi Arabian resilience message.
Okay, and just lastly, Jamil, I mean, despite everything, it does look, doesn't it, like business confidence in Saudi Arabia is still pretty strong.
We had PMI figures out this week, and we once again saw figures above 50, a number above 50, sorry. So basically, for those who are watching PMIs, any number above 50 signals growth in the sector, and a number below 50 signals contraction. So the business confidence reading that came out this week was above 52, so it's still quite above that parameter for growth. It was below, of course, the previous figure because of what's happened in the region, but it does show that private investment, private economy is still moving. You've still got the 2030 vision projects and so forth taking place. So not that much has been impacted longer term. It just happens to be a short term what's taken place, and hopefully remain short term. And as we sometimes see with issues in the world economy, no matter what jurisdiction or which location you're situated in, when you have a short-term impact in the market, it can be recoverable. And I do think that if we see the ceasefire hold, and hopefully all of these regional issues are put to bed at last, then the regional economies, the Saudi Arabian economy and the world economy as a whole can hopefully kick on towards what it was hoping to achieve in 2026.
Okay, thank you very much indeed for that. Jamil Ahmed, Chief Analyst at GTC and Global Markets Commentator. Thanks for your time. Well, as we've been saying, despite global and regional pressures, Saudi Arabia's economy remains resilient, with business confidence still in growth territory and with substantial foreign reserves, which far exceed the global average. Well, let's get more on all of this. We can speak now to Dr. Mohammed Makni, who is an Associate Professor of Finance and Business School Dean at the Imam Mohammed Ibn Saud Islamic University here in Riyadh. Thank you so much for taking the time to speak to us. I want to start by asking you what your feeling is about why the World Bank, which has just issued a report, considers the Saudi economy to be the most resilient economy in the region. What do you think the main factors are behind that?
I'm Mr. Tom, and thank you for having me. Actually, the Saudi economic, there is a lot of discussions these days, today, about the raising the tensions and how that will affect and impact in the Middle East, especially in the GCC countries. This area or this region actually, this is not the first time, actually. We have a long record with tensions in this area. So I think there is a big experience with the Saudi Arabia dealing with this kind of tensions. But what makes things very important for the GCC and particularly Saudi Arabia, when we talk about the global energy market stability for this sector, I think it came from this region. When we talk about the largest producers in the world, it came from the Saudi and all the other countries in the GCC. And also at the same time, we can't actually dealing with GCC countries the same, let's say, producers, because some of the countries here they face more challenge than others. But when we talk about the Saudi exactly, actually, this is the biggest economic in the Middle East. Also, I think we have an alternative way to continue producing oil. The East-West pipeline and impact in oil prices actually starting from the end of the February when the tensions start. We see the prices over $100. And 2 days ago, when the United States President Donald Trump starting 2 weeks, he announced 2 weeks starting for the ceasefire, it completely reflect or impact the oil prices less than $100. I think this is the main, let's say, the main important of the GCCs when we talk about the global energy market.
Okay, thanks for that, Dr. Makni. And something we've talked a lot about on this program is how the Saudi economy has diversified over the last few years away from oil. And I'm just wondering how significant you think that diversification effort has been in making the Saudi economy more robust, precisely in a situation like this one.
When we talk about the diversity in the Saudi economy, actually we have to mention the vision of 2030 plan. This strategy is completely changed the economic in the Saudi. And I think these tensions reflecting one important message for us. The vision 2030 is not optional, is essential at the moment. Because what we see from the strategic of the 2030, the first line defends our economics in the GCC countries. For that, I think, if we look to the figures from the official institution in the Saudi or in the GCC, we see how we have increase in non-oil sectors. during 10 years. I mean, from when we started this vision in 2015. And you can notice even during the COVID-19, the non-sector's oil increased better than oil sector in the crisis situation. And that's continue. And that's also, let's say, defends our economic. For example, last year, 2025, we see there is a 4.5% increase in non-oil sector for Saudi. And also when we look to the economic indicators, other economic indicators, you will see, for example, inflation. This is in a healthy level, even in the crisis situation. That's because of the vision 2030. Also, investment level. And last year, 2025, there is our balance almost $977 billion, which is a high number. These investors trust the area of the GCC and the Saudi Arabia particularly because of the Vision 2030. So I think today, as I said before, this is not optional. This is essential for us to continue in a Vision 2030 because what's happening after 2030 is really completely change our economics. Yes, there is some impact from these tensions, but still we can dealing with these tensions with a strategic 2030.
So just listening to what you're saying, I was trying to imagine what the reality would be for the Saudi economy without the diversification efforts that have been made and without Vision 2030. I mean, where would we be now if that vision hadn't been launched?
It will be actually a difficult situation. I think 2030 help a lot. And that's, we can see in the, as I said, in the indicators, the different today in the recovery, for example. I'm sure when these tensions finish in the area and the region, the GCC countries can recover quick because of this strategy. And one of the things I think we noticed during these tensions, in all the countries, they both side any conflict between them and they focus just to facing this challenge because they know the strategic or the one strategy which they launched in every country in GCC will help them together to survive and to continue at the same level of growth before or after even the COVID-19.
Okay. I'd like to ask you what sort of impact you see this conflict having on oil prices in the coming weeks. Where do you see things heading to?
I think I can put three scenarios actually. The first scenario, if the ceasefire continue and all the parts commitment with engaging in negotiation, I think everything it will be okay, and the oil prices will be in the range between $85 to $95 per barrel. But this is, I think, let's say, a optimistic scenario. The other scenario we talk, and this is the best scenario actually, and not all the parties actually commit for this negotiation, and this is the problem actually. If they didn't continue ceasefire during these 2 weeks, I think the oil prices will back again and sharp increasingly more than 100. And the other scenario, which is I think worst scenario, if the war more wide than what we see now, and I think this is will take more time. Not only during about this negotiation in these 2 weeks.
Okay, and just to summarize, I mean, how well do you think the Saudi economy has weathered this storm?
Regarding the Saudi, I think our economy is flexible and stable, and this is based the indicators of economic indicators. But does not mean we are far away from any impact. And here we talk about the oil exactly. Oil, because Saudi Arabia is one of the biggest countries producing the oil. But at the same time, we have to remember the Saudi east-west pipeline, invest in this line 45 years ago for this kind of situation. And now we produce from the Red Sea, and we're covering about 75% from which before we produce in East region. For that, I think the war time is very important. Even the tensions take a long time, that means more impact in our economic, especially in GCC. If the war or the tensions in this area ending by good negotiation between the countries, I think the Saudi and other countries in the GCC will recover quickly because of the vision 2030 for each country, and because of, as I said before, this is not the first time this country is facing a challenge like this.
Okay, well, thank you very much. We really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Dr. Mohammed Makni, Business School Dean at the Imam Mohammed Ibn Saud Islamic University here in Riyadh. Thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's get more now. We're joined by the head of risk engineering at Marsh, Nick Holland, who joins us now. Marsh is, of course, one of the world's leading insurance brokers. Nick, thank you very much indeed for joining us. I mean, the last few weeks, there's been pretty significant disruption to the transport of oil, gas, other vital commodities through the Strait of Hormuz. And I just wondered how we've seen companies adapting to this new reality.
Well, thank you so much for having us. It's fair to say that the story is no longer, I guess, a damage-based story, but instead a story of resilience. Across our region, we have multiple operators which have many capabilities to remain resilient in these times. I often look to value that resiliency based on volume, as well as the yield that we see that the energy sector is producing. Quite often in the world of insurance, when we look at major losses, we value it in two ways. We have the physical impact of that loss, but also the business interruption impact, the financial consequence of that loss. And for us in this region and for this industry, the return on capital employed and the amount of financial yield that's achieved across the process plant technology we have can be absolutely spectacular. And in cases we see those business interruption exposures being many magnitudes greater than the physical damage itself. Now, it's not to say that the system is broken. From the energy, from the aspect of the energy industry that we see, we're seeing some fantastic resiliency efforts and continuity efforts to sustain operations, but also adapt to find new ways to mitigate a number of those business disruption impacts that are occurring across the region here.
So we're basically talking about two types of losses here, aren't we? We're talking about damage sustained to facilities or to operational equipment. We're also talking about losses in terms of business that has not been done, revenue streams that have been cut. And I'm just wondering, how does an insurance company cover both of those sorts of risks?
Yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, the insurance industry is here to help passively transfer over a number of our operators' risks. We work in and we operate in a risk management industry, and a number of operators are doing some fantastic activities and initiatives to inherently and actively manage their risks day to day. But for the risks that they can't manage themselves, then they look to transfer those over to the insurance market as best as possible at the total cost of risk that is optimized for their business. There's a variety of different insurances that are available. We look at sabotage and terrorism, political violence coverage, as well as the extensive war coverage as well for a number of operators across the region here.
And are these scenarios, I mean, I'm assuming the answer is yes, but I mean, these are presumably scenarios that you at Marsh and other insurers have have had to sort of play out and sort of build different models based on different variables. I mean, would you say that you had planned for all of this?
It's absolutely. My sort of reason for being as a risk engineering function is to evaluate the quality of risk that we have in the region here, as well as the consequence of risk when things go wrong. We have some very positive features in the region which stand out notably for operators across the Middle East. When we look at business interruption in general, the resilience that we have across the sector here is just absolutely incredible. The amount of redundancy that we see, the amount of spare capital equipment that we see, the amount of additional logistics infrastructure in place, and that ability to re-optimize following a loss is going to be a key differentiator for this region once the logistical constraints open up. Today, the primary constraint that is limiting process plant utilization in the region is logistics, and it is the Strait of Hormuz. Once that opens up, we're going to see a significant amount of activity to ramp up and utilize all the available process plant equipment that's out here, which is some of the best in the world in terms of hardware, layout, process configuration, technology. The ability to re-optimize following that loss will be second to none in this region. And it's going to enormously mitigate a lot of the business interruption impacts that we see that are potentially at risk. So we do a significant amount of kind of pre-assessment, pre-modeling to often talk about the cost of risk and how much risk exhibits in this region here. But there are a huge number of variables at our advantage to re-optimize and bounce back stronger once these key logistical constraints are lifted.
Okay, just a couple more questions before we wrap up. I mean, I just wondered how you've seen your clients, companies reorganizing their operations in the context of these geopolitical tensions and keep energy flowing.
Absolutely. So we have some incredible chemistry in the region here, a significant amount of value that's added through that chemistry. We've seen operators adjust their production yields. So maybe they take a strategy which is more localized, so producing products and byproducts that benefit the local customers. We also see a shift towards goods which are easier to handle. So with key logistical constraints out the Strait of Hormuz around bulk solids, bulk liquids, we see a number of operators push towards packaged goods so they can distribute them and transport them in different ways by road and by rail, for example. Furthermore, we've seen a number of our operators take this opportunity to take some planned maintenance. So bring forward maintenance activities. For a large chemical facility, you might plan to have a 30 to 45 day outage on that every few years for your rigorous maintenance activities. By preponing a lot of those maintenance activities now, it means that from a timing effect, you're able to produce more later. So the kind of net balance of production within the next kind of 12 to 18 months should balance out as you preponed that maintenance, whilst banking in this sort of highly available, highly reliable unit that will restart as soon as possible.
Just lastly, Nick, I mean, I think a lot of people who even don't know very much about insurance language know the term force majeure. And we heard quite a lot about it during the course of the last few weeks. And I'm just wondering, what does it sort of mean in a very simple way? And how has it affected energy companies in their operations these last couple of weeks?
No, absolutely. I mean, force majeure is certainly never taken lightly. It is that condition, that clause that you can only deploy once you've exhausted every other alternative option. And operators, they do not want to be in that position of declaring force majeure, but there will be cases beyond their control, unprecedented cases like we have today, where they're going to have to deploy and utilize those provisions within their contracts. In terms of the operational element, the operational side of it, our operators would have looked at a variety of different alternatives. So how can they reorganize their process equipment in different ways, maybe running different raw materials, maybe changing the chemistry, the process conditions, maybe changing the severity of the process equipment that they are running to try and sustain their production and satisfy the customer demands. For any complex process facility, you will have tens of thousands of variables to match against tens of thousands of constraints. There's a huge amount that can be done to re-optimize equipment. And so to be in the situation where you have one constraint which you cannot satisfy with all the variables that you have will unfortunately lead to the situation of force majeure, and our operators are tank tops, unable to get their materials away, and will have to wait for that rate limiting final constraint to be lifted, or they can satisfy the original customer demands.
Okay, we really appreciate you taking the time to speak to us. Thank you very much indeed. Nick Holland, Head of Risk Engineering at Marsh. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much.
Well, let's turn our attention now to Saudi Arabia's real estate market and see what the broad trends are in the kingdom's three main residential markets, namely Riyadh, Jeddah and Dammam. Well, the regional property advisory firm Cavendish Maxwell has just published a report which shows that during the year 2025, performance in these three markets has been quite divergent. Riyadh saw a drop in the number of transactions compared to the previous year, but with markedly higher average prices. Well, property sales in Jeddah set some new records, with average transaction prices up sharply, while Dammam, a star-performing market, saw notable increases in both property values and volumes. So, what are the key factors behind these contrasting performances, and how is 2026 shaping up? Well, to help us answer those questions and more, we can speak now to Zaki Sajjad, who is the director at the Regional Property Advisory Cavendish Maxwell we were talking about just there. Thank you so much for joining us, Zaki. I mean, just first of all, could you just talk us through the main points that stood out for you in this report?
Yes, absolutely. Thank you very much for having me, first of all. So, as you alluded to, we've had a bit of a divergence across the kingdom. So if we look at Riyadh to start with, albeit transaction volumes are down slightly, sort of versus 2024, 2024 was a record average high, in that respect. So, and if we look at the average sales prices of both apartments and villas, they're both up at 6.6% and 9.7% combined. And, we're looking at an average transaction price of about 1.7 million Saudi riyals. So when we look at Jeddah by comparison, 30,500 transactions, the highest level in recent years. Dammam tells a similar story, albeit it was 9,500 transactions in 2025, and that's an 18.7% increase year on year, which is, as I said, a bit of a star performer there. So, and again, when we look at the average sale prices in both those locations, both Jeddah and Dammam, apartments up in Jeddah 1.2% and apartments in Dammam up 5.2% in value year on year, with villas in Jeddah at 3.2% up year on year and villas in Dammam 2.8% year on year. So that sort of gives you a bit of a picture of what's been happening across the three regions.
We've talked quite a lot on this programme about changes in foreign property ownership laws. And I'm just wondering what impact you're expecting those laws to have on the real estate market.
I think number one, positive. If we look at other sort of regional countries that have introduced foreign ownership, it's been quite successful for those countries. So I think the kingdom now stepping into this themselves and offering foreign ownership, residential foreign ownership, is a positive step. I think you will likely see quite a lot of demand there from foreign owners who are looking to own in the kingdom for a multiple of reasons. And that's, I think, obviously all of this is part of Vision 2030, which I think has been alluded to quite a lot. This is in keeping with the vision, and a lot of reforms from government, such as the white land tax reform and the rental reforms, are going to help to bolster this foreign ownership also.
And when it comes to those international buyers, are we seeing them perhaps focused on one area more than another, specific areas? Do they have any specific considerations that perhaps makes them different from local buyers?
Yeah, well, so, first of all, foreign ownership will not be permitted in the holy cities, so it's only in the other regions. And I think when you look at what's been happening, there's population growth certainly within Riyadh has been phenomenal over the last few years, and with what's to come in terms of Expo 2030, as well as some very high profile events such as the World Cup, which will be coming to the kingdom. And now, obviously, if we look at across various sectors and various industry, a lot of foreign talent now looking to relocate to the kingdom. With rents where they're at, this is allowing them to potentially get onto the property ladder and actually have an asset that is something that they can hold on to and build equity into.
So, bottom line, we can expect these foreign ownership laws to affect property values in a positive way, i.e., send them higher as demand goes up.
Yeah, absolutely. I think that will happen. Now, it may not happen overnight. Real estate, by its very nature, is an illiquid asset class. So, it takes a while for markets to really see that effect. And obviously, this is a fairly new concept for the kingdom. I think the initial foreign owners that step in, as we've seen in sort of other sort of neighbouring countries, and those first early movers benefited quite significantly in terms of the value that was added over the medium to long term, and in some cycles, even in the short term, depending on which cycles you're looking at. So, yeah, absolutely, I think that's part of it. And I think when you have Jeddah and that whole coastline becomes quite an attractive proposition, as well as what's to come in Dammam and the eastern provinces, again, slightly more affordable location than Riyadh and Jeddah. And so that will tap into a certain demographic of foreign owners as well.
I mean, looking ahead towards the end of the decade, as we often do, we talk a lot about the year 2030. I mean, what do you expect the state of the real estate market to be?
I mean, obviously, I don't have a crystal ball, so I can't sort of predict the future. But if you look at real estate traditionally, it's an asset class that over the medium to long term tends to perform well for people that invest into that asset class. And if we look at the vision of the kingdom and what is expected in terms of high profile international events, be that the MICE and various industry events that take place, as well as this this transformation across the kingdom, all of this is converging quite positively to have a very good future outlook for the kingdom in terms of real estate values.
Okay, well, we're going to have to leave it there because we're out of time, but really appreciate you speaking to us and telling us about that report.
Thank you very much.
Zaki Sajjad, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
And we're going to end in Saudi Arabia's northern borders region, where for centuries camels have been an important economic asset, playing a key part in transport and trade. Well, the region is home to some 57,000 of the animals, and in historical trade hubs such as Lina and Al-Mashadha, modern transport has gradually reduced dependence on camels. But these four-legged beauties remain central not just to the local economy, but also to sustainability efforts. Well, that's all we have time for. Thank you very much indeed for watching The Real Deal here on Al Arabiya English. We look forward to seeing you again next week.
New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani is nearing his 100th day in office. He campaigned on a platform of lofty social change, but has he delivered? Some on the left are angry at his social housing backflip, and the right are still warning of a mass exodus from the city. Has Mamdani lived up to the hype? I'm Melinda Nucifora. Stay with us here on Al Arabiya English. That Counterpoints debate is coming up soon.
Well, for more, we're joined now by Bhavesh Rawal, who is the General Manager for Banyan Tree Alula. He's also the Area Manager for Asha Valley in the Oasis City, overseeing our Habitats, Caravan and Mariah operations. Thank you so much for joining us, Bhavesh. I just want to start by asking, I mean, in a normal year, I mean, you probably expect to be seeing 300,000 visitors there in Alula, and I know there's a hope that it'll be a considerably larger number by the year 2030. But I want to start by asking you what sort of an impact you're seeing in Alula already as a result of the regional geopolitical tensions.
Tom, first of all, I just want to thank you for having me on this show. Obviously, we know that there has been a lot of things happening around the world at this point of time. But I would just say that Alula, we are still blessed. We had a very strong Eid. We actually closed the Ashur Valley almost 100% occupancy, which was great, right? But what we had to do was we had to change our strategy. And our strategy has mainly changed from the international tourist to the local domestic tourism. And that's what's basically bringing the people from Saudi Arabia into Alula at this point of time.
Right, and you're pitching your products and services at the higher end of the market, if I've understood correctly. Haven't been there yet to check out Alula, but I gather that what you're focused on is more the luxury end. Does that tend to be the end of the market that's perhaps the most resilient?
So it is, right? And I think, Tom, if you have not been to Alula, you got to come here, right? Because this is one of the best destinations you would have ever visited in your life. I can guarantee you that, right? And yeah, we do pitch into the luxury market. We do pitch into is a market which is basically with the high net worth people, but we also have the products which basically caters for the domestic and even the, I would say the local population as well, right? So we got people coming from the high net worth to middle class, and to all the categories.
Right, and as you mentioned, domestic tourists are a really big slice of the revenue pie for you. Are you seeing an uptick in people who live here in Saudi Arabia who want to go on a staycation, or who are perhaps a bit more focused on wellness than they would be in an ordinary circumstances?
Yeah, we have seen a big uplift on that, right? And especially when the flights has been a bit of a challenge with all the disturbances and everything happening around. We basically have pitched our products to the local market, and we've seen a lot of people actually coming from Medina, from Tabuk, from Jeddah, from Riyadh, trying to experience our beautiful property. And as you just said very correctly as well, wellness is one of our key roles, which we portray and which we position ourselves in this Ashur Valley.
Okay, I mean, it must feel a little bit like deja vu in a sense, in that, the whole world went through quite a tough time, especially the hospitality and tourism segments having to deal with COVID. I mean, are there lessons that were learnt during COVID, and perhaps as a result of those lessons, you're perhaps better prepared now for a situation like the one we're in right now?
No, we are definitely much more prepared. And myself have been in the Middle East for over 25 years, right? So I've seen around 4 to 5 situations like this, which has happened. And I think every situation just makes you stronger, bolder, and better. And the learnings from the past definitely helps. And that's why it's very important to be aligned in terms of changes, right? And we got to, again, keep changing our strategies in terms of the situation. And that's what we've done over here in Alula at this point of time.
Is there an argument for doing some improvements or some, upgrades to facilities? I know everything is pretty new there in Alula as it is, but obviously it wouldn't be a great time to repaint hotel rooms and that sort of thing if your occupancy was at 100%. So is there an argument for perhaps doing some of that stuff now?
We are, Tom, we are. It is great you mentioned that, right? And we always take the advantage of the situations like this, right, in terms of upgrading our products. So we are also looking into bringing some, I would say, different categories of rooms, which we have been thinking about from the past. And this is the perfect timings. We are trying to build a couple of more extra swimming pools. We're trying to, again, elevate the entire experiences. We're trying to upgrade our spa products, just to ensure that we are able to be aligned with what people want over here. And this is the best time to do it, when the occupancies goes a bit down and it's downtime, and we can do a lot of things.
Whilst obviously keeping a very close eye on the bottom line and managing your cost base, any sort of measures you're having to put into place at this stage, or are we not quite there yet with regards to perhaps some reductions in costs?
So no, we look at the business very, I would say, practicality-wise, right? And this is the time when we look into is the top lines and the bottom lines both. But at this particular time, we haven't taken any significant, I would say, cuts or anything, and I don't think so. We have to take it as well. But obviously, looking at the situation, we have done is the practicality of the things, which makes like putting people on vacations. Some people want to go and see their families for a bit more longer time, so we allow those things. And we basically just look into is not diluting the revenues, but again, to see how we can make the most of it in terms of situation where we can use a cross exposure of the properties as well. So we give people a preference that they can stay in the habitats and can visit Banyan Tree or can visit the Maria or can experience the Caravan. We put some very strong packages in terms of wellness, giving them some extra tools, which would have been a massive price if the market was stable. But at this point of time, they're able to come and experience all those beautiful value adds, what we have for our guests.
Right. So clearly you're having to be quite creative and you've got these offerings that perhaps wouldn't be there, because I presume now would ordinarily be peak season for you, or perhaps the beginning of the end of the peak season. What about collaborations with other businesses as part of your sort of add-on proposition to clients? Are you doing any collaborations with any other companies in sort of parallel sectors?
Yeah, we do, right? And what we've seen in Alula is the first 2 months, the Jan and Feb was one of the strongest months which we had experienced, right? Even the March, right, wasn't a bad month for us, to be very honest, right? And April is something where we're seeing a bit of dip. But what we've done is a collaboration with the third parties in terms of giving them more wellness initiatives, right? So we do is more sound healings, more night yogas, full moon yogas, Pilates, extra classes, and things like those with the third parties as well. We get people from cross countries. I get people from Dubai, from our different Banyan Tree hotels, from our Habitats hotels, just to give them more of a cross exposure for them as colleagues, and even an experience to our guests by bringing those people in and having some extra curriculum activities for them.
And just lastly, Bhavesh, I'm building up a picture in my mind of Alula with perhaps fewer visitors than it would ordinarily have at this particular time of year, and some great offers out there as well. It sounds like a very good time to visit.
It is indeed a great time to visit, and we have just launched some very, very good offers, and there's more in the pipeline as well. But if I was you, I was in Saudi Arabia, I would not miss a chance to come here if you have the time and the ability to come away to Alula.
Well, I think you've done a very convincing sell there. I'm definitely going to keep that in mind. Thank you so much. We're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time. Bhavesh Rawal, the area manager for Ashevali and Alula. Thank you very much indeed for joining us.
Thank you, Tom. It was a pleasure to be here.
A short time ago, the U.S. military carried out massive precision strikes on the 3 key nuclear facilities in the Iranian regime: Fordow, Natanz, and Esfahan.
What is happening today in the Middle East is not a fleeting moment. It is a new chapter in a long conflict between the United States and Iran, a conflict whose chapters have extended for more than 4 decades, transcending traditional borders and fronts. A struggle for influence, fought through sanctions, covert operations, and proxy wars. An American-Iranian conflict that has redrawn the balances of the Middle East. Its repercussions are still being written to this day. To understand what is happening today and how we reached this escalation, we must go back to the history of the conflict between the two sides since the Khomeini revolution in 1979 until today. Following the fall of the Shah's regime, students loyal to Khomeini stormed the American embassy in Tehran and held 52 American diplomats. For 444 days, in a crisis that shook relations between the two countries. When negotiations failed, Washington tried to end the crisis militarily through a secret operation known as Operation Eagle Claw in April 1980. But a sandstorm in the Tabas Desert led to the failure of the operation and the death of 8 American soldiers, turning it into one of the most embarrassing American military operations in the 20th century. During the first Gulf War in the 1980s, the conflict moved to the waters of the Gulf. In 1987, Iran targeted the American oil tanker Bridgeton with a naval mine, prompting Washington to respond with military operations against Iranian naval targets. In April 1988, the United States launched Operation Praying Mantis, a direct naval confrontation between the two sides, after the American destroyer USS Samuel B. Roberts was hit by an Iranian mine in the Gulf.
After receiving further data and evaluating information available from the Persian Gulf, we believe that the cruiser USS Vincennes, while actively engaged with threatening Iranian surface units,
A few months later, the Strait of Hormuz witnessed one of the most tragic incidents in the history of this conflict, when the American destroyer USS Vincennes mistakenly shot down an Iranian passenger plane in 1988, killing 290 civilians. With the advent of the new millennium, the confrontation moved to new arenas of intelligence and technology. In 2011, Iran shot down an American reconnaissance drone near the Fordo nuclear facility, then announced in December of the same year that it had seized control of the advanced RQ-170 Sentinel spy drone after hacking its systems. In 2016, tension escalated again when Iran detained 10 American sailors after they entered its territorial waters in an incident that turned into a media crisis between the two countries. However, the confrontation reached an unprecedented level in June 2019, when Iran shot down the latest American reconnaissance drone over the Gulf in an incident that almost pushed Washington to launch a direct military strike before it was canceled at the last moment. In early 2020, the United States assassinated Quds Force Commander Qasem Soleimani in an airstrike in Baghdad. Iran responded by launching ballistic missiles at American bases in Iraq, in the most dangerous direct confrontation between the two sides in decades. In the following years, the conflict took a broader and more complex form through proxy wars, with repeated attacks on oil tankers and commercial ships in the Gulf and the Red Sea, and increased attacks by Iranian-backed militias on American bases in Iraq and Syria, turning the region into an open battlefield between the two sides. With the outbreak of the Gaza War in 2023, the region entered a new phase of escalation. The scope of tension expanded to include Iraq, Syria, Lebanon, and the Red Sea, with mutual attacks and scattered military operations, turning the conflict into a wider confrontation in the region. In 2024, the region entered an unprecedented phase of escalation. Iran launched a direct missile attack on Israel. It moved the confrontation from shadow wars to direct strikes launched by Iran on Israel in response to the bombing of its consulate in Damascus and the assassination of leaders from the Revolutionary Guard. Hezbollah, and Hamas. Meanwhile, after years of conflict, Iran was managing the confrontation with Israel and the United States through its widespread proxies in the region, until the biggest shift came in 2025, when the conflict entered a new phase. In that year, the confrontation known later as the 12-Day War broke out, with Israel launching Operation Rising Lion on June 13th to strike Iranian targets, followed by American strikes in the middle of the night on June 22nd on nuclear facilities in response to Iran's nuclear progress. Iran responded by shelling American bases and Israeli sites, escalating the confrontations in a war that lasted 12 days, during which Iran directly targeted Israel with an unprecedented series of missile and drone attacks. During those 12 days, the Middle East seemed to stand on the brink of a full-scale regional war, with unprecedented activation of air defense systems and exchanges of strikes at unfamiliar depths between the two sides. Although the open confrontation stopped afterward, the old balance had been broken. As for 2026, the last lines of containment collapsed, and at dawn on February 28, the region began a new phase of direct confrontation, in which events accelerated dramatically, with wide-scale airstrikes launched by the United States and Israel on military and nuclear targets inside Iran as part of two military operations named Fierce Anger and Lion's Roar. This escalation came after the collapse of nuclear negotiations between both countries, while Iran continued enriching uranium and refused to halt its nuclear program. The first strikes focused on military installations and the infrastructure of Iran's nuclear program, particularly sites linked to the development of missile capabilities and sensitive facilities in Natanz and other areas inside Iran, in an attempt to weaken Tehran's strategic capability. During the first hours of the attack, pivotal events shook the structure of Iranian leadership, as the strikes resulted in the killing of Iran's supreme leader, Ali Khamenei, along with a number of senior military commanders linked to the Revolutionary Guard, dealing a severe blow to Iran's political and military leadership.
حرم جمهوری اسلامی ایران شهد شعیب گوارای شهادت را نوشیدم.
But the Iranian response was not delayed. Tehran announced the launch of Operation True Promise 3, beginning a wide wave of missile and drone attacks targeting Israel, in addition to civilian sites and oil facilities in the Arabian Gulf, Jordan, and Iraq. With the expansion of the strikes and counterstrikes, the confrontation quickly turned into an unprecedented direct war between Iran on one side and the United States and Israel on the other, with continuous Iranian targeting of Arabian Gulf countries and Erbil, pushing the Iranian regime to also deploy one of its most prominent arms in the region, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, to expand the scope of the confrontation and open a new front on the border with Israel, where it fired 6 rockets toward sites inside Israeli territory, a move considered a clear message that the war is no longer confined to one front. British bases in Cyprus were also attacked by drones. However, the Israeli response was not delayed. Israel launched a wide series of strikes targeting Hezbollah's military infrastructure in Lebanon, along with sites and field commanders linked to the party, as well as elements of the Iranian Revolutionary Guard, believed to be overseeing military coordination between Tehran and the party inside Lebanese territory. Tehran also used its allied militias in Iraq to target American bases and interests in an attempt to open an additional front in the confrontation. Tension expanded to reach Azerbaijan after Baku announced the foiling of attacks and intelligence operations attributed to the Iranian Revolutionary Guard. These included attempts to target sensitive sites and the Baku-Tbilisi-Ceyhan oil pipeline, which provoked Turkish and Gulf condemnations and fears of the conflict spreading to the South Caucasus. In conclusion, this conflict has been described by many concerned parties as an attempt to bring about structural change in the Iranian regime and to redraw the balance of power in the Middle East. Since that moment, the region has entered a new phase of escalation, where the confrontation is no longer limited to proxy wars, but has turned into an open multi-front confrontation that may change the shape of the region for many years to come.
The entire Western world has agreed with for many, many years. So.
New York Mayor Zoran Mamdani is nearing his 100th day in office. He campaigned on a platform of lofty social change. But has he delivered? Some on the left are angry at his social housing backflip, and the right are still warning of a mass exodus from the city. Has Mamdani lived up to the hype? I'm Melinda Nucifora. This is Counterpoints. Words are cheap. Solving a myriad of problems in a city the size of New York isn't. The city is facing a multi-billion-dollar budget deficit, which is challenging for a mayor who promised higher taxes for the uber-rich and more social assistance for the poor.
We are looking forward to building on our city's history of generating wealth across these 5 boroughs and on ensuring that that wealth reaches the lives of working-class New Yorkers, because for far too long the language of economic development and economic justice have somehow been characterized as if in tension, when our administration believes that they can be one and the same.
As Mayor Mamdani nears 100 days in office, the city boasted it's filled 100,000 potholes and brought down rat sightings by 30%. And that's great, and it's important. But he wasn't elected on his pothole promises. He was elected on the grand and socially compassionate vision for the city that he embodied. And for some, that shiny vision is starting to lose its luster. He campaigned on a promise to fix the city's homelessness crisis, but has reversed a pledge to expand a housing support program. And many supporters say they feel betrayed. So on this episode, we'll ask, has Mayor Mamdani delivered on his promises? Has his social democratic policies driven business out of New York, as some on the right have warned? And how will his success or his failure affect the future direction of the Democratic Party? Well, joining our debate is Amani Al-Khattatba, an American author, activist and tech entrepreneur. Reem Ibrahim is back with us, political commentator and former head of media at the Institute of Economic Affairs in Britain. And rounding out this Counterpoints panel is Szabos Kestenbaum, a political commentator for PragerU, an independent American media organisation. To all of you, welcome to Counterpoints. Well, the much-hyped New York Mayor, Zoran Mamdani, has been in office for almost 100 days. In the lead-up to the milestone, his office website read, "There's no problem too big or too small for the city government to solve." It went on to praise the number of potholes the city has filled on New York streets and how well the city weathered that recent historic snowstorm. And they're all important things. But while Mayor Mamdani may have tackled some of those smaller problems well, the bigger problems are proving harder to resolve. For example, the reversal of his election promise to uphold a key housing voucher program has angered many homeless support campaigners. So, Amani, let me ask you. There was a lot of hype around Mayor Mamdani when he ran for office. He was held up as this brave new face of change. Has he lived up to his promises?
Well, as the
only New Yorker on this panel, I think that I can personally speak to the experience of actually living under...
Not true. Not true. I'm a New Yorker, so you're wrong. But go on.
Oh, okay.
Sorry. Go ahead.
I wasn't aware
You got
of that
this.
from your gutting of Harvard University, so I didn't know that you were from New York originally.
So when people go to college, people go to college and then they go back to their home. I know it's a difficult concept, but go ahead. You got this.
Cool.
Okay,
anyway,
Amani, go ahead.
As I was saying, also, I really, this is really telling of how this panel is going to go already. So, take your seat, relax. We have a good 30-minute segment ahead of us. You'll have plenty of time to speak.
We do. We will all show each other respect. I know that this is going to be a little bit divisive, but Amani, let's...
Your first sentence was a lie.
Okay.
Your first sentence was a lie.
All right. Thank you for clarifying for Shabos, but let's jump back onto topic. Amani, has the mayor lived up to his promises?
Well, here's the thing. I think that his election alone is pissing off the right people or upsetting the right people, right? I think the only people that really have been contentious with his current term have been people that are harboring very backwards ideologies from an era that is bygone. Right now, I could say, especially as someone who has lived and worked in New York City for the majority of my adult life, that it has never been more optimistic. And the vibe has been just very hopeful for this new era. I think that even within just his first 100 days, he's shown to be an exceptional leader as well as politician compared to a lot of his colleagues, both at a state level and at a federal level. And he's really leading by example of what it looks like when young people from our generation that are really focused on progress and what this new era looks like have the reins to take the leadership, and especially when they are individuals that are from our own communities and from the people themselves, and know, how it feels, what that lifestyle is for people that are on the streets. Mm-hmm. I think that it shows what the potential really looks like in bringing that kind of lived experience into leadership and into political power.
Okay, Shabos, what do you make of this first 100 days? Do you think he has been an exceptional leader?
Yeah, I mean, he was pretty exceptional when 20 homeless people died in the New York City winter storm due to the fact that Mamdani reversed a decades-long policy of forcing those either who are houseless or mentally unstable from being in shelters. He said, we're not going to do that because it's not humane, and then 20 of them died. So I think that was pretty exceptional. I think when you have individuals like Richard Williams, a 83-year-old retired Army vet who is shoved and killed on the New York City subway tracks by an illegal alien who already had prior convictions, and the federal government didn't know about it because New York City is a sanctuary city and does not report any of its immigration policies or illegal aliens to the federal government. I think that's pretty exceptional. So when people make the claim that Zohran Mamdani is pissing off the right people, well, he's pissing off the 83-year-old Army veteran who's now dead. He pissed off the 20 dead homeless in New York City. He's certainly pissing off most of the New York City Council, even those in the DSA, the far left, because his policy proposals and his 2026 budget is just simply not rooted in reality. So I'm not entirely sure the substantive claims that you had made, because they really weren't rooted in numbers or reality or the facts on the ground. We know that most of the policies that he wanted to implement haven't actually been enforced or even proposed. So in that sense, I'm very appreciative of Zohran Mamdani. He talked about freezing the rent, and he's not going to do it because he never had the authority to do it to begin with. So I think that's really positive. He spoke about gutting the strategic response group and of the NYPD, and now he won't because he realizes that would be a really stupid thing to do. So I support Zohran Mamdani in the sense that he's actually backtracking on most of his campaign proposals, and I think that's a really good thing. So thank you, Zohran Mamdani. We appreciate it.
Reem, I'm going to come to you in just a moment for more of a global perspective on this. New York is a global city, but Amani, I want to give you a right of reply to that before we hand it over to Reem.
I think cherry-picking statistics is really convenient, but if you take any single one of those and compare them to the stats pre-Mamdani, you'll find that it actually has been a very impressive term. I mean, even just within his first couple of months as mayor, they recorded the lowest crime rates in New York's history. and among many other feats. And again, he has a whole 4 years ahead of him. But I think that this is really reflective of the kind of scrutiny that he invited, or I shouldn't say he invited, but that he was really imposed upon very early on before he was even elected, right? He is the first Muslim mayor of New York City. And for that reason, he's being held to a completely different standard. And a lot of political criticisms that, you know, his adversaries don't levy at other counterparts within government that have been in office for years and have resulted in these horrible situations. They don't dare bring up those same criticisms to those leaders, but instead lobby them against Zahran. And I think it is really reflective also of this trend of political Islamophobia that he has been really victimized by. And so, you know, I think that if we showed the same type of level of scrutiny to Mamdani as we do to other leaders, it would be, you know, not even comparable in terms of the impact that he's had in such a short amount of time.
Can I just understand the proposition here? The proposition is we should not be able to call out Zohran Mamdani's policies on illegal immigration. We are not allowed to call that out because that would be considered Islamophobic.
If I may,
right?
just jump in.
Proposition?
I think one must have some perspective in all of this. And I am British, but I am originally North African, grew up Muslim. And I think it is undoubtedly clear that Zohran Mamdani is being criticised for his awful policies and not because he is a Muslim. Now, we've got to look at this from an economic perspective. There is not very much that economists agree on, but the one thing that they absolutely do agree on is that rent controls are an absolutely terrible idea. Rent controls destroy the housing market. And of course, it means that you end up having a less supply as a result. Now, when you have legally mandated requirements for housing in the rental market and you reduce the capability for landlords to be able to actually raise that money, that means that money isn't spent. So you end up having lots of properties that are vacant. We know from every single study that has been done on rent controls, it does not work. San Francisco, for example, had a 15% reduction in their housing supply as a result of restrictions on the price of renters. Now we know, look at countries like Sweden, where Stockholm had enormous amounts of people on a waiting list to even get onto the rental market. Now, thankfully, Zohran Mamdani does not have an awful amount of power to literally do by and by restrictions on the price of rent. But what we do have is de facto restrictions, freezes on the increase in rent in those particularly rent-controlled properties. Controls on rent are an abysmal way to solve the housing crisis. It
can't be denied that New York is not a livable city. I mean, the City Council has just released a study saying that almost 2/3 of people in New York cannot live to a reasonable standard. So, I mean, surely he's trying to do something, and isn't that a good thing?
It's well-intentioned, but it's an awful way to do it, and it will make the situation far, far worse. So if you want to actually ensure that house prices are affordable, that we have lots more houses, you have to increase supply. It's basic economics. If you increase the supply and demand remains relatively the same, prices will come down. The problem is people do not understand the way that markets work in this particular instance. If you want housing to be affordable, you must build more houses. And the best way, Zohran Mamdani or indeed any politician could ensure that housing is affordable in New York would be to completely abolish zoning laws. Those zoning laws, those restrictions that make it far too difficult to build, end up resulting in less supply. And I think that that's really the important point here. When we're looking at Zohran Mamdani, it's only been not even 100 days yet of him being mayor. And there isn't very much that he particularly can do. But it's the politics of this. It's the politics of wanting to control the market without fully understanding how it operates. If you want New Yorkers to be able to afford to live in New York, build more houses.
So, Amani, we have seen the mayor go to the White House, and he showed that, faux front page to President Trump saying, let's build. I mean, that's a sign that he's also trying to increase supply in New York, isn't it? It's not like he's ignoring the supply issue.
I mean, contextually, New York City is absolutely in the midst of one of the worst housing crises that it's ever seen. And this is just multiplied by the fact that we're in the middle of an economic crisis, both domestically and internationally as well. And what's so refreshing about Mamdani's leadership and why he garnered so much support amongst New Yorkers and why he won is because he is really dedicated to shifting that perspective back to the grassroots level and to everyday New Yorkers that are directly impacted by these financial developments. If I'm looking at housing specifically, I'm personally really inspired by the fact that he's the first mayor to hold rental ripoff hearings. He has successfully garnered tens of millions of dollars.
Just a moment, Reem. I'll come to you in a moment. I just want to hear at the end of Amani's point, because I was going to bring them up. That's interesting. I mean, that he's holding people to account.
He's holding landlords accountable, and he is winning huge settlements from horrible housing situations and putting that back into the quality of the housing situation itself. And in that way, you know, I think even looking beyond just the housing, but also just workers as a whole, you know, like he has been really recovering a lot of wage restitution for workers and really putting the people that have lives directly impacted by this current crisis front and center. Obviously, that is something that is not going to make a lot of people happy. He's arguably one of the only politicians that we have in office right now that isn't in the pocket of the billionaires or has them in their ear or is really abiding his policy by the lobbyists that are supporting him. But he, again, because of the fact that he is a New Yorker through and through, he knows the issues directly impacting everyday New Yorkers, and that's where he has put his vision.
Shabbos, I can see you reacting there, but I said to Reem that we would come back to you. Reem, go ahead, and then I'll hand it over to you, Shabbos.
Landlords are constantly demonised for this fundamental problem, which is that people are upset that rents are too high. And so they want the government to come in and get involved and freeze those rental prices, go after the landlords. It's clearly them that are too greedy. It is clearly them that is increasing prices. It's a market, right? It's a housing market. You have to ensure that supply isn't being increased. Now, if a landlord, we've got to think about the incentives here. If a landlord cannot raise its rents, they cannot increase the revenue that they are receiving, and they are legally required to have certain standards of housing, they cannot do that. They cannot operate in the market. And so what ends up happening is renters end up getting the real awful end of the stick, because you end up being in a situation where, as a renter, you are one of hundreds of people applying for one particular home. If you want to ensure that renters have more power, if you want to ensure that renters have even more support in order for them to be able to choose great quality housing at an affordable price, you do that by understanding the way that a liquefied market works in housing. You have to ensure that there is their supply. When you relax zoning regulations or indeed abolish the entirety of them, you end up having a situation in which there is incentive for landlords to compete with one another. Landlords should be able to compete with the high-salaried, fantastic, intelligent, wonderful New Yorkers that they are. But they are not.
I appreciate that you are so theoretically knowledgeable, and oh my God, you know more than the people governing us with these types of, you know, economic philosophies and whatnot. But what you're talking about is so detached from reality. It's so detached from the average person's living experience, especially if you're talking about New York. You want to bring this type of theory about what's best for landlords in the rental market, and you want to apply it to New Yorkers.
What's best for renters.
For the first time, the average rent in New York City is exceeding $4,000. It's more expensive than the average wage in New York City, okay? People aren't able to afford to live in the city in which they work, and you want us to be concerned about landlords and their competitiveness within the market? It's absolutely absurd, and this represents...
What I am saying, no, it's not absurd. If you listen to what I was saying...
from the current crisis.
If you listen to what I was saying, if you have landlords competing with one another, they are competing for renters. Therefore, they will lower prices. Rents cannot come down unless landlords are competing for renters. That's how a market works. It's how supply and demand works. We cannot be in a situation where we're saying the incentives or the intentions or the desires of landlords and renters are the complete opposite. They are not. This is not some kind of exploitative relationship in which they have to be. It's only exploitative. It's only damaging for... Let me finish.
Just a moment, Amani. Let Reem finish, and then we're going to hand it to Shabbos. Reem, finish up, and then I'll hand it to Shabbos.
the rental market ends up becoming extraordinarily damaging for renters when there isn't that supply. And when landlords are being demonised as a result, the people that should be demonised are the politicians that introduce all of these extraordinary regulations and zoning restrictions that make it very difficult for the situation to expand, for there to be more supply. If you want renters to have more power, you must increase supply, and rent freezes, rent controls, restrictions on the price of housing are the worst way to do that and the best way to destroy a beautiful city.
OK, Shabos, react to what you've been hearing, but also this argument from Reem with regards to needing to increase supply. Not a lot of homeowners want that because more supply reduces the value of their properties. They don't want more supply. They want to have that vital asset that then is worth a hell of a lot more.
Well, I'd say a couple of things. First of all, I may not be particularly intelligent, but I'm smart enough to know you don't disagree with Reem when she's discussing economics. And I would also say it's quite a damning indictment on the state of our political culture that we have to go on national television and discuss basic market capitalism 101. But I digress. So I'll say two things. Number one,
that's probably why he was elected, though. He elected,
right,
he said he's a social. And so maybe a lot of people aren't happy with the way that capitalism is going for them.
Well, I mean, I think I would say probably the most interesting exit poll from the New York City mayoral election was that if you were living in New York City for 10 years or less, you overwhelmingly supported Zohran Mamdani, whereas if you were living in New York City for 10 years or more, like me, even though my co-panelist suggests I don't live there, you supported Andrew Cuomo. I mean, to be fair, I didn't like Andrew Cuomo, but at least it wasn't a socialist. What's great about socialism is you have a documented 100-year history of failure. So you don't actually have to, explain these things in depth. You could just look at basically every other country or even locales. Reem mentioned San Francisco, where they tried these things and they just never once worked. So again, I'll make two quick points. I support Zohran Mamdani in the sense that he's a gifted politician who recognized once actually getting into office that he will never be able to succeed on the policies he campaigned on. So the New York Police Department still has a gang database. The New York Police Department is not being abolished, which is things he wanted to do. Taxes on the rich have not gone up, even though they're the highest in the nation. The strategic response group is still operating. Cops are still fielding mental health calls. The rent has not been frozen. Rikers Island is still open. So most of his campaign core promises have been broken, and I think that's a good thing. His supporters will pretend they haven't been, but that's just coping. In terms of the practicalities, it is obvious, and again, it's a damning indictment on our American political culture. We have to explain this. If you freeze the rent, you have therefore killed any incentive that property owners, that land developers have to, I don't know, develop property and build rentals and units. What we need to do is not for the sake of the greedy landlord, but for the renters themselves, is we need to build housing. And one of the ways you build housing is you get rid of the odorous zoning regulations and rules in New York City. It takes years to build a home. It takes years to build apartment complexes. So if you truly wanted to bring down the rent, you would encourage market-based solutions. What you would not do is take failed economic policies of disastrous third world countries where individuals are fleeing in rafts to get here to escape their socialist countries and say, you know what we should do? Let's try those things, because that would be idiotic. That would be suicidal. Zohran Mamdani has accurately diagnosed the problem of affordability, the problem of New York leading this country, excluding California, in out-migration. What he has done disastrously is providing antidotes that would only make the problem worse. We all want affordability. Where we disagree as to what to do about it. So, Raymond, I believe you use market-tested theories that have worked and alleviated people out of poverty. There is no economic system like capitalism that has alleviated tens and hundreds of millions of people all over the world the way that capitalism has. Has there been excess? Have there been problems? Absolutely. But that does not mean you obliterate the system in its entirety, which is what Mamdani is trying to do, and he's learning quite quickly. You can't do that, which is why he's backtracking on most of his problems. And saying that is not Islamophobia. Saying that is being a rational human being.
It's also, if I may just add to that, part of the problem is I think our conversation and definitions about what capitalism actually is seems to be rather skewed. You know, lots and lots of New Yorkers will say, well, I feel oppressed because of capitalism. And I think a lot of it is crony capitalism. Crony capitalism is abysmal. It is the government getting involved with large businesses, cooperating with one another, often creating regulations and restrictions that make things far, far more difficult. What I talk about when I talk about capitalism is the voluntary exchange of goods and services, right? It's consent. It's a system based on consent. It is moral, but also free. When governments get involved, which is exactly what's happening across the entirety of this great nation, is people are seeing this and seeing governments get involved, and you have enormous amounts of lobbying, enormous amounts of special interest. Now, someone like Zoran Mamdani, I genuinely do think is well-intentioned. He's well-intentioned in that he is extraordinarily effective as a communicator, but also is able to cut through to those people. So politically, he's extraordinarily successful and still is. Part of the reason why he won and part of the reason why he still remains popular. But the actual solutions that he has proposed to all of these problems that are absolutely real, the problem of food affordability, he said, well, why don't we just get more government-owned shops? I mean, it's a totally abysmal solution to the actual, genuinely very real problem. If you want things to be cheaper, if you want prices to be lower in every aspect, whether it be housing or food or any particular good that people want and need and want to consume, you have to increase the supply. And the way you do that is increase the incentives to build, increase the incentives to create. I would probably say that the tariffs have had an enormously damaging impact on food imports, and therefore it means that Americans aren't able to access those foods. I must say, coming from the United Kingdom, one of the things I was really surprised by is how expensive food is in the United States. Part of that problem is when you increase those costs, of course, that ends up being passed on to consumers.
Okay. Amani, I can see in your face that you want to respond to that. A quick reply from you, and then I'm going to move us on to our next segment.
Again, nothing that my co-panelists are saying is innovative or enlightening. They're really just defending an old guard way that exists currently, has existed for decades.
Doesn't currently exist.
Society,
but that
has resulted.
Just a moment, Reem. Let Amani finish, because I need to keep us moving.
We've seen the result of capitalism within the United States. We've seen the result of completely unregulated markets, especially
the richest
with
nation
housing.
in the world.
It has resulted in mass displacement of the most vulnerable members of our communities. The New Yorkers that have been born and raised and lived here are being ousted and outpriced within their own housing. They're dealing now with deed theft, where they're literally being pushed out of homes that they've lived in for their entire lives. So yes, we absolutely need more regulation on housing so that the people that need housing the most have the chance to get the housing. And yeah, I do think that having subsidized groceries and basic necessities for people to survive during this crisis is necessary, because unfortunately, we are being led by leaders that have completely mismanaged any type of budgets that are in their hands. We're dealing with a lot of corruption. We're dealing with an Epstein class. We're dealing with our economy literally being funneled out away from basic American lifestyles. Reem, you're talking, again, from the clouds. You know, you're over there detached in the UK trying to impose your opinions on what's going on in the States. Honey,
so I now live in the US, so again, you're wrong about where I am.
All right. I'm going to move us on. I'm going to move us on from housing, because we need to keep
are not being satisfied.
We need to keep progressing.
It's like literally from a different universe. Like, it has no
desire.
Okay.
Real life experience to Americans.
Is so strong. Your desire to attack people personally is so strong.
Okay.
So you're so angry about this. The fundamental problem here is your anger is being directed.
As if your anger is being it's following this ideology that people from the outside can impose their opinions on the people actually living the problems that we're trying to solve here. So yeah, you actually represent
Shabbos, no, hold that thought, Shabbos, because I'm
part of the problem.
Okay, I'm gonna come to you in a moment, Shabbos, because I'm just gonna move us from housing onto, as we've been talking, economic structures here, because during the election campaign, Mamdani famously said that he didn't think billionaires should exist. Many of the rich and the super rich threatened to leave New York City in the event that he won the race. He subsequently did. And instead of a mass exodus, some, such as hedge fund manager Bill Ackman, even offered to work constructively with the mayor on some of the important, financial structures of the city. So, Shabbos, if we look at the fiscal aspect here, has Mamdani been a threat to the rich? Have we seen this mass exodus of the billionaires out of the city? I don't think so.
Well, two things. Mamdani is not merely a threat to the rich. Mamdani is a threat to anyone who believes in economic prosperity, that you are not regulated to live in the socioeconomic status you were born into. And number two, it's not like, what's my opinion? Just look at the data. In fact, New York State, their own government accountability office, put out a poll that put out a statistic that found that New York State actually lost $13 billion because our tax base of the top 1-2% is getting smaller and smaller because, as I was saying earlier, New York leads the country outside of California when it comes to out-migration. So people are already leaving the state. In fact, 52%
Is that just because they can't afford to live there?
It's a combination of individuals are getting priced out, which is, again, why rent control would kill any incentive that property developers and landowners have to build new property and make it more affordable. It's also a combination of 52% of all of the revenue come from 2% of the tax base. So why would you pay 52% of everything you are making every single year to a government of which is incompetent, is run in a corrupt, abusive manner, and you don't see any of the services in response? So again, Mamdani did a good job at diagnosing the problem. He mentioned affordability every other noun, but that doesn't mean he offers solutions that are in any way compelling to the majority of the people of New York. And you know who recognizes this? Weirdly enough, a person I'm not even a fan of, the governor, Kathy Hochul, Julie Mann, the city council speaker, even members of the DSA, Democratic Socialists of America, have come out against Mamdani's budget for 2026. So it's not that, the rich are fleeing. It's that most people are fleeing because we can't afford it. And the policies that Mamdani would produce would make it even more unaffordable. And I have to say, the idea that you would attack someone like Reem for coming in from the outside, even though she lives in the United States, well, by that logic, Zohran Mamdani, hang on.
Or they're fleeing because the super rich are seeking their wealth elsewhere. Like, which is it?
Well,
you're saying both.
Obviously.
Well, if you had the intellectual capabilities to understand what I'm saying, you'd be able to know that.
Okay, with respect, Shabos.
So,
with respect.
I literally said, with respect, if you had the brains to understand what I was saying, you would be able to comprehend that I mentioned two things are true at the exact same time.
If you had the moral clarity that is required to engage in any type of political or social discussion, then that would be a completely different story. We wouldn't even be having this conversation right now. But
we'll keep the
personal points that are generic like yours.
We'll keep the personal arrows out of it. Let's stick to, because there's enough to disagree on Mamdani's policies than disagreeing on personal elements with each other.
Right.
Shabos, finish your point.
Let me finish. The idea that someone like Reem can't have an opinion because she was born outside of the United States but now lives in the United States. I mean, using that same logic, Zohran Mamdani.
I never said that. I'm saying that her opinions are completely detached from the reality. That's what I was saying, which they are. And also, it is very, very much part of the issue that we're dealing with, where we have people that have nothing to do with the lived experience that we're dealing with, trying to impose their opinion as if that opinion is more superior to it. So yeah, absolutely, there is an issue with that.
Right. So by that same logic, we should not be listening to a foreign-born individual like Zohran Mamdani, who was born in Uganda and only became a citizen, 5 years ago? Someone whose own mom says he does not identify as an American. So I just want to use your own logic. So let me just recap. Two things are true at the exact same time.
That's actually not following the same logic.
In our country,
speaking of intellect, that's actually not following the same logic at all. You're talking about someone that was
this entire conversation
in New York and has lived in New York
absolutely
for the majority
insane.
Of his life.
What is it with American politics in which everybody...
Have you visited New York before?
No,
have you stepped foot in New York before?
Have I? Of course I've been to New York. The fundamental problem here...
So you want to compare your tourism to somebody that has lived here for the majority of his entire life and say that that's equivalent? This really represents the biggest conflict that we have with policies today. We have people that are completely detached from any of that experience, trying to formulate an opinion on those policies, and it's really...
This entire conversation is based on personal attacks, and I find it absolutely astonishing that we're currently in a situation in which three people cannot have a conversation about policy and about the consequences of electing somebody like Zohran Mamdani, who has had an enormous impact, even globally. We cannot have a conversation without resorting to personal attacks. Both of you have then decided, for some reason, to go after each other personally and after me personally. I don't care who you are, where you come from. I care about the facts. The fact of the matter is, we're looking at what Zohran Mamdani has done.
The fact of the matter is that you're a capitalist, and that's why you have an issue, apparently, with Mamdani's policy, even though capitalism is all that we've ever seen that has resulted in this crisis.
I am a capitalist, and I'm proud. I am very proud to be a capitalist. I'm very proud to be...
Amani, let Reem finish. Go ahead, Reem.
I'm very, very proud to be a believer in a system that believes in freedom, that has liberated millions of people across the world out of poverty. I'm originally North African. I've seen what socialism has done to my country, Egypt, and indeed what it does to millions of people that want to have economic prosperity.
Okay, Reem, let me bring you back to the question
about billionaires.
Are they fleeing? Has he driven out, or was that just a talking point from the right?
It wasn't just a talking point. What it does do is a conversation about whether or not Zoran Mamdani said these things and whether or not he actually implemented the policy. So he said he wants to introduce a wealth tax. He does not have the power to introduce a sweeping wealth tax on every single billionaire. However, if he was to have done that, that absolutely would have had an impact on capital flight. People leave countries, people leave jurisdictions, especially in a country as enormous and as prosperous as America. It is absolutely certainly true that there will be people leaving if that kind of policy was introduced. We know that there are people that have left. Whether or not those incentives are as a result of rent controls, restrictions on housing, affordability, or indeed if it's as a result of wealthy people not being able to leave, we don't know. We do know that from the actual money that the revenue that they're currently introducing, more and more wealthier people, people that contribute an enormous amount of money to the state, are actually leaving as a result. Now, the fundamental problem here is the demonization of billionaires, right? Anybody that has criticised billionaires, or indeed the existence of billionaires, as Zoran Mamdani has, believes that there is a fixed amount of wealth. There is a fixed pie, and that pie cannot grow. And therefore, if somebody else is successful, that means that you cannot be as successful as them. That's not true. If we have an economy that is growing, and this country is growing, unlike many, many other countries, unlike the United Kingdom where I've come from, when you have a country that is growing, the size of the pie expands. That means there is more to go for everyone. This is the politics of prosperity. It means that everybody, no matter where you come from, who you are, what colour your skin is, what language you speak, you can be prosperous. It doesn't come from the politics of jealousy. It doesn't come from the politics of tax the rich. These are easy solutions. It comes from economic freedom. It comes from people being able to exchange with each other without the government telling them they can't. It applies to housing. It applies to food. It applies to financial services. It applies to absolutely everything. If we want New Yorkers to be richer, get the government out of the way.
Mm-hmm.
Can I quickly add to what Reem just said, because she totally nailed it. I think when I grew up on the political left, especially when it came to economic policy, we were kind of fed this diet of political indoctrination whereby if people are getting wealthy, it's at the expense of someone else, right? Particularly the poor. They're stealing the money. Yet within a market economy, we exchange and interact with businesses, with transactions on a voluntary basis. So on a national aggregate level, it's true. The rich have gotten far richer in the last 10, 20 years. What is also true is the middle class has also gotten richer. Now, has it kept up at the same pace and the same rate? Absolutely not. But yes, the data and the numbers and all the policies and economics don't lie. The middle class has
anymore. What statistics are you reading off of?
Okay, I encourage you to literally read any statistic, but particularly from the Treasury Bureau, from the Treasury Secretary himself. Every single month, we release, through the Bureau of Labor Statistics, we release numbers and reports as to how well the financial health of the United States is going. And it has been clearly shown that while it is true, the middle class wealth has not kept up at the rate it has in, let's say, the 70s and 80s due to wage stagnation. What is also true is they have gotten richer on an aggregate level. We have a quality of life that would have been unthinkable even 50 years ago. It is very common, maybe not in New York because we have the transportation system, although I'm not sure how much longer that'll last, but it's very common for individuals in the United States to own two cars. It's very common for individuals in the United States to have air conditioning. You know, the modern amenities that we're used to would have been unthinkable 50 years ago. We have a greater standard and quality of life. And why I'm so concerned about Zoran Mamdani is he explicitly campaigned on getting rid of those private individual liberties. This is someone who used his inaugural speech to talk about the warmth of collectivism. We have people, especially in New York City, like the Persian community, like the former Soviet Union community, who fled those countries because they had charlatans like a Mamdani figure talking about the warmth of collectivism.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll say this for the fourth time and then I'll shut up. I agree with Mamdani's diagnosis of the problem. It is not affordable to live here in New York City. But all he is going to do is add fuel to the fire and make all of these things far worse, because what we need is an incentive structure. We need more capitalism. And as a newly minted conservative, I think we should just play this interview on recording and get the American people to see that there is a difference. ideologically and politically and economically. I very much am proud to subscribe to the mantra of capitalism. I don't think it's perfect, but I think it has alleviated hundreds of millions of people out of poverty in a way nothing else did. And unfortunately, the other side believes in something like Mamdani's Housing Authority director when she said that private ownership is white supremacy. So I think we should just campaign on recording all of these clips.
Please, you just keep replaying these clips for our show. We'd appreciate it. Okay, Amani, are we... Good one. We're kind of coming towards the end of the debate, so I want to bring you back to the topic of billionaires. Respond to that discussion. Should they exist? Do you agree with Mamdani that they shouldn't exist? Is there only a certain pie, or is the prosperity growing?
I absolutely believe that billionaires shouldn't exist. There is literally no reason why a handful of billionaires should be hoarding the world's wealth when poverty, homelessness exists, so many social issues that can easily be fiscally repaired. No, there is absolutely no reason for billionaires to exist right now. And unfortunately, this really backwards, defunct system that my co-panelists have spent the duration of this panel defending is actually the reason why the middle class in the US alone shrunk by over 10% within the past few decades because of that capitalism. The middle class is getting smaller, but at the same time, it's really the upper class and the upper middle class that has been significantly expanding as a result of those policies. So when my panelists are over here defending capitalism and talking about the market economics of it, what they're talking about really is for the select top 10%. And the top 10% of the world's wealth is, or the top 10% of the wealthiest people are hoarding 75% of global wealth, while the bottom 50% only is distributing 1 to 2% of that global wealth. That absolutely does not make sense. It's an outdated model for relics of the past, for corrupt politicians, for corrupt billionaires. And to be frank, the only way that it's possible to become a billionaire in the current circumstances is surely through exploitation. You know, this figment of the imagination, this abstract fantasy that becoming a billionaire is due to skill set or genius. You guys are really being played out and brainwashed by that. Both of you have a far greater chance of becoming homeless tomorrow than ever seeing $1 million in your life, let alone $1 billion. And the fact that we have billionaires going completely unregulated, being able to use exploitation, being able to violate basic labor principles in order to accumulate their wealth, to hoard it from the rest of the world, and especially as we've seen in the United States, so many of those billionaires are American, unfortunately. I think that we absolutely must be going in that direction of, okay, how do we redistribute that? What are the policies that exist that allow this corruption to take place where only a few select individuals can hoard all of this wealth when Americans, like I said earlier, we don't even have health care, we don't have subsidized education, we don't have so many of the privileges that many other Western countries get to enjoy, and yet America is being touted as, the American dream globally, but we are being robbed. The American people are being robbed, and it's being robbed because of this outdated, backward system that my co-panelists are just so eager to defend. That's a really, really unfortunate hill to die on.
Well, first of all, we spent $4 trillion. We spent $4 trillion. Go ahead. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I mean, it's really interesting with the comparisons about Western European countries, or indeed Western countries overall. America does not have a perfect healthcare system, for example. But what you're advocating
far
for
from it, people would argue, Reem. Far from it.
Oh, absolutely not. I mean, it's pretty abysmal in certain situations, and I think a lot of it is to do with the enormous amounts of government interventions and regulations and restrictions and subsidies, the way in which pharmaceutical companies have an enormous hold on politicians. Now, where Amani is correct is that actually a lot of billionaires absolutely are able to increase their wealth as a result of expansions in the government, and expansions in corruption, I think is the word she used. Now, I would call that corruption predominantly crony capitalism. It's the idea that a lot of these billionaires, for example, somebody like Elon Musk, who a lot of his businesses have had enormous subsidies from the federal government. And actually a lot of these extraordinary amounts of wealth do come from government subsidies, government regulations that mean that smaller companies are shut out of the market. A lot of regulations actually end up preserving the dominance of the larger companies as well. So what it liberates those particular people and what liberates the market itself and what makes markets actually work for everybody and not just those super politically engaged and politically active wealthy people is capitalism, and it's the market. Now, what do I mean by that? I do not mean these enormous amounts of very, very wealthy people being able to shake hands with politicians and get special privileges. What I mean is completely dismantling that system. And that's why I'm a libertarian. I believe that the government should be smaller and we should have far, far less of that corruption. But where Amani and I disagree is Amani believes that that corruption comes from those particular private sector businesses. I believe the corruption comes straight from the government because the government have a monopoly over power. They can control what occurs. They can create laws and subsidies and restrictions. They can tell businesses and consumers what they can and cannot do, and that makes people poorer. If you want people to be richer, set them free. Get the government out of the way. If I may just make this point about healthcare. I came from the UK, where we have a national healthcare system, and we currently have the second highest avoidable mortality rates in all of Western Europe. The NHS and socialised healthcare in general is not to be envied, and I think we really must make this point. Yes, the American system is far from perfect. My God, there is so much that can change, so much more that can be adapted, and so much more power that can be handed into the hands of consumers. But do not look at countries that have socialised healthcare with envy. Many people are campaigning against it as a result of the fact they have family members that have died due to poor healthcare. You know, we look at government targets. People are being left outside of NHS hospitals because their target doesn't start.
Only the people that can afford it can get decent healthcare?
No, actually, I think one of the best systems in the world is the Netherlands, where we have social healthcare systems. So it's an insurance-based system. There is competition. You still do get health insurance. But of course, there is a government minimum statutory package. So the minimum amount that people can have, there is always that guaranteed. There is always that safety net guaranteed. But everything else is a competitive market. And it's really about understanding incentives. If you want healthcare providers to be able to do a good job, you need to make sure people have choice. In America, they don't really have that choice. In the UK, they certainly don't.
Okay, we're almost getting out of time, so I'm just going to move us away from healthcare. Shabos, you go ahead with what you were going to say.
Yeah, so I'll just one quick point on healthcare, which is that the U.S. government spends roughly $2 trillion every single year on healthcare. In fact, when you title in all entitlement programs, Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid, we spend roughly $4 trillion on those things every single year. So the idea that we don't have the money to do it is simply not true. What we lack is the competency. I also want to say, and this is incredibly important for everyone to understand, this is not my right-wing talking point. This is data from the Federal Reserve, from the Treasury Department, from the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It's true. The United States middle class is shrinking, but that is because primarily a growing number of households are no longer in the middle class. They are now in the upper middle class income bracket, which starts at roughly $135,000. That is because on an aggregate level, the American people are getting richer. We may not feel that way because, like in New York City, we are the highest tax city in the country, but numbers don't lie. I encourage all of you to Google this yourselves. The middle class is shrinking because Americans are getting wealthier. And I agree, I have a higher chance of being homeless than a billionaire, and that's mostly because I'm a New Yorker who's going to be living under Mamdani's policies, which will kill any incentives that, as I keep saying, property developers, landowners have to build more things and to decrease the amount of wait lines that people have to actually afford a place to live. And the last thing I'll say, and then I'll shut up, which is, again, fundamentally, you will never be able to solve a problem, especially in a market-based economy, whose primary issue has nothing to do with funding. Okay? I have a flat tire. I can throw $1 million at the tire. It's not going to fix the underlying issue because the tire has nothing to do with how much money I spend on it. The United States does not have a problem with spending money. We spend far too much money as is. And in fact, a significant amount of that money, especially in places like New York and California, are going to bogus, fraudulent programs. What instead we need is a fundamental paradigm shift where instead of diminishing people's wealth, we alleviate as many people as we can out of poverty. And that's why I'm a capitalist, because objectively objectively, you cannot point to any other economic system in the world that has alleviated the amount of impoverishment and poverty that people have experienced. And I'm so concerned about Mamdani because he fundamentally does not believe in that thing. He believes in the warmth of collectivism. He believes that if you have an individual liberty, if you have private ownership, that's inherently white supremacy, that's inherently discriminatory, and we as the government know better. We know best. And that's why I'm concerned not only about New York, but also the future of our country, because many, many young people in our generation who have genuine economic anxieties, who have genuine reasons to be angst about the state of the world, the state of the city, and the state of the economy, they have accurately diagnosed the problem. They have wildly disastrous antidotes that will make all of these problems far, far worse.
Okay, we're almost out of time. So, Amani, I'm going to give you the final say. Respond to that, and then we'll wrap.
How are you able to say that when across the board, every poll, every survey has said that poverty has increased in the United States of America in the past few decades? Every single one.
I can tell you.
You want to credit that with the middle class becoming richer? Again, no one on the ground could even fathom saying that talking point, nor is it reinforced by any type of statistics at all. You're just trying to really spin this in order to make it seem like capitalism is some utopian society, when clearly what we're seeing and what has been witnessed with the current crisis that we're in is that it has only left us within this destitute situation for the majority of Americans. The majority of Americans are being left without any type of support whatsoever. They're being outpriced out of their own neighborhoods. They're witnessing gentrification. They are losing any type of benefits from the government, especially under the current administration. And a lot of our financial budgets are going towards foreign entities. They're going to people outside of the United States of America. They're not serving the American citizens. Our taxpayer dollars are going to different types of issues that completely erodes. I mean, if we're talking about the first 100 days of Mamdani, I mean, just look at the beginning of Trump's term, who I know that you're a huge fan of, Shabos. But he has completely degraded every promise he has made. He has absolutely violated the MAGA movement and the entire platform that he's run on. And you want to sit here and say that within the first 100 days of Mamdani that he's gone back against his word on some of these policy issues. He literally just got elected to office, and he's doing a damn great job. If you look at any type of survey from New Yorkers themselves, if you live among New Yorkers, if you're here out on the streets, you'll see that there's a major difference in the day-to-day lives of normal people that unfortunately isn't being reflected by our leaders today.
I'm going to have to leave it there. I know that this comment, probably from you, Amani, would have sparked another whole round of debate with regard to President Trump, but we don't have time for it. So I just want to thank all of you for your really interesting contribution. Amani El-Khattab, an American author and tech entrepreneur, thanks for being with us. Reem Ibrahim, political commentator, thank you for your contribution. And Shabos Kestenbaum, political commentator for PragerU. To all of you, it's been such an interesting debate. Thanks for being here on Counterpoints. And thank you at home for tuning in to this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to keep up to date with our latest debates and interviews by subscribing to Al Arabiya English on YouTube. And of course, you can follow us on X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
Welcome. The relationship between Moscow and the Arab world has never been a straight line. It has seen decades of rises and falls, from peaks of alliance during the Arab-Israeli wars to a sharp decline after the collapse of the Soviet Union, and then a notable return through the Syrian gateway, followed by Gulf caution amid the war in Ukraine. Today, with the Arab-Russian summit convening in Moscow, a central question is being asked. Is Russia seeking to restore its former glory in the region, or to build new partnerships that adapt to the transformations of the 21st century? Since the mid-20th century, the Soviet Union emerged in the Middle East as a pivotal player. As its early support for the independence of Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and South Yemen granted it special influence with Arab capitals, that influence soon turned into an active military and political presence, reaching its height during the wars of 1967 and 1973, when Moscow supplied Cairo and Damascus with weapons, experts, and pilots, becoming a principal partner in the Arabs' battles with Israel. In that period, the depth of the alliance with Cairo was embodied in a historic visit by Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev to Egypt in 1964, where he joined President Gamal Abdel Nasser to celebrate the diversion of the Nile as part of the Aswan High Dam project. Those were highly symbolic moments that cemented Egypt as Moscow's closest Arab ally, and showed how development and weaponry, together with political positioning, became interlocking tools of the Soviet project in the region. At that time, Khrushchev delivered his famous line, "The High Dam is not just an engineering project. It is a symbol of friendship between the Egyptian and Soviet people." From there, a new phase began in which the Soviet Union became the primary patron of Arab nationalist and socialist regimes. But that alliance gradually began to crack through the 1970s, when President Anwar Sadat rose to power following the death of Nasser. Sadat sought to free his political and military decision-making from Soviet dominance and to pave the way for a rapprochement with the West. In 1972, he took a stunning step by ordering the expulsion of around 20,000 Soviet military experts and advisors from Egypt, a moment that marked the great rupture between Cairo and Moscow. And although cooperation in arming the Egyptian military continued up to the October War, what followed, the signing of the Camp David Accords and Cairo's opening to Washington, effectively ended the Soviet presence in Egypt and pushed Moscow to seek alternatives in Syria, Algeria, and Libya to compensate for the loss of its largest Arab ally, with the Soviet Union's collapse in 1991. Russia's presence in the Middle East receded, and Moscow withdrew from bases and ports that had underpinned its influence for 5 decades. With the dawn of the 2000s, Vladimir Putin redrew the compass of Russian foreign policy, seeking to regain influence lost with the Soviet collapse. Military cooperation revived with Algeria, Egypt, and Syria, and economic channels opened with the Arab Gulf in energy and grain, restoring Moscow's bridges of interest with the region. But the major shift came with the Arab uprisings of 2011, when Moscow saw a chance to cement its presence. Its direct military intervention in Syria in 2015 restored to it key strategic levers, most notably the bases of Tartus and Memim. This intervention reinforced Russia's image as a protector of its allies. Yet, at the same time, it raised caution among Arab capitals trying to balance relations between Washington and Moscow. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and Qatar viewed Russia's military presence in Syria as deepening Iranian influence and keeping Assad in power. Despite political disagreements, Moscow's ties with the Gulf capitals remained pragmatic, maintaining close cooperation in the energy sector, along with Russian investments in gas and petrochemicals, and a limited degree of security and military coordination. With the eventual fall of the Assad regime, the scene shifted again. The new Syrian leadership rearranged its priorities, moving away from dependence on Moscow and opening up to Gulf capitals in search of reconstruction and investment. This shift cost Russia its Damascus card, the one that had given it prime influence in the Middle East equation, while the new Syrian leadership sought to redefine its relationship with the Kremlin on different terms, preserving security coordination and continued use of the Tartus and Memim bases in exchange for limited Russian support in infrastructure rehabilitation projects and the supply of wheat and fuel. Then came the outbreak of the Russia-Ukraine war in 2022, putting Russian and Arab relations to a severe test. Saudi Arabia, the UAE, and most Gulf states adopted a policy of neutrality, maintaining oil cooperation with Moscow, while on the other hand, Egypt and Algeria continued their economic and military partnerships with Russia despite Western pressure. But Western sanctions affected grain and fertilizer trade and energy prices, driving several Arab countries to seek a careful balance between their interests with Moscow and their need for Western partners. Despite the geopolitical complications,
the last decade, saw strengthened oil cooperation between Moscow and Riyadh through OPEC Plus agreements that helped stabilize the global energy market. Mutual investments also expanded in petrochemicals, agriculture, and religious tourism, with high-level visits between Russian and Gulf leaders keeping communication lines open even at the height of crises. In parallel, Moscow maintained its traditional stance on the Palestinian issue, affirming support for a two-state solution along the 1967 borders and the establishment of an independent Palestinian state beside Israel, while calling, during the recent Gaza events, for an immediate ceasefire and civilian protection to preserve balance in its relations with both Palestinians and Israel. Russia's presence has not been limited to the Gulf, Syria, and Egypt. Algeria has been one of Moscow's oldest military partners and the largest importer of Russian weapons in Africa and the Arab world. Since 2019, Russia has played a prominent role in Libya through the Wagner Group supporting Haftar's eastern forces, giving it military and economic leverage in key regions. In Sudan, there was the 2020 signing of a preliminary agreement to establish a naval logistics base at Port Sudan, not yet implemented because of political circumstances. Meanwhile, Russia has remained a major arms supplier to Sudan. In Tunisia and Morocco, cooperation centers on agriculture, trade, and tourism, while in Lebanon, Moscow's influence is confined to the energy and offshore gas sectors. Thus, over 7 decades, Russia has shifted from a strategic ally of Arab nationalist regimes to an oil and investment partner for the Gulf states, and finally to a party in confrontation with the West, one that directly impacts the Middle East stability. Today, with the Ukraine war still raging, Arab capitals face the challenge of mediating between East and West, while Moscow strives to entrench its footing in the region despite global isolation, and to deepen cooperation with Arab countries in economics and energy. In this context, attention turns to the Arab-Russian summit, on which Moscow pins hopes to represent itself as a principal actor in the Middle East, and to broaden its political and economic partnerships with the Arab world amid a phase of profound regional and global transformation.
Our allies in many cases are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are lots of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu has instructed his cabinet to begin peace talks with Lebanon, which would include the disarming of Hezbollah. In a statement, Netanyahu said, "In light of Lebanon's repeated request to open direct negotiations with Israel, I instructed the cabinet yesterday to start direct negotiations with Lebanon as soon as possible. The negotiations will focus on disarming Hezbollah and establishing peaceful relations between Israel and Lebanon." Iran earlier said its fingers remain on the trigger if Israel continued to strike Lebanon, labeling it a violation of the US-Iran ceasefire. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Wissam Kirouz, Al Arabiya news editor, and on Zoom, Shane McGinley, news editor of the Arabian Business Insights. Wissam and Shane, as always, great to have you on the show. Before we get to what we're going to talk about when it comes to Lebanon and Israel, we've had some more news out today that Hezbollah does not want to negotiate, does not want to be involved in these peace talks between Israel and Lebanon. Netanyahu is saying that we're going to come to the table, we're willing to discuss things. Where do we stand right now?
Well, it's not a surprise that Hezbollah does not want this direct negotiation between Lebanon and Israel. Let's remember, Hezbollah does not recognize the existence of Israel altogether. And also it has been really known that Hezbollah thrived on the idea that there is occupation and that occupation needs resistance. Now, having said this, it wasn't Netanyahu's idea to bring Lebanon into these negotiations. It's an initiative from Lebanon itself. Lebanon said that in front of this unjustified and unmatched force that Israel is exerting on Lebanon, which did not by any means choose this war, Lebanon offered negotiations. And now Israel saying okay for these negotiations, and it happened only after Donald Trump asked Netanyahu directly and personally to open this window. Why? Because first, America apparently is so keen on giving a chance to what will be happening in the next days in Islamabad, and they don't want any escalation in Lebanon to jeopardize any kind of positive vibes happening there. And apparently both Hezbollah and also Israel have some interest in sabotaging the Islamabad moment.
And it's really interesting that you say that, because President Donald Trump did speak to NBC News a little bit earlier. He says he's optimistic about the deal with Iran. He also said Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu had agreed in a call with Trump on Wednesday to low-key it with Lebanon after devastating strikes on Wednesday. So that's what the US president did say, but we're just getting some breaking news through saying the Israeli army says it's striking Hezbollah sites in Lebanon. Shane, I want to talk to you a little bit about what's going on. So we've just been speaking to Wissam about the situation in Lebanon at the moment, but new Israeli strikes have killed more people in southern Lebanon a day after 200 people died yesterday. So we're still seeing these strikes on Lebanon. Israel's military has said it killed the secretary to the head of Iran-backed Hezbollah militant group. What more can you tell us about the fatalities and the situation right now in Lebanon?
Well, yes, so, like you said, there's been hundreds of people killed sort of today and yesterday, and thousands of have been injured. And some of the numbers I was looking at range from in the number of total fatalities in the about 1,700 was one of the numbers I saw, and I think it's sort of the tragic that I think a lot of the focus has been on sort of like the Gulf states, rightfully, because it's seen as unusual to see missiles coming over sort of Dubai, and attacks on sort of Saudi infrastructure and Kuwait infrastructure and Omani ports and things like that. But I think the real humanitarian story is in Beirut, and I think it's tragic that it's not getting the amount of coverage that it is on the world stage, because it's just kind of seen as sort of normal to be happening in Lebanon. But I think, like, I was looking up at some of the, Reuters was interviewing some of the people on the ground today, and they were saying how there was a rescue worker who was unnamed saying that they were picking up body parts for most of the day, and that it was quite rare to see, entire bodies. The BBC was talking about how they interviewed people at some of the local morgues and how it was going to take time for the DNA results to come through. So I think it is the tragic story of this war, and I think that's not getting enough coverage, to be honest. And I think the only reason it's kind of moving to the forefront of attention is because it's become a sort of pawn between is the ceasefire working or not? And we've seen comments from the American and sort of Vice President J.D. Vance saying that it wasn't really included. We've seen the same from Netanyahu, but then we've seen the Iranians and the sort of Pakistanis saying that it was part of the original ceasefire plan. So it kind of beggars belief why this sort of, this is not even minor details. This is like specific things that is leading to these hundreds of people being killed and civilians. Even if, from the Israeli point of view, I've seen them described in some of the official reports, as terrorists. And we saw earlier today that Israel had ordered evacuation of residents in the southern parts of Beirut, which hopefully, they're not going to follow through on if these talks do escalate. But then, as you said, the breaking news is that Hezbollah does not want to go to the table. So you need two people to talk for there to be talks. So I think generally this whole situation, it really makes me quite sad on many, many, many levels.
Wissam, I just want to reflect on something. I had a conversation with Mark Fitzpatrick earlier in my show from the US side of things, and he made the point that he doesn't think Lebanon is a top-tier issue in the Trump administration's mind right now when it comes to the ceasefire talks that will be happening in Islamabad. They are focused on Iran. Lebanon doesn't seem to be something where the focus is in the mind of President Trump.
I would say Lebanon has never been in the front line of any American agenda. But I do believe that Lebanon does really exist in Trump's back mind. It's always on the side. Trump has personal links to Lebanon. This is something we should not underestimate because, in the world of Trump, it's always personal. Now, the story about Lebanon is so much linked to Iran. The problem with Lebanon right now is that there is a certain part of Lebanon, which is Hezbollah, which is both Lebanese and Iranian at the same time, that decided at a very critical point of time to drag Lebanon into this war. And you have from the other side Israel that came with all that, military might and unjustified and, in my opinion, counterproductive also violence that has been so violent that at the end will only give Hezbollah another reason to say, you see, we are facing this kind of enemy. This is why we need to keep our arms and to stay here. So somehow there is a certain alliance of interest between the two enemies where, okay, Hezbollah needs this occupation, needs this violence to keep its legitimacy or so-called legitimacy. And also Israel needed this in order to make this war even, and to exert this might. Now, let's be back for a moment to the negotiations and why it's so important for America. If we are to give Trump the credit of disruption in this region. Now, there is a disruptive moment happening in Lebanon. This is a small country, but it's extremely important in the context of the Middle East. For the first time since 40 years, this small country, so fragile, so fragmented, is being given the right and the chance to sit on a table of negotiation with Israel. Let's not forget, Lebanon has been denied this right, first by the Syrians, second by the Iranians, and also by the Arabs. Now Lebanon is sitting on par with Israel, or will be sitting on a table. But the real problem of arms will not be on that table, because Lebanon said clearly that it doesn't want Hezbollah to keep its arm. Hezbollah's arm arsenal is in the hand of Iran. And the decision about that is in the hand of Tehran. And it's going to have to be part of the deal between Tehran and Washington.
President Trump has rejected one of Iran's key points put forward from the ceasefire agreement, hours after announcing a 2-week temporary pause in fighting. Taking to Truth Social earlier, Trump said the U.S. would work closely with Iran, but there would be no enrichment of uranium. However, the U.S. president does agree with some of Iran's other points, which include reliefs on tariffs and sanctions. Earlier today, Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth told reporters Iran begged for a ceasefire. Take a listen.
President Trump forged this moment. Iran begged for this ceasefire, and we all know it. As the President Truth this morning, a big day for world peace. Iran wants it to happen. They've had enough. Operation Epic Fury was a historic and overwhelming victory on the battlefield. A capital V military victory. By any measure, Epic Fury decimated Iran's military and rendered it combat ineffective for years to come.
To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined via Zoom by broadcaster John O'Hays and also correspondent Sarah Firth. Sarah, I'm going to start with you because today has been one of those days where the news lines have not stopped. Throughout the day, we've had a number of different developments on the ceasefire talks. What can you tell us, and where are the parties right now, Iran and the US?
Yes, Leigh Ann, well, it might have been a sort of short-lived sigh of relief around the world at the announcement of that ceasefire. Look, right from the get-go, we heard last night that it was just in the 11th hour before that 8 p.m. Eastern deadline that President Trump announced that there would be this ceasefire. But from the start, it's been very unclear. We haven't seen a clear, agreed upon by both sides draft proposal of what is actually being put forward as this ceasefire plan. And so what we've seen emerge today is a difference of narratives on both sides. You've had a disagreement over whether these 10 points that Iran had put forward, which included some issues that the White House has hit back today saying would be completely unacceptable. President Trump and the White House and his administration today pointing to the fact that it is the US proposal that is the one on which has been agreed. Now, I just want to talk you through some of what the White House has said because we've just heard from Caroline Leavitt, the White House press secretary. She gave a briefing in the White House. She insisted that the Iranians originally put forward a 10-point plan, she said, that was fundamentally unserious, unacceptable, and completely discarded. She said the idea that President Trump would ever accept an Iranian wish list as a deal is completely absurd. Now, she went on to claim, as we said, that the president has said there's this 15-point proposal that the US has agreed to. But even on that, Leigh Ann, the issue of Lebanon has come front and center because Pakistan, who is the broker here, they initially announced that Lebanon would be part of the ceasefire deal. And what we've seen happening today is very, very heavy strikes by Israel on Lebanon and then backtracking from many of the key players. So the US saying that President Trump calling it a separate skirmish and saying that it wasn't part of the current ceasefire deal. So, you know, a lot of breaking news coming out. Caroline Leavitt, for her part, she defended the president's what she called tough rhetoric, tough negotiating style. She said that that is the whole reason we are where we are. We can't disagree with that.
And Jono, let's talk a little bit more about the ceasefire that has come into play, because many of the neighbouring countries in the Gulf have had to intercept missiles from Iran today. We're talking about the UAE, Kuwait, Bahrain. Things don't seem to have slowed down. And of course, we know Pakistan has been instrumental in mediating these peace talks. However, what makes Islamabad an influential player? And does the country have the power to ensure that the US and Iran stick to the ceasefire agreement that, as Sarah said, was agreed at the 11th hour?
So let's talk about that first of all, Leigh Ann, Pakistan and their influence in all of this, and we'll get onto the ceasefire, so to speak, in a few minutes. But that's down to geography, relationships, timing. There's a few factors at play here. Of course, Iran and Pakistan share a 900-kilometre border. They've had that long-standing political but also the military ties as well. But, and this is crucial, it's still functioning in terms of a line directly into Washington. So it's one of the very few countries that actually is able to, at a time like this, talk to both sides. Direct communication has been off the table since the very, very start of this conflict. So they are the intermediary who's able to go be able to go between both. So they've been that back channel, so to speak, for weeks and weeks. And there's a very small circle, allegedly, that's handling the negotiations. So it is a very sensitive issue. We've known that since the get-go. And now they're hosting these formal talks in Islamabad for this weekend. So that's a big diplomatic upgrade. That's That's a big change. They've now gone from what they were as somewhat of a messenger, I'll take it back, you let me know what you want to say and I'll take it back to them, and vice versa. Now they're the mediator. So now they're a bit of a player in this game. Power-wise, I guess Pakistan don't really control the players here. They're facilitating, they're putting pressure on diplomatically, and they're making sure the talks are going ahead. But they're not going to be the ones who enforce any sort of compliance on either the US or Iran, especially when you've got things like the breaches that are already happening that you just mentioned. Israeli strikes are continuing in Lebanon, which is what they said was originally part of the plan. And Iran are even hinting at this stage that they could withdraw from the ceasefire if this doesn't go their way. So to go on to the ceasefire and what I guess it means, it doesn't mean that there's an immediate stop to all the attacks. And especially in such a complex situation, there's so many players that are involved here across the GCC. And if you look at the major parties, including the US and Iran, they've agreed to pause. However, what has happened is there was attacks that happened overnight as well, and Iran probably retaliated through to those attacks that were taking place in places like Kharg Island, right through until, as you said, the 11th hour. There's also the element of the allied militias that are in there. There's proxy groups, and there's the IRGC, who simply may have decided to ignore the agreement or the arrangement altogether. So there's a bit of a lag effect that could come into place. Drones and missiles, and we know that the average time for a drone to make it to the GCC from when it's launched in Iran can be anywhere up to 9 hours. Whereas the missiles, they're probably taking somewhere in the region of 1 to 2 hours. And those cruise missiles, which we haven't seen any of interceptions today in the UAE, where I am at least, they have not made it through, but they take on average about 6 to 7 hours to get through. So not all the units will act when the orders are sent at the same time. So the attacks have continued. It's a bit of a grey area, which is what you mentioned just there. There have been some interceptions that took place across the GCC. And that's going to allow countries to continue to deny, I guess. There's still pressure being applied, but they'll deny that that was actually launched. We don't know where they actually came from. That's somewhat of a spoiler to the ceasefire agreement right now. There are factions that, of course, benefit from an escalation in the tensions that undermine the peace efforts. And that could be something that's happening across countries like the UAE and Bahrain at the moment. Very close ties to Western allies, which they've had since the get-go of this entire conflict. And they can still be targeted because they're not directly part of the ceasefire agreement as it stands currently. And they're not mentioned in the 10-point peace plan that Sarah referred to earlier.
From Pakistan's Prime Minister urging both parties for restraint for 2 weeks, the US and Iran. We're going to move on now, and we're actually going to talk about the US Vice President J.D. Vance, because he's travelled to Budapest to back Hungarian Prime Minister Viktor Orban ahead of a crucial election on Sunday. During his 2-day visit, Vance is also expected to attend one of Orban's campaign rallies. Orban and his Fidesz party are facing the most challenging election since they did return to power. We were actually talking there a little bit about J.D. Vance and who's really negotiating when it comes to the ceasefire with Iran. And we know J.D. Vance, of course, he's been in Budapest today. What's the significance of J.D. Vance actually going to Hungary and weighing in on this election that the polls are suggesting Viktor Orban could quite possibly lose on Sunday?
So from my point of view, I think that there are a couple of issues at play. One, Donald Trump and J.D. Vance and this particular administration is genuinely a fan of Viktor Orban, the man and the politician. They like the way that he governs. They like that he is not woke. They like that he is anti-immigration. There are some similarities between Viktor Orban and J.D. Vance and Donald Trump. But I also think, now hear me out, I have a bit of a theory on this, that there is a bit of an existential threat if Viktor Orban were to lose this election. And there are polls that indicate that he is trailing by 10, as much as 20%. So there's a really good chance that he could lose. And I think the existential threat that exists is that if J.D. Vance is going to be the torchbearer for the MAGA movement in 2028, then he needs as many allies around the world. He also does not want the tide of public opinion to start drifting away from what it is that Donald Trump has introduced. So J.D. Vance sees this as a real opportunity to make sure that it's not going to be a defeat, because it's Donald Trump, J.D. Vance, and Viktor Orban pretty much against the world. And they want to make sure that their way of thinking continues. So this election is almost like a global proxy battle. And the domestic issues, though, are the ones that are at the top of most voters' minds in Hungary. And we know that the war in Iran really hasn't created that much of a divide between people. For the most part, it's more a case that most people will feel, most Hungarian voters will feel that this is about ordinary people versus the political elite. Because for too long, it feels like if you are in the know with politicians, then you will get certain favors and contracts. I won't go so far as to say that it's corruption, but certainly there are accusations that perhaps it's on a level playing field, and perhaps Viktor Orban's friends are the ones who get most of the deals, which, again, you could argue that with the tech bros and the relationship that they have with Donald Trump, that there is another similarity there.
And it's really interesting because we do see J.D. Vance in Hungary at the moment. As you said, Viktor Orban always been a very big supporter of President Donald Trump. Even in his first term, he was the first to endorse him from the European countries. But we must also remember Hungary is, of course, aligned with Russia. And this is optics that we can't forget when we talk about this story. But Gemma, J.D. Vance actually criticised the EU, which is something we've seen before, for this alleged interference in the Hungary elections. I don't know what you make of this, but it's quite interesting because we have to remember that this isn't the first time that J.D. Vance has hit out at Brussels.
No, it's like we're trying to see how much further the relations between Europe and the US can be stretched. And to me, this is another of those litmus tests. So Vance has been arguing very publicly as well that the financial pressures that the EU has been putting on Hungary equals political interference. Now, the EU has frozen or withheld funding to Hungary because of what they call governance reforms. Now, critics like Vance, they say that this influenced domestic politics and weakens elective governments. And for him, that constitutes indirect election interference. Now, there's also unverified and contested claims, that EU-linked institutions and NGOs have been supporting opposition voices. And Vance again has framed this as external actors trying to shape electoral outcomes. Now, as you said, there is also the ideological conflict, and we can't ignore that. So Orban is right-wing, he's anti-immigration, whilst within the EU, they tend to lean a little bit more liberal Democrat, and they're seeking stronger integration. So Orban is very much sided with the current US administration with regards to his policies. Now, he's also signalling that the US alignment is sympathetic to nationalist governments. And again, we're seeing this not overt, but implied criticism of the EU at a time when relations are really at an all-time low. Now, from their point, the EU say that their actions are an enforcement of agreed EU deals, that when Hungary joined the EU, they agreed to, an array of rules and laws, and that member states must uphold democratic standards and maintain judicial independence. So the EU say that this withdrawal of funding or this withholding of funding is because Hungary has not been meeting their conditions in that respect.
And it's quite interesting, Michael, I'm going to put this point to you, because the challenger in Hungary to Viktor Orban has actually been on X, and he's been speaking out. We've talked about what Vance has said about interference in the Hungarian election, but the opposition party is warning that Vance's visit drew foreign interference on the election, because they're saying elections are the sole choice of the citizens. So they're probably thinking J.D. Vance comes to Hungary and he could sway that vote towards Viktor Orban, when initially that's not what the people have been asking for in the opposition's mind.
Isn't it interesting that the Vice President of the United States is in Hungary accusing the EU of interference, when just by his presence being up on stage with Viktor Orban, he is in a more dramatic way interfering. Now, the optics do not look good. J.D. Vance would try to argue a nuanced conversation needs to take place, and that there's so much that's going on behind the scenes that Hungary has to comply with the EU, and the EU is making it incredibly difficult for him to do that. I would argue that much like with Elon Musk when he was part of the administration, and he was very much in favor of the far-right party in Germany, and he was holding an event on social media talking about, the need for the right-wing party there to be elected. J.D. Vance is doing the same thing here. But I would say that I think that because the domestic issues are so important to Hungarian voters, that J.D. Vance's presence is not as important as, and this is where I think he's missed the boat, whereas Viktor Orban thinks. If the Iranian war was more important to the Hungarian voter, if Hungary was a bigger player on the global stage, maybe it would matter that he had the ear of this particular administration in Washington. But because the issues are so, as they often are, local in Hungary, I don't think that J.D. Vance's appearance is going to make that much of a difference.
In the last couple of hours, Trump has given an update on the rescue operation that was conducted over the weekend after a fighter jet was shot down over Iran. He said that more than 170 U.S. aircraft were used and U.S. military personnel faced gunfire at very close range during that rescue. Trump also threatened the reporter who leaked the information about the mission with jail. And, Jono, I want to start with you because we obviously had reports on Friday that this F-15 fighter jet had been brought down in Iran. We do know the pilot was saved. We do know the co-pilot was obviously not saved at that time. But we are getting these remarkable details coming out about how this rescue mission did unfold over the weekend. And I think this is probably going to be a best-selling movie.
Oh, mark my words on this one. If Netflix don't have this by the end of this year, I'd be very surprised. And it goes to show just how willing the US, how far they're willing to go to recover personnel. And yeah, like you said, 170 aircraft used, and you think that seems like it's overkill more than anything else. But think about it from where it was happening, deep inside very hostile Iranian territory, mountainous terrain as well. That makes it really as challenging as you're likely to get in terms of a covert sting operation to retrieve somebody. But there's got to be special coordination. There's helicopters, fighter jets, intelligence from the CIA, all this stuff in this really super high-risk, highly charged environment that easily could have come under fire and easily could have turned into a completely different situation. So because the crew had to eject, that tells you the pilot has been injured as well, because I think a lot of people think that you inject and it's a nice ejector seat and you come down in a parachute and it's all lovely. It really is not. But it adds to the urgency and lets you know that that pilot needs urgent assistance. So it's time crucial because you're racing against two things. I guess the injury is the main one, but secondarily, the risk of capture. Because if you've now got an injured pilot, that's going to take a lot more of a risk and it's a lot easier for someone to capture him. The entirety of that region was looking for this guy. And the reports are that the equipment, obviously, that was there as well, the aircraft that got stuck, that all had to be destroyed as well because you don't want that falling into enemy hands, certainly on Iranian territory. So the standard the protocol that's in place for this, for military protocol, says that this is a very tight, very, very messy operation that took place, but a huge tactical success for the US. Very quickly showing you, I guess, the conflict here is escalating into direct military engagements as well. And as Trump's discussed in that speech that he gave earlier on, saying just how important the US military's never leave anyone behind policy is. And that's been 36 to 48 hours behind enemy lines while injured. That pilot is certainly a miracle, if nothing else. But there was multiple fake locations that were created. So why you're having 170 aircraft there is to try and create this sense of, I guess, confusion more than anything else, much like we're seeing with spoofing of GPS. If you throw in 170 aircraft in there, all of a sudden, which one are they supposed to go after? And that's why so many were involved in this. But an incredible mission on the part of the US Army.
Yeah, it's absolutely incredible, and we're getting more and more stories coming out about this. Apparently, that pilot was in rural Iran. The CIA were involved in finding him, and they described it like finding a needle in a haystack.
Yep.
It was pretty remarkable that they found him and they got him out safely. But, Ralia, there are reports of Iran claiming it was over to steal uranium. So Iran is saying that actually it wasn't all about rescuing this pilot who was downed in Iran. It was more about stealing that uranium so many people keep on asking what's happened to.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the Iranian narrative. At least they're saying that definitely this operation, the rescue operation, was a cover for something else. They're saying that it could have been deception aimed at stealing enriched uranium. I mean, that could be, from the Iranian point of view, possible because the U.S. had already explored plans to physically seize Iran's enriched uranium, especially in the last few days. There were reports about this. And those plans also involved special forces raids on nuclear facilities, exactly what we've seen, the use of special forces, the aircrafts, the number of aircrafts and jets that were used in this operation. Were huge. Now, also, the rescue operation was in a territory close to Isfahan, where it is known that this enriched uranium is stored in underground facilities. Having said that, of course, there are no independent confirmation that was at all possible or at all a possibility during this operation. However, it could be plausible in strategic terms because the U.S. is after this enriched uranium. Maybe they scouted the area while the rescue operation was happening. But if all the details that we have gotten so far about this rescue mission were actually accurate and true, it is definitely one of the most complicated, complex operations that were carried out by the American military and the CIA, and it involved, so many military personnel and also military equipment.
And it's quite interesting because the US military personnel, Donald Trump said, faced gunfire at very close range during that rescue mission in Iran. But, Jono, do you think this might give the US confidence that it can achieve its war aims in Iran without actually having to put US military personnel on the ground? Because we've been talking about troops on the ground since this started 38 days ago.
So, yeah, and much as I alluded to this earlier on, I think the US are proving, certainly with the strikes and what they've done so far, they're proving that airstrikes, drones, missiles, cyber ops, intelligence, everything the allies that they're relying on, they're doing the groundwork here. And we haven't seen a large US troop deployment right now. And I think when we spoke about this earlier on, you referenced something like 60,000 troops that are currently in the region, and these are alleged numbers. And if you're going to compare that to 2014 to 2019, the US-led air power there, you're talking of about 25% of the troops that were on ground for that, or even Libya in 2011 as well, a fraction of the troops. So I don't think this is going the way of a ground invasion, and I definitely don't think that would be the plan right now. They're doing a pretty good job on being very strategic, and I guess what we haven't taken into account is the technological advances since the last time a war has been fought in the region. And we can now see them picking off with pinpoint precision specific targets in Tehran. And we heard that yesterday more government buildings were targeted in Tehran as well. So I think what they're doing is a really good job of damaging the infrastructure from the air, which maybe the no-boot strategy is possibly a long-term. That's what they said. It's been the plan. But I don't know. I think the threat of having troops off the coast of Iran certainly is one that the Iranian authorities will be looking at and saying, it's a possibility they could be on ground here. But I've said this before as well. I do think the US Army going into Iran will be far too out of their depth to be able to do an on-ground offensive.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe,
Make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson at our headquarters in Riyadh, and coming up on the programme today, at the 11th hour, the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire, suspending the 6-week-old war and resulting in the reopening of the Strait of Hormuz. While both sides are claiming victory as that truce, which was brokered by Pakistan, is announced. We ask, whose victory is this? And as the Israeli military carries out its largest strikes on Lebanon since the war began, we ask, why no let-up in the fighting there? Hello and welcome to the programme. We begin with the ceasefire in the Iran war. How long will it last and what comes next? Well, US President Donald Trump has issued harsh threats, warning yesterday that he could wipe out Iran's entire civilization. That is, if Tehran failed to reopen the Strait of Hormuz. Well, the world braced for strikes, but in a last-minute move, the US and Iran agreed to a 2-week ceasefire just before President Trump's deadline. This with Iran agreeing to reopen the strait. Well, at the centre of the truce is a reported 10-point plan to end the war, with Iran demanding sanctions relief, continued control of Hormuz, and acceptance of its nuclear program, terms that experts are calling maximalist. Meanwhile, the US Vice President J.D. Vance has been explaining how the ceasefire came about, calling it a fragile truce. Let's take a listen to what he had to say.
Let me just say a few things. First of all, what the president set out to do was decimate the Iranian military, decimate their ability to wage conventional war. And that military objective, as the president said yesterday, as I said yesterday, has been achieved. And because of that, what the president did is he basically issued an ultimatum to the Iranians. He said, open up the straits, stop trying to hold the world's economy hostage, and we'll engage in a ceasefire. And that's exactly the agreement that we came to last night. The Iranians have agreed to open up the straits. The United States has agreed to stop attacking. And that, not just the United States, but also our allies, have agreed to stop attacking. And that is the basis of this fragile truce that we have, which is now, 8 to 12 hours old.
Well, to discuss this further, we're joined today by Dr. Abdelaziz Sagar, who is the chairman of the Gulf Research Center, who joins us from here in Saudi Arabia, in the city of Jeddah. Dr. Sagar, thank you very much for joining us once again. We're also joined from the Egyptian capital by Mushtabi Fardozibor, who is the Iranian ambassador to Egypt. Your Excellency, thank you very much indeed for joining us as well. Let me ask you, Ambassador, my first question. President Trump has called the ceasefire a, quote, total and complete victory for Washington. How would you respond to that?
Greetings to you and to your viewers and to your guest, Dr. Abdelaziz bin Sagar. We always hear from Trump saying that he won or he is victorious, and he achieved victory in this war. But there are many signals that show that this is incorrect. For example, the strategic steps taken by the American and Zionism enemy was they wanted to topple the regime. That was their objective in the beginning. And then they began to cause troubles inside Iran. And then by assassinating the supreme leader, they expected for there to be a civil war inside Iran. And hence, those were the two strategies. And then afterwards, they began to say that they want Iran's full unconditional surrender. So from the beginning of the war, their objectives, and then they changed their strategy, which included opening the Strait of Hormuz, which became the #1 priority. And then all their intentions in the strategy was changed just to rescue their pilot after the F-15 was shot down. But we noticed that they started to attempt to deceive Iran from 150 Marines in southern Isfahan. And the objective was actually to seize the enriched uranium. But they lost approximately $1 billion worth of helicopters and airplanes which participated in this operation. Also, the force that they had, and they were not able to rescue the second pilot in that strategy, but they lost massive amounts from this operation. And then they announced on TV with the Secretary of War saying that they achieved victory by rescuing the pilot. The real objective in Isfahan was not to rescue the American pilot whose F-15 was shot down on Iranian land.
Okay.
I believe that despite of this defeat of the United States, and as well as the regional players, including the quartet who met in Pakistan, Islamabad, who went to the Pakistani Prime Minister requesting him to have a temporary ceasefire and for the negotiations to begin indirect negotiations with Iran. They accepted the Iranian conditions because in the past they're informed by Iran through the mediators, or which is Pakistan, for there to be conditions which were the 15-point plan. But Iran, as we know, rejected these 15 points.
Okay.
And then there was a clear message from the United States.
All right.
And then they reduced it to 10 points from Iran. And last night, Iran, they backed up, and then we heard from America saying that they...
Okay, Ambassador, I know you're working through a translator, but we have to allow our other participant to speak as well. I would like to turn our attention to Dr. Abdelaziz Sagar. Thank you for standing by there. I mean, every indication we've been getting in the last couple of hours is that this ceasefire is still a fragile one. I'd like to ask you what your reaction was to the news that a ceasefire deal was reached.
Well, hello to you and to your guests and your viewers. I think we were all hoping to see that ceasefire will be really implemented and not being broken by, again today, sending drones and attack to several Gulf countries. That shows that it is still fragile, and that shows still the commitment from the Iranian side. It's not there yet. Now, if the Iranian claims that they need the Israeli not to attack the violent non-state actor that they have been supporting, like Hezbollah and the other, that has nothing to do. It was not our war. We did not choose it. It was a conflict between the US and Israel and Iran. We are the victim of being a good friend of Iran. We are a victim of being somebody cares about stability and security in the region. The leader of the Gulf countries have clearly declared that we will not allow the usage of our land and sea and air against any attack in Iran. And instead of respecting such position, we have been constantly attacked, more than 6,700 attacks from Iran to the 6 different Gulf countries and Jordan, including missiles and drones and the 2 different types of missiles. Luckily, we do have a good capability that we were able to respond to all of those attacks, which represent more than 83% of the total attacks. So the Israeli side, which is supposed to be the enemy of Iran, did not get more than 17% or 18% of the attacks and that was launched out of Iran. It all depends how both sides now, honestly, will work, and if the meeting will take place on Friday in Islamabad, and if both are serious about the ceasefire, to move from a ceasefire to a serious discussion, hoping to reach a clear agreement that will take in consideration the Gulf region agenda and interest and demand, which is not repeating the same aggression or attack from Iran to the Gulf countries, not interfering in the internal issues and policies of the Gulf region, maritime security, energy security, the openness of the Strait of Hormuz, and the immediate stop of war, not as a ceasefire, but as a clear agreement. We believe we need to have a sort of a clear guarantee in whatever agreement that the U.S. may reach with Iran, because short of that, the tension will be there and escalation will be there. And today, the mistrust and the lack of trust, unfortunately, has been established because of the lack of commitment from the Iranian side.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Sagar. Let me put that to you, Ambassador Bohr. I mean, as we've been hearing, GCC countries, amongst them Saudi Arabia, have endured weeks of Iranian drone and missile attacks. Some say that proves that the danger and the threat posed by Iran has been real all along. Why did you hit those countries?
First of all, with regards to what Dr. Abdul Aziz mentioned, I would like to mention a key point here, if I may. In the beginning of the ceasefire, which was agreed upon between Iran and the United States under the mediation of Islamabad, unfortunately, there were some attacks on the Persian Gulf against the Iranian ports, Siraf and Navan, as well as the Iranian islands. Iran responded to this breach, which occurred after the ceasefire agreement, and then there also, and Iran announced, according to the statements, that there are provocational operations conducted by Israel to drag the neighboring countries after the ceasefire and after the ceasefire was breached. And hence, again, this agreement was breached. But with regards to the question which you asked, Iran, from the beginning, as Dr. Abdul Aziz mentioned, the Gulf countries, their lands was not supposed to be or participate in this war against Iran. And I believe they have not been independent for long years. We know that the United States has bases in these countries, and just before the war began, there were some meetings and exchange of messages on the foreign ministers level for there not to be any American bases or Israel in these countries. But unfortunately, lately, and according to the Abraham Accords, we noticed that Israel has bases and there's normalization and with some GCC countries, and they have become the front line of Israel in face of Iran, and with using missiles and even intelligence against Iran. And Israel is benefiting from these bases, their airspace and their energy, and even the economy of these countries. We do not intend to strike these countries. They are friendly countries and we respect them, and we would not like to have any intervention in their internal affairs. But these bases, Israeli bases, have become as if they were part of American territory to launch attacks against Iran. We know there are American Navy or Air Forces or even land forces in these countries, and hence they will be legitimate targets for Iran.
Okay, Ambassador, thank you for that. It's a discussion. I must bring Dr. Sagar into the conversation as well. Just listening to what the Ambassador was saying there, Iran clearly views this US presence in the region as being a threat. How do you respond to what he's been saying?
Well, this is a sovereign state with the very clear agreement between them and the other, and those bases are local sovereign bases in Saudi Arabia. Prince Sultan bases is a Saudi base. It's not an American base. We may have some agreement of facilitation in the old days, or fueling, or parking, or spare part support, but I can assure you they only used whatever capacity in other country against Iran after they have been attacked by the Iranian and bombing by the Iranian. Then they have the right to defend themselves, and this is why they responded in some cases. But at the same time in Saudi Arabia, we all remember the telephone conversation between the Iranian president and the Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia, where both have assured each other the respect and the agreement that we will not use, we will not allow the usage of the Saudi bases, which is the true case. But unfortunately, looking at the weapon that has been used from Iran to the Gulf countries, this weapon have never been designed, to attack Israel. When you use a small drone, when you use a short-range missiles, when you use the weapon system that they have used, and the ballistics missiles, more than 570 ballistics missiles have been used. Only against one of the countries, but in total, at least there's 1,300 ballistics missiles have been used. So, looking at all the weapon systems that have been designed, manufactured, used against the Gulf countries, that was supposed to be deliberately used for that. And I don't think the Iranians should deny that one. I think if Iran want to live in peace in the region with its neighbor, they have to find a formula where they will accept they will have to accept our necessary guarantee that we required under a very strict agreement endorsed and supported by the Security Council, that there will be no attack from their side and there will be no aggression. When they came up in 2019 with the proposal which called Hormuz Initiative at that time, it was in principle accepted, but at the same time, the Iranians, they never wanted to look backdated. They want to start from tomorrow. They don't want to recognize the militia group in Iraq, in Syria, in Lebanon, in Yemen, and in other countries, and also the cells that they have created in Bahrain and in Saudi and in Kuwait. All of those, they want to antagonize that and say, okay, we start from tomorrow. I think if they really want to be in peace in the region, and if they want to to be respectable and back to the international community and get focus on the domestic issues and reduce the suffering of its own people, they need to be more sensible. They need to agree to stop using aggression against the region here, against the country, and then focus more on their domestic development and demand.
Okay, Ambassador, let me put that to you. Iran there being told to focus on its own issues and to stop posing a threat to countries in the region and stop interfering with your proxies in the affairs of countries across the Middle East. How do you respond?
First of all, the agreements that were reached between the GCC and the United States and Israel. It was not by selection, by choice by these countries. The military bases were benefited by the United States under its will and not the will of the leaderships of these regional countries. Unfortunately, the United States, we know that the regional governments have no control whatsoever over these bases. And your guest says that these bases, according to international agreements and bilateral agreements, he's trying to say that the objective is to preserve the security of these countries, but this is not true. And we have seen after over 30 years of the American bases and their presence and the Israeli regime in these countries, we know that they have a full control and not have. They claim to preserve the security of these countries. All of the aggressions against Iran, specifically in southern Isfahan, these were all by the airplanes who only flew 170 kilometers, meaning that these planes took off from airports in Kuwait and the UAE, and perhaps even from the bases such as Diogo Garcia. The closest distance to Iran. If these bases was for their own security, then the question is, why did they not ask the United States to preserve or protect the security of the Gulf countries? That means that the regional countries are not benefiting from this imported security. And since the first day of the war, the Gulf countries followed had their own policies against the United States, and their forces used these bases, and then all of the money of the regional countries were flowing to the United States. They did nothing in this direction. Unfortunately, the GCC countries supported the United States and asked for there to be continuation or to prolong this war. We heard that they actually requested the United States and to continue till the finish line. But this defeat of the United States and the Zionist regime in face of the Islamic Republic of Iran, they put themselves in a quagmire and they are not able to get out of it and from this dark tunnel. No, they requested Iran more than once for the end of this operation. More than once and repeatedly. And we say once again to our neighboring countries and our friends that after this war and after the agreement, we do not want an imported security, and we do not want the continuation or the presence of the American bases on their lands, and there should be a consensus to have a regional security and not an imported one.
Okay, Ambassador, let me turn back to Dr. Sagar. Feel free to respond to any of the points that were made just there. And I'd also like to start looking forwards in this conversation. We've got these 2 weeks of a ceasefire, and I'd like to ask you what you think needs to happen during the course of these next 2 weeks if peace is to stand a chance.
I think I'd like to go back to 2 points. One, the attack that came from Iran was targeting an oil facility, was targeting civilian places, commercial buildings, hotels, airports and ports, and they were not really American bases. Second, the American bases have been here for years, and not only, let's say the one in Bahrain, it was mid-50s almost. The one in Udeid was mid-90s. So they're not here yesterday, they came into that one. But at the same time, if the Gulf region have felt secure enough with Iran and not trying all the time to remind people with the exporting of the revolution to the region and closing the Strait of Hormuz and supporting militia and using sectarianism as a dimension for expansion and stopping their expansionist and interventionist policies in the region, some of the country would have not needed to bring an external forces to help them to improve their security capability to be able to respond to an external threat. That's one. Second, on the negotiation, we hope, because in the end of the day, we and Iran have to live in the same. We are all happy to have a Gulf-free zone of WMD together with them. They need to demilitarize their nuclear program, and they need to focus on the development, which the Gulf countries can be interested in participating in their domestic development. And so we have built the trust over the years with them. And unfortunately, it came a stage now where there is a lack and a big lack of trust. And to have that trust, maybe we're going to need a lot more to work in it to rebuild the confidence build measure that required to be able to deal with each other. However, since we are all part of the region, we need to think jointly about the new security architecture where we feel safe, they feel safe, and it's their right and it's our right to have that things. But we need to work out a guarantor, and we need to work out a system that will ensure that both will enjoy that one. Trust me, there is no country wish to import an external security if they feel secure enough and not without being threatened by its neighbor.
Okay, Ambassador, feel free to respond to that. I'd like to ask you as well whether you do see this as being the beginning of the end of this 5-week-long conflict.
I believe it is necessary for this to be the beginning of the end of this conflict, because Iran insisted on not accepting a ceasefire, and from the beginning we supported de-escalation in the region, and for there not to be any tensions. As you know, from the beginning, we were on the negotiations table, and even from the agreement from 2015, we were always present on the negotiations table for 12 years with the European Union, European countries, and we had extensive negotiations since 2015, and we reached an agreement at that time. But Trump, in his first term, he decided to terminate the deal. But we still support the diplomatic solutions and negotiations with the United States. And again, we engaged more than once in negotiations with them to reach a diplomatic solution. But amidst the negotiations, unfortunately, we witnessed the Israeli and American aggression in May 2025 and lately in the last Ramadan war. Unfortunately, and even after accepting this ceasefire, we still support the diplomatic solution and support the de-escalation in the region, and for there to be a cooperation, even economic cooperation between the countries of the region without the intervention of the major global powers. This is what we believe in. And again, we do not want American presence or imported security or American bases. And it is necessary for the United States to remove all their bases from the region, and for there to be negotiations with the countries of the GCC and with other countries in the region, and for there to be a participation between the countries to have security agreements and different types of agreements as well. But to answer what Dr. Sagar or Abdulaziz mentioned, is saying that the Iranian nuclear file should be a civilian. We worked with the IAEA, and there's an approval of the additional protocol by Iran. And Iran's right is to have civil nuclear facilities and to enrich uranium. And I would like to repeat that our nuclear technology or facilities will not end just by destroying them through all of these attacks, whether from May or the last Ramadan war.
Okay, Ambassador, you've made several points there. I must go back to Dr. Sagar, and we need to conclude this discussion. I would like to ask you, please, Dr. Sagar, if you could just comment on some of those comments that were made there by the Ambassador, who says he would like to see peace. He envisages a day when perhaps there is some economic cooperation or heightened economic cooperation between GCC countries and Iran. I'd also like to ask you to just wrap up this conversation, Dr. Sagar, by saying what you think Saudi Arabia's desired outcome is here.
You know, I want to remind him that on the 12 days war, we did condemn the US and the Israeli aggression as a violation of the international law. And what we expect from Iran today is to respect the international law. If they want to enrich uranium, they are a signatory to the NBT, and the NBT provide them with 3.67 and not 60% enriched uranium. And at the same time, respecting the freedom of movement, 1982, the law of sea, which they are a signatory to it, and the freedom of movement, like on the Strait of Hormuz. So what we need from them is to respect what they have signed for, respect the international law, and make sure that these things are implemented. What I see from my side, I think both sides, they need to be reasonable in their demand. Both sides need to focus on the key issue, and both sides need to take in account our serious security interests in the region if we want to live together in the region here, which, again, I will repeat it, the interventionist policy, the expansionist policy, supporting militia, maritime security, energy security, and also compensation for the losses and the damage that have happened, and respecting international law there, and not repeating any aggression, having the guarantee that there will be no repeating of aggression from both sides. I think this is what we will be looking for if we're going to live together in the same water and then in the same zone, and if we want to expand the relation between both sides in the future and give it a better safety and security region.
Okay, we really appreciate that, Dr. Abdelaziz Sagar, the chairman of the Gulf Research Center. You've had the last word. Thank you to you, and thank you as well to our other guest, Mushtabi Fardozibor, who is the Iranian ambassador to Egypt. A very big thank you to you as well, Your Excellency. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Amanda Mackey, a Republican strategist and lawyer who joins us from Florida in the United States, and obviously a friend of the program as well. Amanda, great to have you with us. I mean, that deal really came at the 11th hour, didn't it? I mean, what do you think the truce actually averted by way of a worst-case scenario?
Well, first and foremost, I think it's important to point out that the Iranians were not willing to come to the table Monday night, but they were Tuesday night. So by all outward appearances, it was at the behest of President Trump and with the deadline that he gave them, 8 p.m. Eastern, Tuesday night. So they came to the table. They did agree to the ceasefire, two-sided ceasefire, but it's hard to say what the ceasefire actually means in reality, because truly Iran has never been doing anything in good faith. And I think that's where we all are concerned about what Iran agreed to and what they will actually do.
Okay, I mean, what we've heard from both sides up until now is a good deal of caution. I mean, both sides saying they're keeping their fingers on their respective triggers. We're also just hearing right now, in fact, Tehran says it's considering fresh strikes against Israel amidst what it calls violations of the ceasefire in Lebanon. And it wasn't really very clear whether Lebanon was covered by that ceasefire or not. There seems to be differences of opinion on that one. But overall, do you see the ceasefire holding?
Well, Israel was bombed overnight, so they did not stop bombing Israel. So the ceasefire really, it's so fragile and it's so hard to predict. But I think if you were a betting man, you would bet that this ceasefire will not hold. you would bet that the Iranians would start their bombings again, just even based on their rhetoric, seeing what they've done to, basically use their own people as human shields. These are people who do not value the lives of their own people. So they're willing to do anything and at any cost to prove that they're willing to go after Israel and go after the United States. So if I was betting on this, I would say the ceasefire will not hold.
Okay, and I should remind our viewers that you, of course, have Iranian heritage. You've got family in Iran. I think you told us last time you were actually born there. And I wondered whether you could tell us, Amanda, I mean, we were talking about rhetoric just a moment ago, but how did it feel to you as someone who's presumably proud of her Iranian roots to hear President Trump talk about bombing the country back into the Stone Age and saying we might see the death of an entire civilization? How did that sit with you?
So yes, as an Iranian American, someone who was born in Iran right before the revolution happened, my family and I fled. We came to the United States, and we were very lucky, and we say we won the lottery of life, to be able to have lived in the United States and not under the oppressive regime of this government. But with regards to what President Trump said, and I've said this on other networks as well since yesterday, look at all the rhetoric that he said up to yesterday, and that is in support of the Iranian people, what he has done to stick his neck out for the Iranian people, everything that he has done in solidarity with the Iranian people. No other U.S. president has done that. When President Obama had the chance, he did not do it. So President Trump has been in solidarity with the Iranian people against this regime. But the rhetoric was concerning because a lot of people are now saying, this is worthy of impeaching him based on what he said. I will say, not putting words in his mouth, but I will say my interpretation of that based on everything that he has said up to this point is he wants to eradicate the regime. And he's growing frustrated, obviously, with this regime because they are not being in any way, what they're doing is they're not agreeing to anything. They're holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage when it's not even theirs to hold hostage. And obviously he's causing a lot of a worldwide panic on gas prices. We've obviously seen that gone down since the agreement. But the bottom line is that what he said, I think, was a misuse of words, if I can interpret it, because based on everything else and based on his actions, he is in support of the Iranian people, but not in support of this regime. And if you look at it, he has mostly eradicated this regime, and certainly their top leadership has been eradicated. So if he is in furtherance of that, he has done that, and he's going to continue to do it. This ceasefire is just a ceasefire. It doesn't mean that we withdraw. It doesn't mean that we're bringing our ships back home and our soldiers, sailors, and airmen back home. We're not doing that. We're going to wait. We're going to be there, and we're going to monitor and assess the situation. And if Iran doesn't hold its end of the bargain, ceasefire is going to be over.
I mean, people from the regime have been killed, clearly. And they've also been replaced with probably more of the same. Some are actually going even further than that, saying what will result is an even more hardline approach to leadership than what we've seen up until this point, and a hardline position from those new individuals. I mean, do you think it's a bit of a stretch to call it regime change? Because that's what, for example, we heard from Pete Hegseth earlier on today. I mean, would you call it regime change?
No, I would not call this regime change. And certainly the Iranian people would not call this regime change. I would say that it is one by one, systematically plucking away the leadership. And of course, they have a very interesting system. They call it a mosaic system of how their leadership is, with the use of local entities that become then funneled up to their leadership positions when, for example, the top 2, 3, 4 people are taken out. They just rise up the ranks. And so, yes, Iran has certainly suffered It has certainly taken a lot of casualties, to include their supreme leader. This country's only had 3 supreme leaders in its 47 years of existence. And to have killed one is certainly something that we've never seen. But to say that there's been regime change, to say that the belief system in that country's changed, to say that people in that country are still not being brainwashed is just not the truth. I mean, we saw video footage yesterday of one of the leaders saying, send your kids into the front of the line, make these boys men, make us proud. This is how a boy becomes a man, by fighting for their country, by being a human shield. And this is the level of brainwashing and repression that this country causes. But in doing so, that the regime is still in place. And we certainly saw those human bonds formed in front of power plants and other facilities yesterday, in furtherance of what their leaders were telling them. So it's not accurate to say that this leadership's been taken out. They haven't. The regime's still there. The Iranian people are still oppressed, and they're not taken to the streets yet.
Right, and I was going to pick you up on that. I mean, there hasn't been the show of domestic opposition to the leadership, to the regime there in Iran. And I'm assuming that that's a bit of a blow, isn't it, to the United States and to Israel? Because they said that would be, well, they seem to suggest that would be quite forthcoming early on in the conflict.
Well, I mean, make no mistake, this is a country that just eradicated 40,000 of its own people, many of them young. I mean, you saw 9 and 10-year-olds, but the majority were in the 18 to 25 age range that they just slaughtered because they dared to protest against their government. So people are not running out into the streets to celebrate. Certainly, we've seen that the Iranian people have done a lot in furtherance of what the United States has been doing and wanting to support the United States, but they're trying to do it also in secrecy. The other thing is that communication is still cut off in Iran. So I have not been able to have contact with family members for over 3 weeks now. So a lot of what might even be happening, we may not be seeing because the Iranian forces have cut off all communication.
Okay, well, Amanda, we've got 2 weeks of ceasefire. I want to know, in your opinion, what needs to happen during these next 2 weeks?
I think Iran needs to prove that it's willing to be fair and it's willing to be in a position to compromise. There is no way that there is going to be anything the United States will agree to until we see their drones, their ballistic missiles, and certainly their nuclear capabilities be limited or stopped. And so for Iran to say we want to have control of the Strait of Hormuz is also another non-starter. So I would start with those 2 things that are the most important: weakening their nuclear capabilities, weakening the ballistic capabilities, and then at the same time making sure that Iran, and President Trump has recently said as of this morning, maybe there would be a joint monitoring of the Strait of Hormuz so that it could result in funds coming to the United States too. And that would obviously come with some ability to help Iran rebuild. So those are the things that I'm looking for, because anything else is a non-starter.
Right. And I mean, a really tough mediating role for Pakistan here, with 2 sides that have, zero trust between them. I mean, what happens if this deal falls apart? What does President Trump do then?
I think President Trump is willing to take the reins and willing to engage in conflict in that region. We already have our military apparatus there. But if President Trump sees that Iran is holding the Strait of Hormuz hostage for the rest of the world to suffer, I think he is going to move in furtherance of making sure that this regime is gone. Now, the talks have been largely Israel saying regime change, nothing else. But you're hearing more and more the United States talking about that, talking about the regime change. So they're almost moving more to where Israel is and Israel's position on Iran, because they've learned, and I think everyone has made this mistake before, where they believe, okay, let's just try to work and negotiate and do something so that we don't have to engage in war, engage in conflict. Certainly, Tehran is a very densely populated city, and it makes it hard to just attack the city and not strike people. So I think that the president has done everything that he can. 2 weeks in a lot of people's minds here is 2 weeks too long, 2 weeks too late. So I think that President Trump is going to evaluate, and I don't think he's worried about pulling the trigger on war with Iran if he has to.
I just wondered, I mean, obviously this is an important election year in the United States, and I wondered how much you think this has cost President Trump and the GOP, and how much pressure, therefore, he was under to bring this to some sort of a conclusion?
Well, certainly gas prices being high is never a good thing, especially going into an election. So I think that was the biggest sticking point for the president was, hearing from members of Congress, hearing from his own staff that the price of gasoline, the price of diesel, as we've talked about, how items are transported, goods are transported to stores, those are all going to cause the costs of things to rise for the American people. Certainly, we didn't want to see that. So now we've seen the price of fuel come down. But the reality is that even by CNN's own reporting, the popularity or favorability of Republicans is +5. So they're 5 points higher than the Democrats. Typically, in an election year where the president and Congress are controlled by the same party, here the Republicans, the Democrats usually have double-digit favorability leads in those off-election years. But the Republicans are leading by 5 points. What does that tell you? People in America understand the why, as I've said before. They just want to know how long and how we are going to do this. So if I have to put an answer to your question, I would say Republicans are still in a good spot. Now the price of gas is going to come down. Again, remember where Biden's price of fuel was far higher than where we are today. But if this war and becomes a war, drags on, if this ceasefire doesn't hold, if we have to engage, if we have to send boots on the ground, things become a little bit different and we get closer and closer to that election. We had an election last night for Marjorie Taylor Greene's seat, and it was closer than it should have been in a district that is heavily Republican, that President Trump won by, I believe, 35 points. So these things are having an impact on people, but we won't know until we have the actual elections and what is happening as we get closer to those elections in November.
Yeah, clearly depends on which polls we look at. Some polls suggest President Trump's approval rating is at its lowest level to date. Thank you very much indeed, Amanda Mackie, Republican strategist and lawyer. Great speaking to you.
Thank you.
So the US and Iran have agreed to a 2-week pause in hostilities, but that truce does not appear to apply to Lebanon, which has borne the heaviest spillover from the war. Well, today, in fact, Lebanon is facing its most intense Israeli bombardment since the conflict began. That is, according to local sources. Well, consecutive airstrikes shook the capital, Beirut, sending plumes of smoke into the sky. Well, one strike on a crowded neighborhood reportedly killed at least 12 people. Well, let's bring into the conversation Tracy Chamoun, who is a Lebanese author, diplomat and political activist who served as Lebanon's ambassador to Jordan. She's also from the Chamoun political dynasty. Tracy, your grandfather was President Camille Chamoun. Your father was the prominent Lebanese politician Danny Chamoun. Thank you for joining us once again here on this program. Let's just be clear. I mean, Lebanon has not been included in this ceasefire. And if anything, in the last 12 hours or so, we've seen more violence in Lebanon than we've seen on any other day of the conflict. I mean, I'm assuming, therefore, there's a huge sense of disappointment.
Well, yes, not only disappointment, but fear of the unknown, because we don't know what's going to happen going ahead. It seems like Lebanon has been excluded from the deal. Both Netanyahu and now Trump has also said, President Trump has also said that, they have to deal with Hezbollah in Lebanon. So we have been excluded. And today was proof of that. It was one of the most violent days of attacks all over the country, about 100 strikes in 10 minutes. I was in my house in the district of the southern suburbs, and I can tell you it was quite terrifying. So we didn't know what hit us because we were expecting something very different, but we're now really caught up in the worst of it. And it seems like also Israel is trying to get as much done as possible in case there's international pressure that's going to be put upon them to comply with the ceasefire. So I think it's like they're rushing to get as much done as possible, which is horrendous because they've killed today 80 people and injured over 200, not to mention the catastrophic destruction in the city, in the capital of Beirut.
Ambassador, the Iranians are saying they're considering walking away from the ceasefire deal precisely because Lebanon has been excluded. That's one of the latest things I've been reading. And I'm wondering whether you think in the eyes of the Lebanese people that actually makes Hezbollah and Iran look more reasonable than Israel and the United States.
Well, the way Israel is behaving now in Lebanon is horrendous and unacceptable. They're targeting civilian dense population areas, and they've moved away from just, targeting one Hezbollah individual. They don't care who lives around that Hezbollah individual and how many people go down as collateral damage. So how they're behaving is really bad. Iran, to a certain extent, has to stand by Hezbollah. Hezbollah, stuck its neck out and dragged Lebanon kicking and screaming into this war to defend Iran. And now that Hezbollah is the only target left, Iran really is demonstrating, I guess, loyalty to their proxies. Whether this is good or bad, it depends on which side of the fence you're sitting.
Ambassador Shamoun, on Sunday, there was a staunch Hezbollah opponent by the name of Pierre Mouawad, who was actually killed in an Israeli strike along with other people. And his sister at the funeral said this. She said, "We're done with Israel. We're done with Hezbollah." And I wondered whether that roughly summed up the mood there in Lebanon.
Yes, it does. We're absolutely done with these wars that, we're constantly being dragged into. We're a peace-loving people, and, we don't identify with these extreme ideologies that today are in this terrible situation of conflict amongst themselves. So, yes, it's totally true what she said. The Lebanese are done with wars.
There is, of course, a shift, it would appear, in Israel's strategy, which is to strike some places that are not traditionally Hezbollah strongholds. And I'm assuming that's because there are displaced people from other parts of the country that are now in those areas that are being targeted. And I'm wondering whether you think that runs the risk of stoking fear, division, and more sectarian tensions there.
Well, that would be ideal for Israel because they've always tried to create strife in the Lebanese communities, among the different confessional communities. It suits their purpose to have Lebanon divided. You have to divide to conquer. It also weakens everybody and weakens Lebanon generally. So, yes, it is a problem having these refugees scattered now pretty much everywhere. But on the other hand, what are you going to do? These are people who've been displaced, who've had, many of them, their homes just demolished, people killed in their families. So do you shut your doors in their face? No. But at the same time, it poses a risk because among those people, there are also elements which are extremists and activists and members of Hezbollah. And so it's put a lot of strain on Lebanese society. We're a very small country and we have about 1.4 million refugees today, and they're just camping in their cars and sleeping in the streets. We're already suffering, from terrible economic hardship after everything we've endured over the last years. So it's putting a huge strain on the country, on the government, on the leadership, on the population, and of course, obviously, on these poor people who have been displaced and who are suffering the worst of it.
I mean, some people in Lebanon are asking, where is the state? Why isn't Lebanon taking control of its own destiny? And I just wonder how you'd respond to that, and whether you're aware of any Lebanese initiatives to try to bring about an end to this.
I think that the government, makes all the right sounds and takes all the right, stands when it comes to defending Lebanon's sovereignty. But the problem is that we have not had a substantial army for decades. Israel has prevented Lebanon from having any weapons of substance to defend itself. So we have a good ground force, and our army is more like an internal police force than anything. We're not equipped. We don't have aircraft. We don't have anti-aircraft. We don't have the technology, for missile detection. We are literally, like lambs at the slaughter in this case when it comes to the army. And I think that the president made the decision to pull the army out of the line of fire because he knew that it just wasn't capable of defending itself.
I mean, how would Lebanon react if Israel does what some fear it might do, which is to seize essentially all territory south of the Litani River, which would be 10% of Lebanese territory? How would your country respond in that situation?
Well, I think, that's really a violation of our sovereign rights. The whole invasion from the beginning is a violation and should not take place. And really, we should demand extreme international support in preventing this from happening. In Israel, there are conflicting messages that are going out. The military wing is saying that they're not intending to do a huge ground incursion, that Hezbollah has proved to be stronger than they thought it was. The politicians are promising the people in the north that they're going to extend the buffer zone and, prevent any anti-tank fire from reaching the northern populations. So there is a bit of a contradiction. The message isn't clear now about how much Israel is going to take. The other thing is that, they're confronting Hezbollah on the ground, and they're finding that Hezbollah is a much fiercer force than they had calculated. They thought that they had decimated them. They thought that they had weakened them tremendously. But in this last year where, since the last fighting, Hezbollah has managed to reconstitute itself, and on the ground they're very strong. They've taken out already about 30 Merkava tanks, each one costing about $5 to $6 million. They've killed 11 Israeli soldiers in the last month. So Israel is also confronting that, and they're getting a lot of pressure from within, the family of these soldiers who don't necessarily want to relive their past experiences with invasions in Lebanon, where it's turned out very badly for them. So I don't know how sustainable it is for Israel to come in and occupy the south of Lebanon. They have a very bad history when it comes to that. And from the Lebanese point of view, it's absolutely unacceptable that they remain here on our soil.
And if Israel does seize a chunk of Lebanon, as it's feared that they might, wouldn't that then be a coup for Hezbollah, who could spin that and say, this is a vindication for us, because this is everything they could say they've been warning about for years, about what Israel's true intentions are towards your country?
Exactly. I mean, they have given Hezbollah a new lease of life. After the previous war, when they had been weakened so much and the government had taken some sovereign decisions about containment of illegal weapons and so on, and was working to try and gather the weapons of Hezbollah and form some sort of national consensus around it. Now Israel has come and legitimized Hezbollah. They've legitimized the resistance again, because the army isn't there to defend the south from the Israeli occupation. These are people with homes, with ancestral land, with property that they want to, defend and protect. And Hezbollah now is the only entity that is doing that. So yes, they have resurrected Hezbollah.
Does Lebanon feel a bit abandoned by its allies at the moment? I mean, this is clearly an hour of need for your country. And you'd have thought that Lebanon's allies would somehow be there to fight Lebanon's corner, if nothing else, diplomatically. Where are they?
Well, they are fighting our corner. President Macron has been very fierce in his defense of Lebanon. The Vatican has been very fierce in its defense of Lebanon. The Western countries, Spain, Canada, all of them. But in this particular equation, where the conflict was really USA-centric, and President Donald Trump was calling the shots, it was very hard for anybody to do anything. Presently, Israel has a free hand. It's been given a free hand by the United States to do what it wants in Lebanon, and that is catastrophic. I think that is what we have to now push for, is to say, look, this free hand is out of control, and you're going to have another Gaza on your hands, but it's going to be much, much worse. And this time, there's no other conflict related to it. This is just fierce occupation and a violation of the sovereignty of another nation.
Okay, just lastly, the million-dollar question. Can Lebanon ever be fully rid of Hezbollah?
I think that, if we had been given a chance to come up with a defense strategy, our president was very clear about that in his inauguration speech. That could have happened, but there was no will on the part of the Israelis to allow that to happen. Somehow the Israelis like to have a permanent enemy. Now that Iran has sort of been taken off the table, or at least its impact reduced, then now they have to turn to Hezbollah again. They need a permanent enemy. Benjamin Netanyahu needs a permanent enemy. He needs a constant permanent war. If there's no war, he's likely to go to jail.
Okay, well, on that note, we have to wrap up. But thank you very much indeed for taking the time to speak to us. Ambassador Tracy Shamoun, thank you again for your time. Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Do join us again tomorrow for more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, just a few miles from the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade. Although islands and ports in other African regions were dedicated to the same purpose, Gori remains the most famous for what its small area preserved of the horrors and degradation of human dignity. One of the most famous landmarks on the island is the House of Slaves, where thousands of Africans were crammed into its dungeons over 4 centuries in preparation for shipping them by sea to America. Before export, the prominent selection was made based on weight and physical strength. Those weighing less than 60 kilograms were directed to African markets and kept as servants on the island. The curator of the House of Slaves takes visitors on a tour during visiting days and explains how the slave trade was managed over the 4 centuries.
Les Portugais avaient été les premiers Européens à prendre possession.
The Portuguese were the first Europeans to take possession of Gori Island.
That was in 1444. For a very long time, this island was at the center of rivalries between European nations that fought for its occupation. The House of Slaves, where we are today, crystallizes all the memories of the slave trade. And further along, at the corner but to the left, you will see the children's cell. It had the highest mortality rate, a small cell, but with a corridor leading to the back. They were laid directly on the ground, bare-chested, packed like sardines in a can. But once inside, what is peculiar are the windows, all shaped like loopholes, wide on the inside, but narrowing as you move towards the exit. While in the very last corridor on the right and left were the guards. But guards that could have easily been dispensed with. Well, the enslaved individuals were inevitably chained together by the ankles, 2 by 2. Even in the middle of the chain, a 10.3 kilogram iron ball had been attached, to tell you that each time one of them tried to escape by jumping into the sea. He coached the second. Because of the ball, they sank and drowned. In the absence of any doctor, and especially due to the fear of epidemics, the sick were thrown into the sea. The truth is that on this small island of Gori, an island measuring 900 meters by 300, at the height of the slave trade, there were more than 20 houses like this one.
The pink building in the background is the House of Slaves and the infamous door of no return, from which, over 4 centuries, 1 million African slaves left to become the engine of production across the Atlantic. However, in reality, the House of Slaves is not one. Every house on the small island was a house for slave owners and also witnessed the horrors committed against humanity during the slave trade period on this island. A Senegalese citizen inherited from her family a house overlooking the beach, from her grandfather, who came from Guadeloupe to work as a signal operator with the slave traders. She lives today without any complex about her grandfather's past working with the whites. We accompanied her to the house that has become a reminder of the family whose members are now scattered. In European immigration,
like my great-grandfather, who was a station chief, so he worked with the whites because he spoke French, so he was the one who conveyed the message. So he was the post chief, he was the one who carried the messages. That's why we lived here during the time of slavery. So it was my grandmother who told us about him. So he explained to us what he did there. So he told us to hold our heads high because we are not slaves. Lived here, but we are not slaves, you see.
These were nations that had agreed, obviously, to undertake this slave trade. Therefore, well, the acceptance by all. I mean not the protagonists, but those who organized this trade, was the understanding they had that was put forward. It was to consider the slaves not as human beings, but rather as objects, furniture. So there was no respect. But what should also be remembered is that most of the houses, at least concerning Gori, most of the houses were built for women. The women called Signor, Signor from Signora. Madam, these women who originally here could very well have been black. It must be admitted that they became mixed over time due to their relations with Europeans. Obviously, these women, well, they witnessed or allowed the existence of 2 types of slaves. There were domestic slaves who, because they were the property of the woman, were not destined to be sold and sent to the Americas. These domestic slaves, well, were the property of the woman, and because they were her property, she was able, at that time, to rent them out for public or private work, but for her own benefit.
Many visitors visited Gori Island in recognition of the horrors committed there, and as an expression of human solidarity, even for ordinary tourists and many visitors. A visit to Senegal is not complete without passing through Gori, where the tourist boats from Dakar Beach do not stop all day.
The descendants of the victims, as well as those interested in this history, which should only be considered as an integral part of the world's history. Obviously, people come from everywhere to remember what happened. There are others who come simply because, having heard about this history, they wanted to experience a bit of what the slaves went through. But also, there are undoubtedly historians who, in the course of their research, need this to know more. But it is only when this history is better known and considered by everyone as an integral part of the world's history that we can move together towards forgiveness and reconciliation.
It is one of the most prominent tourist destinations in Senegal, although it is the smallest municipality. The people of the island do not accept that this small area becomes a complex for them, in their view, and so they proudly say, it is a continent for spreading tolerance and the values of human brotherhood. Muslim imam and a Catholic priest stroll through the island's corridors. A familiar scene that does not attract the attention of the island's residents, where people of different religions and ethnicities live together in rare harmony and coexistence.
Here in Gori, harmonious relations prevail between Christians and Muslims. We hope to spread this peaceful coexistence throughout the world. God alone is the judge. And as humans we have the responsibility to spread peace. Our role is to convey the message of the Holy Quran and the hadiths of the Prophet, peace be upon him, and to condemn any acts of violence committed in the name of religion. No rational person can attack places of worship, which are places of prayer, tranquility, and contemplation.
The limits of tolerance among the residents of the island do not stop here. The former Imam of Gori, Sheikh Tidiane, was buried in the Catholic cemetery in the suburbs of Dakar, according to his will to be buried among his Christian friends.
Gori Island is a rare example of peaceful coexistence, where Muslims, Christians, and other communities live in complete harmony. Therefore, it is not surprising to see a deceased Muslim buried in a Christian cemetery.
This highlights the importance of Gori Island's history, not only in relation to the slave trade, but also to colonization. From my perspective, there was no Muslim or Christian slave trade. The trade in black people, the slave trade, was organized by individuals, as most revealed religions. In any case, the known revealed religions had prohibited the practice of slavery,
which lasted more than a century, during which the island was under French administration, to return to Senegalese sovereignty after more than 5 centuries. Our guide takes us to the most prominent landmarks of the island across the 3 eras. The era of the slave trade, the colonial era, and the stage of Senegalese national sovereignty?
One of the most iconic buildings on Gori Island is the former governor's palace from 1880. This building is currently unoccupied. However, due to its historical significance, with its courtyard and panoramic view of Dakar, it has been the venue for various community cultural events, like the Gori Diaspora Festival. So, this building is part of the colonial heritage. After the abolition of slavery, colonization took place. After gaining independence, we inherited these buildings and infrastructures. We are at the place of freedom and human dignity. Right next to it is the Historical Museum. Before it became a historical museum, it was the old Fort D'Estrée. Even before that, after the colonial administration, it was a detention center, which means a prison. The famous activist Blondin Diop was imprisoned there. And he died in those prisons. This shows that Gori's history didn't start only with the naming of European places, where we are now, which has always intrigued its visitors. And this reflects the entire island of Gori, as it's often said that in Gori, every alley, every small window, every house has its own story. Gori is a shared heritage for all. All the countries in the world have the right to have their name here in Gori, due to this classification. It is quite normal for Gori to play a role in this world. And that role should be one of reconciliation and forgiveness. Indeed, reconciliation and forgiveness should lead the way. Which is why this place now symbolizes those words, to say freedom and to say let's respect human dignity. And on the occasion of the 150th anniversary of the abolition of slavery, our Guadeloupean brothers gifted us this statue you see behind me, which symbolizes freedom. So those who are used to visiting Gori knew that this statue was previously placed before the House of Slaves. Now, for the sake of coherence, this statue, after establishing this place, the place of freedom and human dignity, it was decided to install this statue that symbolizes human freedom.
Today, the men of Gori, like all men of Senegalese coastal towns and villages, live from fishing. They ride the sea freely, with no authority over them except the law, while the women of the island work in trade, taking advantage of the tourist features to sell handicrafts and African clothing.
Now, there are many vendors and fewer tourists. So we try to manage. Now, we go to Dakar to find tourists and bring them back to the island. Every boat has variety. There are girls who come to sell on Gori Island, who come to Dakar, who come to the island Pau Grand. So with every boat, we can go see the boat to find clients and organize the places we are. So there are many men who fish. And we make wax fabrics with dyeing. There are days it works, there are days it doesn't. But we manage because we've been living with this for a long time. We work on this. With the money we earn, we pay for our children's school. We pay for retirement and water at home too. We help others, our family too.
Gori remains a tangible witness to the horrors of the slave trade era, which represented a stain of shame on the forehead of humanity, and at the same time, a proof of ability to overcome its dark past and build a future characterized by tolerance and the embodiment of its values.
The people of Milana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. The unique democratic system practiced in Milana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of 2 councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully.
Do you reckon we got any influence over Tuchel's picks?
Well, let's hope he's listening to me and Joe, not you.
Put your Tottenham hat on.
I don't have a Tottenham hat.
Yeah.
What are you your hand up for?
Maybe Stones, you know.
Oh, that's what I'm just about to do. Why are you trying to steal mine?
Welcome to the Dressing Room Podcast with me, Joe Cole, Wayne Bridge, and Colton Cole. How are you, chaps?
How are you, mate?
Good,
you good?
Bit fresher this week?
A little bit.
Yeah. What's the hesitation?
I had my mate stay over, didn't I? And he's a bad influence.
Oh, yeah. Luke.
Yeah, you know him well. But
yeah.
I usually always get the blame, but I've got video evidence and voice note evidence.
That's true.
And I sent it to you guys.
Yeah.
He's the bad influence.
Yeah.
And he ended up not going home.
Well, we gave you some
2
advice.
nights.
Yeah.
And led me a little bit astray yesterday. But I stood strong and I was in bed by 9:30.
Yeah.
I like the way that you was getting receipts. Like, he's filming him on the slide going, should we go to bed? And Luke's going, nah, another couple of
kind of drinks he kept going.
Do you know what I mean? Gathering evidence, like the old Bill.
Because I always get the blame, mate, and his missus blames me as well.
Yeah, everyone blames Bridgie.
You went Ashcroft, didn't you?
I did go, mate. Me and him went, mate. I think he is superb. At one point, he, the whole place was bouncing the O2, and it was Bittersweet Symphony, and he finished with Sonnet and then Bittersweet Symphony. But he dedicated it
to his dog.
No, that was Drugs Don't Work.
Yeah, Drugs Don't Work.
To his dog. But he dedicated it to all the hard-working men.
Oh,
do you know,
that was the other one.
You're out there, like, he said, you're out there, you're trying to earn a living. I know it's tough, like, you spent your money to come here. And then felt the place go, wow. Do you know, and then the tune dropped.
Yeah.
And he was
it's
like,
a great tune
it was
well.
just, and he kept it going. Mate, he's soulful.
Yes.
Before we move on, can I just say your hair looks sensational?
Oh, cheers, mate. Thanks very much.
Like, good.
Looks
I
good.
like it.
Got the afro going, didn't you?
Well, I grew it a little bit, didn't I?
He does look good,
I can't do what the hairdresser did, though.
What?
He made it into like a proper permy thing. And I try and do it, mate. It's like frisball. It's just like a frisball.
Do you know what? I could give you a good
lesson.
I could give you a good haircut, mate.
Yeah?
Give you a nice little mullet.
You're just
give you a little mullet.
He was trying to talk me into a mullet. Everyone's getting mullet.
Yeah, it's back in, mate. Give you a nice little mullet.
I would love to have that hair, but listen.
You can still grow it at the
back. I would genuinely love to, mate. I just can't bring myself to go and...
I wish I had hair.
Mate.
I
think it would change the way I walk. Would be more honestly and talk. Everything, shoulders would come back a little bit.
We've seen what happened.
You all like that anyway.
But listen, we need to get back. We need to get going, right? Yeah. Spurs relegation battle. Listen, Igor Tudor's. He's been sacked after 7 games. He's in charge for 44 days. He lost 5 of these 7 games and 1 point in the 5 Premier League games. Right, first things first. Where's it going? But do the board need to take some responsibility for this?
I don't think anyone knows where it's going, do they?
but
of course they got to take responsibility.
Yeah.
It's a it just seems like an absolute shambles.
What was your initial thoughts when he come in? Because you look at the names that were linked to it. Originally, there was talk of Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane, and now Sean Dyche has come into that. And De Zerbi's the front runner. They all make sense. Igor Tudor never seemed to make sense to me. He had no connection to the club, no Premier League experience, and he was a taskmaster. So for me, the board have looked at it, and it just shows their naivety. That the fact that they all of them things were not taken into consideration, and they don't even understand. One thing the board has to have an understanding of the type of players it's bringing into the club and the type of group they are. The group at Spurs seem to me like a group that have been, first of all, they've got some of the best managers of the last 15 years sacked. you know, and you know that because we've seen the documentary, you know, with certain players, you know, so you've seen behind the scenes certain players go into Daniel Levy, you know, all of that nonsense that happens at football clubs. You've seen all of that under Mourinho and like Conte, you know, some top managers. So if you know, it seems like a very, very fragile bunch of players, and Igor Tudor is a taskmaster. So they just didn't work from the off. These boys gone, no. I don't know how you get a tune out of them. Well, I know what I would do. I would go and get Harry Redknapp with Robbie Keane.
Even Jermaine Defoe.
Jermaine Defoe, we'll get onto that later because that's another madness, him taking that job where he's gone. But they need to be nurtured through this crisis, get to the summer, stay in the Premier League, and then you have to recalibrate the whole club and get people in who actually understand football. Because the Igor Tudor thing was like an exercise in how to, you know, take your club backwards. It was mental.
Yeah, for me, I look at all of this with I'm taking it in with open arms because obviously West Ham are where we are and we are contending not to be relegated. I wish for Forest and Spurs to carry on their current form, because obviously it's good for us. You know what I mean? So that Forest Spurs game, that was an interesting game because someone said earlier they would have rather Forest have lost than Spurs because they think probably Spurs have got more in the locker to get out of this scenario. But I think vice versa.
We've been saying that for weeks.
I think vice versa. I think Forest have shored up a little bit. Do you know what I mean? Especially after that game, but I thought that before because Pereira's done really well coming in. I think that he's starting to get a tune out of the Forest players, and they've got a good squad too. So I look at it, I think it's out of Leeds can get brought into this as well, but Forest and Spurs and West Ham are in it. And we need to go with. I'm going with Spurs to go down.
Really?
Yeah, because obviously I don't want West Ham to go down.
Yeah, but what have you seen in Spurs? That
you just don't like him.
No, it's nothing to do with that. Actually, it's nothing to do with that.
What do you see? Because I
just think the players. I'm not battering them. Don't get me wrong, but I just think they're a bit. For me, they're copying out.
Like, I think they've got it mentally.
Sometimes, because sometimes they come out. That second half against Man City, right? That second half against Man City. I couldn't believe what I was seeing. I was thinking they had Man City like on the back foot,
on the ropes.
So I'm thinking, so where's this been? This performance? Don't just roll out your best performances when you want to. So it shows that they're doing it. They can do it, and they're willing to do it, but under the right circumstances. Which is, I think, you can't pick and choose your battles when you're in a relegation battle. You got to be out there. Making sure I've been in relegation battles. You can't pick and choose when you want to perform. So it seems like to me that they are, and they're just blaming on the manager. The players
do you not think
are blaming on the manager.
Some of it comes down to their mentality, though. Like fear as well. Because
do you think it's fear with them?
I reckon there's people in the Premier League, especially if you're down there and you're having a hard time. We're all built different. We're all wired. We're all wired differently. There will be probably people that go out on that pitch and think they're worrying. Don't make a mistake here. And that affects your game.
Yeah. Well, we talked about this on the pod before, right? Where you look at Tottenham fans have probably thought to themselves, we've got Romero, we've got Van der Ven, we've got Solanke.
On paper,
kudos, we've got great players, right? But what you don't understand, what people maybe don't understand is, right, we've all been footballers, right? Think of yourself when you're at your highest confidence and how you performed, and then think of yourself when you're at the lowest confidence, right? Two different players, right? So the whole Tottenham squad is low on confidence. So the leader's critical. The first thing you have to do...
Who are the leaders? Or do the leaders keep on getting sent off?
Yeah, that's true. But
Romero.
But I'm talking, all right, the ultimate leader, whoever the manager is, he has to come and give confidence to the players, right? And that's but they have to buy into him. They have to believe in the manager coming in to go, right, whoever it may be, you know. And there's talk at the moment before we go to it.
You've got to make them, haven't you? When I look at, like, you might have had more managers than me, but two managers, or maybe three that stand out, probably four actually. You had Hoddle, Mourinho, Strachan and Gus Poyet.
Right.
You know, they just had something about them.
Yeah.
Gaspoya,
Yeah.
You love Gaspoya.
I loved him. He was brilliant, tactically brilliant. But they had a way of getting it across. And do you know, you had that feeling of Mourinho coming. No, you got to be on it here.
Yeah.
On it. Same with Glenn Hoddle. Motivational, but just like, I don't know if he's putting pressure on you, but it's just, they were on you, and the training had to be good. Do you know what I mean? And the way they got their message across, they were all very different.
Yeah,
but I come across some managers, and I think to myself, how are you even a manager?
How was the training then with these managers? How was the training? Was training more intense than other managers that you've had?
Gordon Strachan trained as intense. We were super fit. I say Mourinho was just training as intense.
Yeah.
And very demanding. If it was ever slack, I think it was on your case. Hoddle training was just brilliant, but tactically, I just thought he was way ahead. Like he was, it was like Mourinho, tactically very good. I'd just say Hoddle was just way ahead of his time.
So like when you're talking about a dogfight in the relegation battle, out of all those managers you've named, who would you have, like in the situation Spurs are in now?
I think you could take any of them.
Yeah.
I think
do they bring different qualities?
Okay, here's a better question for you then, right? So I agree with you. We've all been relegated, right? And I've also had relegation battles which we've won. And I'm looking at the names on the list now. So you've got Harry Redknapp, Glenn Hoddle, Robbie Keane, Sean Dyche, and De Zerbi. De Zerbi's the favourite. So, right, Harry Redknapp, I spoke to him the other day. He's 78 years of age, but he looked fresh as. When I was chatting to him
the other day as well.
When I was chatting to him, we was talking about old times. Right, this is how much his brain works. He remembered youth team games I played that I didn't remember. So he's sharp as a tack, Harry. Still, forget the fact he's been in the jungle eating bugs and all that. He probably could still go in there.
Helped him.
Protein. Yeah. Glenn Hoddle the same. I worked with Glenn.
100%.
Glenn had his heart condition.
Yeah.
But Glenn, when he talks and visualises football, and plus with Glenn, he, like Harry, they both know the club inside out. They know the fans. And don't underestimate that, because every club has got a relationship between the fans and the team. You know, we've all played for West Ham, and that's a very unique relationship between the fans. And so we wouldn't understand going in what's needed. So Igor Tudor coming to Tottenham, no idea of what the fans expected, played a certain way. Fans went, we don't like this straight, and it didn't work.
And the players as well.
And the players, right? So them two there. Robbie Keane, the same, but Robbie Keane's on the other end of the spectrum. He's at the start of his managerial career. He's 45. He's won 2 league titles. And he's bubbly, and he's, full of energy. He's like... And then Sean Dyche, he is the old hand. So any of them options are good. Now, I think De Zerbi, who's the actual favourite, I think he's the one where you look at...
He's a wild card.
Although he's probably the most, reputation-wise, the most talented of all of them at the moment, I think he doesn't know the club.
It's a risk. He does know the club. He's been in the Premier League. He knows the club.
Yeah, but not like in the same... Not for as long as the others, right? So I think he plays a brand of football which...
he needs to just get a result out of these boys, and the brand of football at this stage is not important.
Right.
Yeah? So I think he is a good man, a very good manager that will come in and say, "Listen, we just need to win games."
Yeah.
So the brand of football is out the window at this stage. I think for anyone, it's not about brand of football when you're trying to save your career. You're not your career. You're the status of Premier League football. So I think what will happen if De Zerbi does come in? He'll say, "Listen, if we get relegated, I want a pay rise." This is actually a job that's going to damage my status if we do get relegated, because we're on the downhill slope. So what are we actually working towards here? So he's going to have to. But if they want him now, So if he does save the season, he's going to get a bumper contract. And is that good for Spurs in the long run? Like having him as a beacon of light. Because next season, if they do say, he's going to have to spend money, because he's not going to want some of those players. He's going to be on big wedge because he saved them as well. So it's going to be, they're going to be in a dilemma anyway, I think.
All right. Okay. All right.
I think they're going to be in a dilemma.
Right. Put your Tottenham hat on.
I don't have a Tottenham hat.
Yeah, I ain't got one either.
Nah, mate. I don't
I'll
think,
try and
I don't
put
even
one
think
on.
the,
Go
I
on.
don't
I'll
even think
put
the
one on
fans
for
have got
you.
one anymore. They've taken it off.
Okay, go on then.
I'll put the Tottenham hat on. What you got?
No one's got a Tottenham hat. I've never heard of a Tottenham hat.
All right, okay, all right. If you're all right, but seriously, if you was on the board at Tottenham, what would you do now? Between that, they got 7 games to go. Is it 7 games to go?
What would you do?
What would you do
save the season?
to save the season? And I'll
take them down the pub. Yeah. I'll take them down the pub. Team bonding, mate.
Mate, that didn't work at West Ham when we were there.
That's because
because 2 people ended up having a fight.
Did they?
We went down.
Yeah, we did.
Who had a fight?
We went down.
Who was the ones that had a fight?
I can't remember. I think wasn't it?
I was just drunk and disorderly.
Someone else.
I was drunk and disorderly. That was. But
a bit of team bonding. It just ended up in a row.
Ended up in a brawl. And sometimes you need a brawl.
Yeah, sometimes
that just
do.
That just showed you that we're going down. After that, that might.
Lads in the cab home like that. It's done, lads.
This didn't work, did it? But if you get it early enough and you got a few characters in that dressing room, I think you can always save a season on a night out on the lash. I think you can.
Yeah, but can I say as well?
But these boys nowadays are not doing it.
I know, but so people go, that might be old school thinking, right? But listen, it's not old school because men bond. Sometimes there's barriers. So you have a few drinks and you lighten up and you can sometimes say a few things.
Jokes.
Relax. Yeah. And then you that's how men do it. Yeah. Do you know what I mean?
But it's very hard to get people to bond when you just don't like each other.
Yeah, that's true.
It didn't help when people were bringing out their wives on the team night out. That's what happened.
Really?
They're bringing out their wives.
Yes, unacceptable.
Unacceptable behaviour. So obviously,
my wife's coming to this podcast in a minute.
This is men's only. Men's only. When it's like that. But look, I think the bonding thing, I've done a lot of bonding in my life, mate. No.
I've seen it work at Southampton.
You know what I mean?
I've seen it work.
I know how it looks. I know what it's supposed to look like.
When you're down there, you've got to have everyone in that team ready to fight.
Yeah.
You've got to have that fight mentality, give everything for each other.
And what people don't understand is when you're in a relegation fight and you're playing football, right? Because for all intents and purposes, most people are not as lucky as we are to have played professional football, right? And when you play, you could play a Premier League game, day 5, sun's out, crowd's okay, no pressure. Day 35, when you need to win, and everyone at the club's job's on the line. The fans, they're angry with you because they pay their money, and then you've got to go out there and perform to your level with players that you think have let you down, or so all of that emotional stuff comes together. So you're right, you need to find a way. You need to find a way to come together and play under that pressure, and that's why I think Spurs will struggle, because I don't think they have no idea what they're coming in for.
No, but Coley, look at this though. They was in this last season as well.
Yeah.
Yeah, fair enough. They mastered it with the European Cup.
Yeah.
But they was in this last season and they've not improved in the Premier League since. So what's that telling them? You know what I mean?
It's a pattern.
It's a pattern. So you can look at all the managers. You've got to start looking at the players. The players are the ones that are they're the ones that are getting used to this lifestyle.
Yeah.
They're getting used to this lifestyle, being right at the bottom and fighting for their lives. And the thing about it, on top of that, why are they that? Look, how much does that squad cost? They've got no business being down there. You know, they've got no. So it hasn't been addressed last season. All you thought it was the manager's fault. Nah, you got to start looking at the players.
Yeah.
You've had it where a manager's been parachuted in at West Ham. What's it actually like?
Well, when Trevor Brooking come in, it come in off the back because Glenn Roeder had, bless him, he had the brain injury, didn't he? And he collapsed. So I got the phone call. I was captain. I got the phone call. We just lost a terrible game at home, and I was actually in Romford and I was having a bit of dinner. I think I was with my mum and dad. I was having a bit of dinner, and then Glenn's not well. Blah, blah, blah. And you think, just hope he's... Then first of all, you go with the family and hope he's all right and everything. Then the next day, it was one of them. They had no option. So Trevor was working with a board. So Trevor we'd never seen at the training ground. So then all of a sudden, I went into his office as captain, and we had a half an hour chat about what's wrong. What does he think? What does I think? And remember, I'm 21 at the time, so I'm like, it's all new. So you're just...
It's mad to do it at that age.
At that age, really. Yeah. So we had an honest conversation, and sort of Paolo was coming back from injury, And he's like, I'm bringing Paolo back in the team. And I was like, well, that's great, you know. But like, Paolo was a great player, great legend at West Ham. But he wasn't like someone you could go. He was
depend on,
you know, because because he's a genius, right?
Yeah.
Sometimes he'd win us games out of nothing, but and then so we Trevor come in,
a maverick, wasn't he? Proper maverick.
Yeah, and he brought Paolo back into, you know, there's a lot of pressure on Glenn. And the lads love Glenn and they'd fight for Glenn, right? But there was probably a subset of players that probably weren't happy, like in any relegation battle, right? So Trev come in, and Trev's very inoffensive. He was a great player at West Ham, one of the all-time greats, you know, for England as well. And I think what he'd done really well, and it was complete new for him. So 21-year-old captain, as much as he's a legend, he'd never managed. So the coaches we simplified everything. I think Glenn's injuries, illness, situation brought us all together because we're like, come on, guys, come on, we've got to do this. And we went on and won. I think it was 4 out of 6 or something, and we got to 42 points. We went down, and you know nobody's gone down on that. So what Trev done, him, but also because the fact of what happened to Glenn. When it becomes life rather than football, it brings you all together. And I just remember thinking, right, I've always give everything to the team whenever I played, but I was like, put myself completely to the side. Yeah. And I was like, I need to and you give everything, and eventually it didn't work. We went down.
What players are doing that for Spurs?
Well, I
can see it at West Ham now. Because some of the boys are playing out of their skin. Like, you got to look at it. So I look at Spurs, and I don't see that. That bond, that grit, that I will die for you, kind of thing. Yeah. And you can say, they're playing. At least at West Ham, they're saying, at least they're playing for the manager. Yeah. You can't say that Spurs, so there's a void there.
Do you know what Harry Redknapp's a genius, right? When he said if he took the job at Spurs, he said first thing he'd do is make Archie Gray captain.
He's a player as well.
Yeah. Absolute player, and he's the only one, not the only one I've seen with Tottenham that's at it all the time, giving himself. And he's, 20? Do you know what I mean? So, yeah, listen, we move on, but whoever comes in at Tottenham's got to find a way of just
getting that team together.
Getting it together. Right, let's fast forward to the summer, boys. Right, England, it's June the 17th, the sun's shining, Bridgie's by the pool with his Speedos on.
With the rum and coke.
Colton's rum and coke.
Rum and ginger, mate. Rum and ginger.
Yeah. Colton's relaxing with a spicy margarita.
Yeah, in the pool.
And I'm
my rubber dinghy.
And I'm lathering up my slaphead.
Yeah, okay.
Mate, you can't dive,
though. So, what about when we're at Sam Palmer's house?
Put the footage up. We need to
go. We're at Sam Palmer's house.
Carlton learning to dive.
Mate, it's diabolical. Diabolical. I've made a fool of myself. Anyway.
Go on, back to England.
Right, back to England. But we're in Dallas and we're England and we're about to face Croatia.
Yeah.
Right. This is not a question of who do you think Thomas Tuchel will play.
This question
is who would you play? You can take as long as you like. You could just name 11 or say how you would play.
Goalie. What are we going? Pickford?
Yeah, Pickford. Yeah. He's tried and tested, not let the country down.
Pickford. But what I would say is
Trafford.
I think this would be Pickford's last tournament. Yeah. Because I watched Trafford in that cup final. All right, okay, all right.
Yeah. But you want to shoehorn Trafford in?
Yeah.
No, just say that, mate.
Yeah. He's good. He looks great.
I reckon if you was Gaffer now, if you was Gaffer, you would pick.
Would you
Trafford.
chuck him in?
You chuck him in.
I don't know. You'd have to be around them more.
I'd have to be around them more. But I think Pickford's brilliant, right? And I think he's getting on a bit.
No.
I think he's brilliant, right?
Mate,
but I just think
goalkeepers don't get on a bit.
I've been more
longevity.
I've not been as excited about an English goalkeeper since I've seen Trafford. He looks so calm.
You know what you're like, right? Do you know what you're like?
Go on.
You're the guy. The night before Christmas, you already opened the presents. You're impatient, bro. Just chill out, man. You don't want to.
All right, we're going to pick for that.
I saw you put Dowman in your squad to go.
No, that was me.
No, he did.
Oh, was that you?
To be fair, right, when we did that, right, when you asked us on and off the plane, I looked at this yesterday trying to name a squad, and I was thinking, You know, if we're going from Ed, I'm so happy on the England manager. Not that I ever would be. But it's a headache, mate.
Wait till you see how much they pay him.
It's a headache. All right, yeah. All right, I need to do my badges first. But it's a headache.
I reckon you'd be a good manager.
It's a headache. Oh, yeah, I'll be really good.
Yeah, I know you'd be good.
Just for shouting at the referee.
It's hard, even to pick an 11.
Yeah. Well, listen, it's hard, mate, but that's what we're doing.
All right, we're doing it. I'm going to go.
To be a good manager, you got to shout at the referee, and you're very good at it.
Yeah. Right, I was back 4. I'll go James, Gahey, Konza, O'Reilly, left back.
Oh, yeah,
so James, Gahey.
That could change tomorrow.
Konza, so they're two left-sided.
All right. So.
Bit lopsided, isn't it?
No, that'd be fine.
Where's the back? We've got players.
All right, who do you put in? Harry?
Nah.
Who?
I don't know yet.
Yeah,
we ain't got to me yet. We ain't got to me yet.
Stick with me. All right, yeah.
Stick with you,
that's what I've gone
you
for.
might say something.
I could change my mind for it. That's what I've gone for. Riley.
Okay.
At that precise moment in time, yeah.
What formation are you going to play?
Well, 4 at the back, because there's 4 defenders there, yeah.
Mate, he's looking at me like I'm the old Bill, interrogating him. Just tell me.
After the back 4, it's just a complete headache.
Right, okay.
Me. Like, sometimes I think I'd play just 1 holding.
Right.
Sometimes 2, but I put...
First game at the World Cup. So think about it, like, that's the mentality you've got to be in.
I know, but I'm also a little bit like... I like us to have a go. Do you know what I mean? Sometimes I think we're playing really well and then we sit back and don't have a go. But I put in Anderson and Rice.
Okay. Yeah. Right. Physical, strong. Yeah.
Chuck Jude in there.
Yeah, it's a powerful midfield.
Yeah. Then, obviously, Kane up front.
Yeah.
And 2 wingers. Honestly, that's just headache.
Yeah, that's yeah.
Like 1 minute I think Gordon.
Yeah.
Rashford.
Yeah.
Next time I'm thinking Palmer. Saka. As you know, you've got to go on form.
Yeah,
it's difficult.
Well, you won't go.
And then I'm leaving Foden out for. No, that's what I mean. You wouldn't. Yeah. But, and I love Palmer as a player, and I think he plays with that. Well, this is my team, not yours, mate.
Yeah, exactly. Stop criticising
it, mate. Do you know what I mean? I can't wait for you to pick your team.
Oh, God.
Right. So, or you can go Gordon and Rashford. I just think they're both dangerous, quick.
Rashford was unbelievable the other night.
Yeah, really like him. So it's hard. I'm going Palmer, and then I think I'm going Rashford.
Yeah.
Okay,
but I could change my mind tomorrow.
Okay, yeah, I like what we did. Obviously,
and Kane up front. Obviously.
Right, okay. If you could, you're England manager, right? There's a knock on your door. The doctor's knocking on your door 9 o'clock before the first game, right? And he's gone, Gaffer, he's going to tell you 1 player's ill, they can't play tomorrow. Who's the most important player for England? Because that happens, and you've got to adjust.
Kane.
Okay.
But he's not injured.
I said, give him some Calpol. Get him like...
mate. He'll play for
running a high fever.
He'll be all right.
A high fever.
Okay. All right. That's interesting. That's interesting.
That's a good team.
The people...
It's all right team.
Yeah.
Coley?
Yeah, so I saw it the other night, and I'm going, do you know what? I'm going to go Trent.
Yeah.
At right back. Pickford in goal, obviously.
Yeah.
Trent at right back, because I just felt, I saw it the other night against Uruguay, and I thought, do you know what I mean? We're missing someone that could flip in, put a ball in on a sixpence for a striker or a winger. Spread play, switch play. The one time we switch play, the one time in the game.
Sorry, what are you hand up for?
Maybe Stones, you know.
Oh, that's what I'm just about to do. Why are you trying to steal mine?
I've got Stones.
See?
What do you mean you didn't say anything?
Well, let me. Why you put your hand up and
by the way, he's only just wrote down Stones.
I was about to say it. You didn't even let me get there.
I'm just saying.
No, it's bang out of order, that.
Bang out of order. I said it before you even said it.
You put 2 left footers in there.
Don't start.
Go on, Stones.
So I've gone, all right, Trent, because we needed that guy, but then I want to go with Stones.
Right, okay.
Because Stones as well, Bridgie, can play a multitude of positions.
Good word as well.
Yeah, but he's playing centre-back.
No, in this he is, but he can play.
Yeah,
so if you want to change formation, you can go 3.
You can go into midfield.
You can go into midfield.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
So Trent, Stones, Gahey.
Right.
And the left side...
He's going to go Hall.
I like Hall, mate.
Yeah, okay.
I like Hall. I think he bombs on.
Mm.
I think he could get into any Premier League team.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he's got a massive future in front of him. So I'm going to go Lewis Hall.
Okay, good.
He's ex-Chelsea as well.
Yeah.
He's a good lad.
Another one I've coached.
Yeah.
Only about 3 times.
It's been in the Joe Cole school, yeah? Academy.
I'm just listen.
All right. Yeah. So then I'm going to go protected. I'm going to go Rice.
Yeah.
His first name in that midfield.
Yeah.
Now, this is the player that goes next to him is going to be very, very important for England. Because it'll give him either license to go forward or license
give license
just to
rights
patrol.
to go forward.
Yeah. And I want him to go forward.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
So I'll probably go. I know this might be controversial.
Go on.
And because I saw him the other night and I thought he was brilliant. I'm going to go Ghana.
Wow.
For me, he's going to be coming in there fresh.
Yeah.
Wanting to improve. I heard Tuchel talking about him, saying, well, he's got a few things to learn.
Yeah.
But he looks like a good player. He's going to play with no fear in there.
Right, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That's a wild card, Coley.
It is a wild card.
Yeah.
And I know that people will probably batter me, but I like Ghana.
No,
and everyone's going to
think.
go Wharton or Anderson. Or I'm going to go Ghana.
Okay.
Yeah. And then just in front of them, Bellingham. You've got to go Bellingham.
Yeah.
But I would have, if he's injured, I'm going Eze.
Right, okay.
In that. Then I'm going to go on the right side. I was going to wear my West Ham hat on, put my West Ham hat on and go with Bowen.
Right.
Just because everyone's talking about all these other players. He's not in form, Cole Palmer, blah.
Yeah.
Bowen, you know what you're getting.
Yeah,
He done something the other day. The ball got switched to him.
Yeah, I remember.
Takes it on his chest, bang, straight down, right onto the defender. Defender didn't know what he was doing, didn't know where he was, and whips a ball in. And that's where I want Harry Kane to be finishing his dinner. Do you know what I mean? Straightforward. Not all of this, getting the ball, coaxing it, then cutting inside to condense the space inside when really you want your winger to go down the wing and cross the ball. I'm an old-fashioned centre forward. And that's what Solanke, that's what Calvert-Lewin was missing. Calvert-Lewin got one cross in. I do remember there was one cross that he received and he missed the header.
Good chance.
Cole Palmer
good
came
chance.
on. Cole Palmer came on, giving him a good ball. So I want to see more of that because it's more direct for me. So I'm going to go So I'm going to go. Saying all of that, I picked up my boy.
Yeah.
No, he's not playing.
But he's not playing. He's not playing.
He's going though.
But yeah,
he's going.
He's definitely going.
Yeah.
But I'm going to go.
I think it's one of the hardest positions to choose. Actually.
Yeah.
I'm going.
We've got options.
We've got loads of options.
Noni Madueke.
Yeah. Okay.
And I know people are going to say, "Oh, how can you do that?" He's not first choice for Arsenal. Saka is, but I think in this team he will complement Harry Kane really well because Harry Kane likes to drop into midfield. Bellingham likes to push on as well.
Yeah.
Rice will be going there as well. So Noni, there'll be cutbacks. Because he's great at that. He'll get into the line. And I know his final ball ain't great, but I think he'll be good with the cutback.
Right.
Because Tuchel will get the best out of him. And I know Tuchel loves him.
Yeah.
Noni
He does. He's direct, isn't he?
He's direct. And on the other side, I'm going with Rashford.
Right, okay.
I'm going with Rashford because he was outstanding the other night. I just looked at him and he just felt, this is a game that I can impress in. I remember there's one run he done.
I saw it.
And he just took on about 4 players. Who does that?
Yeah.
It reminded, But the only thing with Rashford as well, again, on that side, is the final ball into the box. If they can get those two right, because Harry Kane's going to be coming deep, you need your other players going that way.
Yeah.
So they got to be the 2 strikers that are going running behind because Harry Kane's going to condense the midfield.
Well, that's what he does at Bayern Munich, right?
And
Harry
then,
Kane drops in
and then Bellingham will go in there,
along
with somebody else, or Noni Madueke on the other side, or Rashford from the other side. Go and get your tap-ins. Go and get your far post tap-ins. That's what football can be easy if you look at it. If I think Tuchel knows that as well.
Yeah.
That's why he's going to be looking at probably Noni and Rashford. If Saka don't want to go that way, if Anthony Gordon's another one, that can go that way too. So he's going to have options. He's going to have options.
So and the same question I asked Bridget: if the doctor's knocking on your door and says, "Who's the last person you wanted to tell you's got a fever, he can't play in the first game? Who's the most important player for England?" I'm
going with Rice.
Yeah,
I'm going with Rice. I think Rice patrols that midfield. He can go front. He can go forward. He can defend the lead. A confident Rice, that is.
Yeah.
And this back end of the season is going to show how good he actually is. where he's going to be having to defend for his life as well as going forward and scoring, contributing in goals for the Arsenal.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So this will be good pressure for him to take into the tournament.
Good.
What about you, Coley?
Right, my team, I'm going to go with Pickford in goal, Reece James, John Stones, Mark Gurhey.
Yeah.
You have to have experience at World Cup. John Stones is massively experienced. Yeah. I would like him to have played more games of football between now. And you always have the element of him because he's breaking down.
But he's fresh.
Right? And he knows what he's doing. And I think just straight away will give us that experience. At left back, I do like Hall, but I'm going to go with O'Reilly.
Ooh.
Same, because, listen, Bridges a left back. He knows what he's looking at. And I think he gives us that penetration down the left-hand channel.
What do you think of that, O'Reilly at left back?
Well, I like him. Look, it's really ironic because he plays in a City team.
And he doesn't even play left back all the time.
I don't... Do people understand how hard it is to go and play in a few teams, to go and play from English? It's so different.
The contrast is
all the relationships.
Tell me how that was for you when you done that. Like, obviously, when you,
right.
Yeah, but you was very, very good. But for a player that probably hasn't got that experience and is young, how would they approach?
I just think it's very
contrast-wise from playing club football to that left back position. For
one, he's played a lot of different positions for City. They're always kind of moving around and keeping the ball a lot. Whereas obviously when I was playing at Southampton or at Chelsea, it was very much like
regimented.
Give it to the winger, you know. But obviously then the up and down.
And you had
football's just very different now.
Yeah, it's very different.
They play very different. So
very, very different. Yeah. Declan Rice in the midfield. And I'll do Declan Rice, and I'm going to go with Elliot Anderson next to him.
Yeah.
Because I think the reason I do that is because Declan, I would have Declan as a more deeper than he plays at Arsenal, and there's a big push for him to be playing. But we're so strong in that position.
I don't get that.
No, just let him. I would make Declan. I'd say to Declan, you are the most crucial player on the pitch. You are an experienced player. You have to marshal that. Elliot Anderson's coming into you as a youngster. Elliot Anderson's got all of the legs. Well. He's got all the legs, right? And I think if England win this World Cup, we're going to have to win it a little bit, and we'll have to be really good off the ball and protect the back four. So them two will be sitting there. I'll have Bellingham as the 10, but Bellingham, listen, if he ain't performing, I could quite easily change that to an Eze. I'll have Palmer coming in off the right, like he's been doing at Chelsea, releasing him up. So you'll have Palmer coming in off the right with Bellingham, like playing like a 2-10s effectively. Mate, think about the middle of the park. Then you've got Elliot Anderson, Declan Rice, Palmer, and Bellingham. It's got power. It's got ability. It can open goals everywhere. And on the left, I'll start with Anthony Gordon over Rashford. And the reason I would start with him is because I think he scores goals. He's a warrior, and he's one of them, Bridgie. I think if I'm playing next to him, whatever the game's going to be, he's going to be at it, and he presses really well. And he's got legs that run in behind. So Harry Kane dropping off. I'd allow O'Reilly to push on as well. So you get sort of as much as you can because you've got two holding midfielders. Reece James on the other side to give us width. You know, so it's going to look... I think we can control possession, and I think we'll win the World Cup.
Ours was basically...
You sound like every fan.
Ours was basically the same.
Every tournament.
Yeah.
We're going to win the Euros.
Mate,
win the World Cup.
Wait till we get there.
You're so fickle.
Wait till we get there.
Ours was basically the same, but I think I did choose Rashford. But Gordon, do you reckon Gordon, because of O'Reilly, helps him more in terms of covering him if you bomb him forward and stuff?
You know what it's like playing for England, Bridgie, at tournaments, right? And you would have seen some players who just can't handle the pressure, right?
Yeah.
Gordon ain't one of them. Gordon's like... And this is I'm saying this in the nicest way.
He's Larry.
He's Larry. He's got a bit of swagger about him. He don't care. I like the fact he called out Shearer and Rooney. Was it Shearer and Rooney on Match of the Day? I like that. If I say something that some player don't like, call me out. Do you know what I mean? Like, so he's got a bit about him. He's a Scouse kid. I think he'll go to the World Cup and he'll puff his chest out like he's done in the. He's turned up in the Champions League for the first time. Got what, 9 goals, 10 goals. Like he don't. The occasion will not get to him, and that is crucial as an England
Do you reckon the manager goes anywhere near those teams we've named?
I think he might be. I think Elliot Anderson plays. I think Elliot Anderson is the one, right? Because in previous regimes, this is another question. In previous regimes, England managers have picked the best players. I think Thomas Tuchel's going, I'm picking what I think the best team. And I think Elliot Anderson might not be the best player, but he could play more at this World Cup than Cole Palmer, than Phil Foden, than Eze. And I don't think he's as talented as a footballer as them, but I think what he does is he brings the balance of the group together. And that's why I picked him. And I think that's probably why you picked him as well.
Yeah.
Well, lads, do you reckon we got any influence over Tuchel's picks?
Well, let's hope he's listening to me and Joe, not you.
Well, we've recorded this on a Monday, so let's see what comes out when the game's on this week. But listen, I really think he'll go with my team, you know.
Yeah, do you reckon?
Yeah. If he's got any sense. Oh yeah, that's true. There's no Arsenal player. So what's going on with that? What's happening with the Arsenal lot? All omitting themselves from international duty. Is that allowed?
Let's read it out here. So we've got...
No, we need to address this.
Yeah, we do need to address this. Like, we're going to call this out on the pod here, right?
Yeah.
So Eze, Saka, Rice, Saliba, Gabriel, Zubimendi, Timber, Trossard, Maduaki, Hincapié.
That's it. They're out for the season.
Tony Adams, Steve Morrow, Nigel Winterburn. Everyone's injured.
Everyone's out, mate. Everyone's out.
Come on, like, if you're going to do a move, Arteta, like, don't strong it.
You know the worst thing about it was I feel like...
Just like, you know that's a...
What are we doing it?
But they put more pressure on themselves now. Because I think the league's done, right?
Yeah.
I think the league's done. But if they throw it away after doing that, it looks even worse.
Wow. Mate, it makes me sick, actually.
Their next game for me is Bournemouth, right?
Yeah.
They've upset them a few times, mate.
Yeah. You've said
I don't think it'll happen, but they've upset them a few times.
Well, they've got Southampton before, haven't they?
They've got Southampton before in the Cup, but in terms of the league, Bournemouth have upset them
What's the chances of all of them being okay for the Premier League game?
I think we know they're all right, don't we?
Right? You reckon?
We know they're all
right. But I think maybe they're...
How many of them do you think is really injured?
I reckon they all are.
No,
Coley, what are you talking rubbish?
It has to get passed by the medical team.
Do you know what they'll have? He'll have a tight calf.
It'll be a tight calf, back.
A tight hamstring.
There's negotiation. All these negotiating goes. That's a good thing for people listening, you know, in situations like this. We've seen it in our era when players, because you're constantly carrying a knock, right? This is a bigger conversation. You're constantly carrying a knock, and you see an England friendly, and some of them players, like Declan knows he's going to the World Cup. Saka knows he's going to the World Cup, right? They're thinking so many important games. So I understand it, right? I understand it from
You've got a little niggle.
You've got a little niggle, like, and then you could, you know, but you could play. You could play, but you're trying to freshen yourselves up. But when it's that many people, Alex Ferguson used to do it.
Yeah, he used to do it.
You know,
he used to stories all the time.
No, what I would say is, I don't think at Chelsea, a manager's ever spoke to any of us. No. I never heard it. Certainly not with me, but I never, even with John and Frank and that, like, you can't play for England. It's like, go with England. It was always like, it's a privilege and it's an honour and a privilege to play for your country.
Where you go, you don't have to play a whole game. Play half a game.
Say that, but Ben White stayed behind in the English squad. Do you think it's because he has to? Because he's trying to work himself back into it?
Ben White's played 5 or 6 games. But that's another conversation.
He needs the games.
That's another conversation. We'll get onto that. But I just want to stick with this now because, right, you know, I just think it's not, you know, if how many people were at Wembley, you know, the other night to watch? You want to see the England team.
That's another question. That's another question I've got for you. Like, all right, so you're a punter.
Yeah.
You go to the England game. You're taking your daughter and your son first ever game.
Yeah.
They want to see the big stars. That team that started the other night, and you paid all right dollar for it. You paid for your tickets. That team that started the other night, are those the players that you've gone to see? No. Or are you going to be a little bit disappointed not seeing the core of the team at least?
Yeah.
And do you think that game was a missed opportunity to see whether some of those players that are fringe players, you'd say, that started that game, they could have see like some of the boys that have gone home, the core of the team. What do you think that was not a missed opportunity for some of the fringe players to see who how they can gel with the core of the team. Do you know what I mean? Because you want to get that rhythm going.
I think.
No,
I agree with you. I think it was a missed opportunity. I think you're looking at it from Thomas Tuchel's perspective, right? And he's gone, right, I've got these 2 games sandwiched in the most crucial period. Clearly, the Arsenal players and other team players have got other things bigger than these games. The World Cup's it's on the horizon, but it's far away. They've got Champions League, FA Cup.
But what's bigger? Getting the team ready for the World Cup because it's coming up, or looking after a football club that's got big games.
Okay, for me. If I'm England manager, that's the last thing on my list. Okay. The relationships with a football club.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking to myself, if I'm England manager, I'm looking at the numbers of minutes, and I think Thomas Tuchel alluded to this in his press conference. He said, this player's played 3,000 minutes, this player's... So he's like, they don't need to play, but let's get them together. Maybe during that period, you get them together, you can talk about set pieces. You can maybe have a day, this is at the World Cup, we're going to do this type of set piece. You connect with the players, bring them all together. But I'm not massively... Look, these friendlies at this period of time...
risky.
I don't know what the risk reward for the manager playing the starting 11. Maybe I'd have gone, right, for 45 minutes, I'm going to play my starting 11, which I'm thinking about playing against Croatia. And then you go home. I'm going to have a look at a few other players. Maybe that.
That's what I thought would have happened. The first game, just the first game.
Yeah.
And then, but maybe because Uruguay brought out a strong squad.
Yeah, but
I think they probably thought that we was going to have a strong squad for the but then they must have seen the list of who's available. Yeah. But they still brought out a strong squad. Do you know what I mean? So I look at it as that was a missed opportunity for players to get gelled in with the core players.
Yeah. Right, another story coming out of the England game was Ben White coming back into it after pulling out of the England squad in the World Cup.
Oh no, it's crazy.
So he's not played for England for a long time. He's only played 5 or 6, 7 games. He had an interesting night, Bridgie. Scored the goal, conceded the penalty, got booed by England fans.
When he scored.
Even when he scored. What do you make of Ben White's, first of all, his decision?
Why did he pull out?
Well, from what we understand...
What we understand, do we know?
Not fully.
Not fully.
It's not been addressed.
We don't know.
But that's half the problem, because he's not come out and addressed it. But what we do know the facts is, he went to the World Cup, an incident happened, he felt... Something's happened, and he's left the England squad and not...
So he's left, or there's an agreement that he's left.
No, I think he left.
I don't know. We actually really know. So I find it really hard to make a comment, because we're what we're doing, reading what someone's wrote in the press. I don't think we actually really know what happened. But I'm like, anyone who gets booed in an England shirt, I just find it really hard to swallow, because I think in different ways. I think a lot of stuff that I've seen players go through. And I think players are strong enough to take it, but everyone has a family, everyone has a mum and dad, everyone's got, and it affects everyone. And when we don't really know the ins and outs of what happened, I just don't. And he's got an England shot in there, and he's playing football.
All right, then I'll flip
to get behind him.
Okay, all right, that's a fair point. And what do you make of it?
I just think the PR could have been a lot better for him, to cover him and to try and half explain to the fans. What's happened? He's walked away. It looks like he's walked away from an England.
No, he has walked away from England. Shirt.
And then on top, so the PR has to be better from England, from the FA, from the FA, and from his camp as well.
A lot of people. I remember a lot of people were a little bit like, "Oh, so what? He ain't playing anyway."
Yeah, I know, but it's still an opportunity. You're at a World Cup. I know. Listen,
I just don't know the ins and outs why.
Exactly. So make it. Do the PR
wouldn't
for
walk
it.
away. I wouldn't just walk away.
Do the PR for it.
Walk away that I wasn't playing. I think that's very difficult to do.
The PR for it.
I think that's very.
You can spin something off. We see lies every day.
Coming to an agreement.
Yeah, but why does it have to be lies? Like there could be first of all,
then you won't get booed.
First of all, it's an honour.
You won't get booed.
I might have Bridgie's stance. Nobody should listen. In a nice, kind, beautiful world, nobody will get booed playing for England, right?
Yeah.
But ultimately, right? It's an honour and a privilege to play for your country. And people,
if you're a patriot,
if you love England, you pay your money to go and watch. These people pay they work to go and follow England around the world, right? And if what they feel from Ben White is that
I get why they feel it.
You get why they feel it, right?
100% get why they feel it.
Listen, I've been booed. We've all been booed by fans, right? It ain't nice, yeah? But I tell you what, the flip side of being a footballer is you wouldn't change it.
I wouldn't leave. So, I'd stay. And I would be next. You never know what's going to happen. You never know. Yeah. You never know when you're going to be needed. I would never walk away, right?
From your teammates.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I just don't really know what's happened.
Yeah, and that's a fair stance.
No one knows.
That's a fair.
Something really bad would have had to happen.
So why don't he come out and go, this is what was said, and this is why I've come out, and then everyone go, right, fair. If it was a bad, everyone would go, fair enough, mate.
But the other flip side to that is people are saying, why should he come out?
Has stuff ever happened to you? And you just don't come out and say it.
Because
because you're playing for your country. This is international. This is your country. This is patriotic.
Yeah.
This is supposed to mean everything towards to you.
Yeah.
Not just the people that pay you, your football club, but this is a privilege to go out there and play for your country and be noticed by everyone that I'm at a World Cup and we can go all the way here.
Yeah.
And whether you're playing or not, whether you feel that you want to be part, I don't say the fans are owed an explanation. I just think the PR could have spun it differently. And to protect the player, protect the FA, just spin something. Like, it could be a lie, it could be anything.
No, you can't lie. You can't lie.
Yeah, but whatever it was,
just say because it's open. Like, we had this conversation the other day. We were talking about Chelsea when it was like Chelsea was spitting a dummy out about the team being like football and communications. The team being for the Paris game being in the papers, right? Every team information gets out, right? Football's a community thing, particularly England. We all played for England. We cherished it, right? And it's every fan's dream. Like, and ultimately, football is. You have to have that. You have to. If I'm an England fan, which we could have all never played football and been an England fan, right? And imagine you're sitting there and you're paying to watch England, and then one of the players just decides something's happened, and he's leaving the England camp, right? And he's not telling everyone. Yes, he doesn't owe anyone an explanation, but. I think he should come out and go, right.
But he hasn't said anything. That's the worst thing as well.
Because he could have gone, if he comes, and I'm all for forgiveness, if he comes out and goes, you know what, I was in my early 20s, I was missing home, I was a bit emotional, it wasn't that bad what was said to me, and I regret it, I'd come back into the fold. So, do you know what I mean? Like,
but you just don't know what's happened.
What was said?
I remember.
And if it was that, and if it was a dreadful thing that was said,
no one knows if it was anything said.
You just don't know what happened. I just don't know. Like, I remember being there, and like you're at a tournament.
Yeah.
And I remember having an argument with Sammy Lee.
Yeah.
Because it was like you play.
Yeah.
And then everyone who's on the bench doesn't. Next day. Our recovery day, getting an ice bath and going walk around the swimming pool. Yeah. But we're a team, we're going to stay together. Mate, I don't want to get an ice bath.
Yeah.
I didn't do anything yesterday. Can't we just go and train?
Yeah.
And I remember having an argument with Sammy Lee. Yeah. And the next game, we all went and trained. The ones that didn't play, went and trained and got something out of it.
Yeah.
So otherwise, you want to do something.
I remember.
But like, you just don't know what's gone on there. But to walk away, I don't agree with walking away, but I just don't. I feel like something must have happened.
Bad.
Something bad must have happened, but you just don't know.
It probably wasn't that bad. That's why no one's saying it.
But I'm like, everyone, he's being booed for just walking away, and I don't know if that's what's happened.
The thing about this and all, I think the only person that brings him back into the fold would be a foreign manager. Honestly,
yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Like, and that's why Tuchel's there because he doesn't take it that serious. He's like, nah. Because he's not patriotic.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying it's a bad thing, but he's looking at business first.
Yeah.
Because he's got a job to do. But patriotic manager would be like, no, he walked away from England, so he ain't coming back in. So I think he's lucky that Tuchel's come in and is not looking at that part of what has happened.
Yeah, I'm not being militant with it. I get
what you're saying.
Do you know what I mean? If he wants to, but I'm just thinking of it pragmatically. If he's not explained,
he doesn't have to explain Coley. That's what I'm saying. I just said the PR has to be better to protect him. so he can come back in. That's all I'm saying.
Well, there's been no
There's been nothing.
If I'm an England fan,
so
you've already got your back.
So we're
up
set up of conspiracies now.
No.
You can say something.
No, I'm going on
say
factual. Something's happened. He's walked out an England squad, and I'm just saying.
But do you know that for full fact?
Yeah, we know something happened. Yeah.
Yeah, but do you know what's happened? It could be anything. That's what I'm trying to say.
No, I'm not saying. I've heard what I think has happened.
See what I'm saying? It's heard. It's speculation.
Yeah, but
it's not
I'm
facts.
not even putting that aside. The fact that something's happened and he's walked away from England
without an explanation,
and I don't understand why the kid don't just come out and go, "This is what's happened." Either I'm sorry or I don't care, but I still want to play for England.
Yeah.
I'd
you'd respect it more. But it is what it is.
I just think, I know how hard it is to play. All right, your son are vying with Ben White for an England place, right? He pips it. It's your only son's chance to go and play for England at the World Cup. And then something happens and he walks out, and then your son's sitting on the beach going, that could have been me.
Yeah, that's why I'm looking at it. That's the way I'm looking at it.
There's so many ways to look at it.
There's so many, and people don't see it that way. A lot of fans, they might not see it that way because they might look at it as like, oh, you're just picking on him because, like, no. Once you sign up to go and play for your country, mate, you can have a death in the family, but you always, because it's your country, and you might say, do you know what? I've got to go because something bad's happened to me. That bad, I've got to leave camp.
Yeah.
And everyone would understand.
Yeah, of course they would.
And it's happened before.
Yes.
But if it's a comment or something that you don't like and you've gone, I'm leaving anyway, that's throwing your toys out the pram. So there's two ways. That's why I say the PR could have been a lot better for it. That's it.
Right. Before we go, two managerial on either end of the spectrum come in. Roy Hodgson's gone in at 78 years of age to Bristol City. He's managed them before about 60 years ago, whatever it was.
Fair play to him. Fair play.
But I love, listen, he loves it, mate. If you're 78 and you're getting employed, you do your thing.
I think my missus would say, you don't like me, do you?
Yeah.
Still reading 82, bruv.
Mate, some people love it. Some people love it.
You don't like being at home.
I remember I was at Sam's wedding, actually, and I was sat with Cesc and his missus was there. And they were asking what I do and everything. I know I don't really do anything. And Cesc obviously loves football, going into like managerial. And she was like, can't you just be a bit more like him? Spend some time at home.
Be careful what you wish for, love. Right. And another one on the other end, our mate Jermaine Defoe getting his first managerial job. Listen, we ain't got time this week, but I want to get into this subject because this is a player who's played over 50 times for England. He's one of the Premier League's top strikers of all time, and he's coached for a few years. He's got all of his badges, and he's having to go down at Woking, who are 11th in the National League.
What's wrong with
to get an opportunity? No, listen, no.
But I'll say you got to say fair play to him.
I am saying fair play to him, and fair play to Woking for giving him a chance. But what I would say is Woking are very, very lucky to have a man of Jermaine's calibre and stature in the game coming through the door. We wish him well. Give him time, give him a lot of money.
Woking.
Jermaine,
what type of money are we talking about?
I'm only 20 minutes away from Woking, mate, if you need a hand.
There you go. We'll help him. We're coming. But big up to Jermaine. Yeah. Wish him all the best.
He can come back to yours afterwards.
He might need to. Right. Listen, that's all we got time for. I've enjoyed that.
Yeah.
Thank you for listening to the Dressing Room Podcast. And what do you have to do, Coley? You ain't got a Scooby, have you?
Don't just put that on me.
Rate, review, like and subscribe.
Yeah, you got it. Rate, review, like and subscribe.
There we go.
Laters.
Laters. Ta-da.
Gori is a small island in the Atlantic Ocean, on the Senegalese capital Dakar. For 4 centuries, it was one of the most prominent stations in the slave trade.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. The largest city and the capital of Finland, Helsinki. The city is conveniently located between Tallinn, Stockholm, and St. Petersburg, and on the north coast of the Gulf of Finland. It has slowly become the country's hub for business, research, education, culture, and government. Helsinki boasts of a vibrant seaside city, coupled with greenery, parks, and open spaces. There are also fine architecture and more than 300 islands interconnected by a maze of bridges. The city is in fact considered an ideal summertime retreat and great for weekend getaways. Here's why. First, there's the bustling street of Aleksanterin Katu. It is considered the central commercial street of Helsinki, lined with cafes, shops, restaurants, and of course, the Stockmann department store. All these convenient in one spot, Aleksanterin Katu Street has become known as one of the famous shopping streets in the city. For fresh produce and great souvenir buys, head to the market square. It is one of the famous tourist attractions in the city and a well-known market destination too. It's an open-air marketplace with fresh local produce and craftsman souvenirs. Now, for a dose of Helsinki's culture, visit the Athenaeum Art Museum. It is also known as the National Museum of Art and is home to the most loved classic works of Finnish art. In fact, it houses the most extensive fine art collections in the country with more than 20,000 works on display. You'll see a mix of paintings, graphic art, drawings, and sculptures that date back up to the 17th to the 19th centuries. The city is also known for its church and chapels. These are considered architectural sites in Finland. One example is the Temppeli Aukio Church, built in 1969, which is the most known architectural masterpiece in the country. Meanwhile, you can sit back, relax, and enjoy one of Helsinki's many beaches. The most popular beach in the city is the Hietaniemi. Enjoy the sun, the calm waters, and the open space for lounging, playing volleyball, or simply enjoying the view. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Decades are passing by in a matter of weeks.
seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America.
With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.